Chapter 50-42. In the house, Ling Xiao recounted his experiences over the years. Everyone was shocked, but no one doubted it. Although the story was bizarre and unbelievable, they still believed it. After all, they could see some clues from what happened in the Eight Immortals County. Ling Xiao was a person who had created a legend. Amazing, amazing. That boy who loved to get into trouble back then had now become a hero who saved the common people from calamity. As expected of our Ling clan's child. Ling Wansue was filled with emotions. Back then, he felt that Ling Xiao was promising, but he didn't expect him to grow to this extent. After chatting for a while, Ling Xiao accompanied his family for a meal. This meal was made with the ingredients that Ling Xiao brought from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It contained an extremely rich amount of spirit qi, and to martial artists, it had an extremely mysterious and boundless effect. It was just a meal, but the cultivation of the Ling clan members, including Lin Ruoxian, had increased by a lot. Although their aptitudes were different and the degree of improvement was different, their cultivation had increased. Moreover, it wouldn't have any negative effects on their future cultivation. Lin Ruoxian had reached the core fragmentation realm in one go. He would probably be considered a top expert in the entire West region. Originally, there were some people who didn't know much about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, after this meal, they realized how rich the 4 regions and 9 worlds were. However, there was no need for the entire family to move. As the laws gradually changed, the cultivation environment in the West region would also reach the standards of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They could still become stronger if they stayed here. Before leaving, Ling Xiao brought everyone to burn incense in front of his father's grave in this life and return a wish. He had avenged his father by killing the Eternal Emperor. He had even done more than his father had hoped. Not only did he control the Eternal Emperor region, but he also controlled the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. After that, he called Ling Wansue over and personally placed the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword in the old man's hands. He also placed 6 powerful Gowls in the house to listen to Ling Wansue's commands. This was what he had obtained by reviving the corpses. Each Gowl had the strength of an ordinary peak 7th level divine physique echelon cultivator. It could be said that he was temporarily invincible in the 4 regions and 9 realms. His main concern was that once the laws were changed, the experts of the 9 realms of the 4 regions would be able to enter and leave the western regions at will without any reduction in strength. The Ling family would also be plotted against because of this. After all, not everyone in the tyrannical Sky Empire worshipped him. There must be enemies. This was unavoidable. However, with 6 powerful corpse ghosts, there was nothing to worry about. Other than that, he had also left the Lotus Sutra, the Black Lotus Treasured Light, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, and many other cultivation methods that he had obtained in the past to the Ling clan. In the end, these people were truly related to him by blood. He was also not a selfless person. He also had his own selfish motives. At the very least, he had to ensure the safety of his family. Only when the Ling family became strong would they not be bullied by others. Unlike the Ling family in the Sky Dragon continent, the Ling family here was his true family after reincarnating. Therefore, he must be given special treatment. After leaving everything behind, Ling Xiao left with Yu Fanghua and Lin Ruoxian. Ling Jiaojiao wanted to continue staying in Yuhua town for a while, so she did not follow. He walked around the 8 Immortals County with Lin Ruoxian and met his former friends and benefactors. Everyone that he was willing to meet received benefits. Some were elixirs that could change one's body and transform one's bloodline. Some were complete sets of cultivation methods and martial arts. Some were weapons and dharma treasures. Depending on the depth of the relationship, the things received were also different. This was Ling Xiao's way of doing things. Naturally, he would treat those who were good to him well. After ending the trip to the 8 Immortals County, Ling Xiao bade farewell to Lin Ruoxian. "Will you come back?" Lin Ruoxian's eyes were full of tears. "Yes, I definitely will." Ling Xiao smiled and left with Yu Fanghua. The next stop was the former Chen Nation, which was now Ling Nation. The current ruler of Ling Nation was still Chen Kangmang. the former 7th prince of Chen Nation. However, his relationship with Ling Xiao was very good, and they overthrew the decadent regime of Chen Nation together. In addition, his former mentor and helpful friend were also assisting Chen Kangmang. He did not want to attract too much attention. Ling Xiao did the same as in the 8 Immortals County, only meeting people he was familiar with. Both of them received benefits. Then, he left quietly. Brother Ling, I'm afraid I will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. But I will work hard. After Ling Xiao left, Chen Kangmang announced his abdication, passing the throne to the most trustworthy person. Then, he stepped on the road to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, he could not have such a breakthrough in a short time if he cultivated alone. Now, not only did he change his body, but his cultivation also increased greatly, and he already had the ability to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Although Ling Nation was still called a nation, it was actually just an organization under the jurisdiction of the Empire of Tyrants. There was nothing to be sentimental about. As expected, martial artists had to accept challenges. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the former land of the 9 Supremes. It was also the former core of the Western region. Ling Xiao had opened the road to the immemorial divine tomb from here, and then arrived at the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In these years, many people from the Western region had already gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds through this road. Among them were Hai Myung-keo, Bai Fang, Yang Yu, Xiong Man, Ba Dao, Chong Qingqing, and others who were very close to Ling Xiao. Of course, there were also people who did not choose to leave. For example, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Gold Phoenix Chichi, Jian Luoying, and others. Gold Phoenix Chichi was the first friend Ling Xiao made in the land of the 9 Supremes, and she was also an interesting little sister. Even though this little sister had already grown into a young lady, she was still as lively and cute as before. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was Gold Phoenix Chichi's father. He had once helped him unify the Western region. Ling Xiao held a banquet in the imperial court of the 9 Supremes, drinking with his former comrades who had fought with him in the past. It was also a banquet. After that, all the participants received great benefits. Ling Xiao was almost worshipped as a god. The one who improved the most was Gold Phoenix Chichi. This little girl's talent was originally high, and now she was qualified to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The little girl said that she wanted to walk the path that Ling Xiao had walked once again. Jian Luoying was Ling Xiao's senior sister, the daughter of Sword 18, and their relationship was also very good. She had once loved Ling Xiao. However, after such a long time, Jian Luoying's love for Ling Xiao had now turned into worship. Junior brother, in terms of tenacity, I will not lose to you. I hope that we will meet again one day. Her talent was not inferior to Gold Phoenix Chichi's, and she was more hardworking. With Ling Xiao's help, she would soon be able to make a name for herself in the Empire of Tyrants. It was a pity that she would not be able to make it to the martial arts conference this time. She could only wait for the next time. Chapter 50-43. The Meng village was also the first outpost for the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They had contributed greatly to the Empire of Tyrant Heaven's rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Something seems to have happened. While he was still in the air, Ling Xiao saw that the Meng village was in a mess. They were being attacked by thousands of men in black. To the Meng village, these men in black were all extremely powerful. It was because their cultivation base had reached the terrifying core-shattering realm. Even if the Meng village's strength had increased, the strongest person in the village was only the village master, who was also a core-shattering realm expert. There was no way to fight them. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation Ling Xiao had set up, the Meng village would have been breached long ago. Who are you people? Why are you attacking the Meng village? Don't you know our relationship with the Heavenly Emperor? The Meng village master, Meng Feiyan, shouted. Meng Feiyan's father had retired to the front line, and Meng Feiyan, whose strength had reached the core-shattering realm, had taken over the village. This girl had made an agreement with Ling Xiao, saying that they would meet at the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's speed of improvement was too fast. When Meng Feiyan could go to the Purple Spirit Kingdom, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the City of Gold. This forced Meng Feiyan to accept reality and accept the position of village master. This way, she could help Ling Xiao. The people in the village were not only from the Meng village, there were also many genius martial artists from the 9 Supremes nations in the West region. After they had adapted here for a while, they would embark on the journey to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. They did not expect to be besieged. Ha ha ha, if you had no relationship with Ling Xiao, we wouldn't have targeted you. The leader laughed wildly and said, "Do you know who we are? We are the famous Lotus cult. We worship the lotus flower and oppose Ling Xiao. And I am one of the 13 top experts of the Lotus cult, the White Lotus Demon King. Although we are still no match for Ling Xiao, we will soon turn the empire of Tyrant Heaven upside down. I advise you to surrender and join the Lotus cult. This is your only way out. Or else, you won't live to see the sun tomorrow." A bunch of rats dare to claim that they can fight against His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor? Wait until you have the ability to open the formation set up by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. If you can't even do this, then stop bragging. Aren't you ashamed? Meng Feiyan really didn't expect that there would be a lunatic who worshipped the lotus flower in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Fortunately, he had this array formation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be so cowardly. Meng Feiyan sighed. If the other party continued to attack like this, the array formation would not be able to hold on for long. Tyrannical heaven will be destroyed, Lotus rebirth. Those men in black from Lotus cult were shouting and yelling as they attacked the Meng village fiercely. It was as if he had gone mad. At this moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Meng Feiyan stared blankly at that person. A comrade who had once fought together, Ling Xiao. She was all too familiar with it. Ever since they parted ways in Meng village, the 2 of them had never met again. However, Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on her. It was impossible for her to forget. "Who are you? How dare you obstruct our Lotus cult? Are you tired of living?" The White Lotus Demon King roared at Ling Xiao. "What if I insist on obstructing you?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Kill him, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs." As Ling Xiao had concealed his aura, the pitiful White Lotus Demon King did not realize how terrifying the person in front of him was. He actually ordered his subordinates to attack. In an instant, thousands of people pounced at Ling Xiao. Moreover, they were all core fragmentation realm experts. Meng Feiyan was anxious and shouted loudly, "Be careful, Your Majesty." She was so concerned that she had completely forgotten how strong Ling Xiao was. However, before she could finish her words, those thousands of martial artists evaporated on the spot. Ling Xiao did not do anything. Thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists were completely annihilated. Not even a corpse was left. Only the White Lotus Demon King was left. He was trembling with fear. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. Please spare my life. We were just playing around." The arrogant and crazy White Lotus Demon King was now like a pitiful little bug in front of Ling Xiao. He did not even have the courage to resist. Playing around? If the Meng village did not have the protection of the formation, I'm afraid blood would have flowed like a river. "You're telling me that you're playing around? Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Lotus cult? Who is the cult leader?" Ling Xiao planned to solve this problem before he left. While asking, Ling Xiao had already opened his heavenly demon eye. The White Lotus Demon King did not have a chance to resist at all. He told Ling Xiao everything. There were quite a lot of lunatics in this world. Listening to the White Lotus Demon King, the number of people in the Lotus cult had exceeded hundreds of millions. They worshipped the lotus flower. They believed that humans had done all kinds of evil and that they had to be wiped out. Other than the White Lotus Demon King who led people to attack the Meng village and cut off the connection between the Western region and the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The rest of the people from the Lotus cult had already gone to the City of Gold, ready to cause a ruckus at the martial arts conference. "Your Majesty, aren't you going back quickly?" Ling Xiao killed the White Lotus Demon King but did not leave. Instead, he entered the village. This puzzled Meng Feiyan and she asked anxiously. The Empire of Tyrants is not just an expert. A trash organization like the Lotus Cult wants to stir up trouble. It's a pity that they are not qualified. Just as Ling Xiao said this, nearly hundreds of millions of disciples of the Lotus Cult in the City of Gold had been captured. It was a laughable rebellion. Soon, they were suppressed by Haim Myung-ko. In terms of cultivation talent, Haim Myung-ko might not be as good as Ling Xiao. However, in terms of controlling the situation, she was stronger than Ling Xiao. With the help of the 9 giant dragons, it was too easy. After staying in the Meng village for a while, Ling Xiao helped Meng Feiyan improve her strength. Then, he left again. This time, he returned to the City of Gold directly, because when the rebellion ended, the martial arts conference had reached the finals. It was time for Ling Xiao to fulfill his promise. When he arrived at the City of Gold, the finals were in progress. There were 3 groups in the finals, 3 different age groups. Ling Xiao actually knew some of the people who participated in the finals. The final result of the finals was something that Ling Xiao did not expect. The 3 people were all old acquaintances. The champion of the over 100 years old category was the leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. It could not be helped. Because of the generous rewards, even these people were shameless enough to participate. The champion of the 50 to 100 years old category was Zi Qianye, the former monarch of the small purple spirit kingdom. Ling Xiao even called her sister. The champion of the 50 and under category was Yang Shuyi. This girl was once engaged to Ling Xiao. In addition to the 3 champions, there were also many familiar faces of Ling Xiao in the top 100 of each category. Among them were the immortal bird Bai Fang, Yang Yu, and other people who came from the West region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They also proved that the talents of the West region warriors were not inferior to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Chapter 5044. After the award ceremony, Ling Xiao hosted a banquet in the City of Gold to entertain all of his former friends. He also chatted with the Bai Fang and the others in private, reliving his life and death experiences. Finally, he told everyone that he was preparing to head to Eternal Divine Nation. Nearly half of the month had passed. Ling Xiao did what he had to do. In the next half a month, he wanted to take back Heaven's Wall City. After the banquet, Ling Xiao headed for the chaotic Sand Sea. He was accompanied by a few people that Su Mengzhen had designated as seeds. If they could take control of Heaven's Wall City, they would be able to head to Eternal Divine Nation on their own. Ling Xiao had never trusted strangers, and it was even more impossible for him to entrust his future to strangers. He joined forces with Qin Huang in the chaotic Sand Sea, then led the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City back. It was 4 days later when they arrived near Heaven's Wall City. From afar, a terrifying dark cloud gathered in the sky above the city. Great power brewed within it, as if it were the power of the gods. It was full of majesty and arrogance. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao. It transformed into a spear of lightning. Its power was likely on par with Skydarkly's. The lightning spear shot out from the thundercloud, accompanied by a voice. It resounded between heaven and earth. Audacious mortals, how dare you try to encroach on the territory of the gods? Scram back to your desolate land, only then will you be able to preserve your lowly lives. Otherwise, the gods' army will arrive soon and wipe you all out. The cultivators of Heaven's Wall City trembled at the terrifying sight and terrifying voice. They didn't even dare raise their heads. They knelt on the ground, terrified beyond belief. They'd lived in Heaven's Wall City for a long time and had feared Eternal Divine Nation for a long time. It was a fear they couldn't resist. The only thing they could do was kneel when they felt the terrifying power. Ling Xiao snorted and punched out with the ox demon fist. The lightning bolt was only able to block it for a moment before shattering. Most frightening of all, the Void God sword in Ling Xiao's right hand shot out 9 beams of sword light. It flew towards the sky and actually tore apart the thunderclouds above Heaven's Wall City. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Whoosh! The thunderclouds were torn apart and suddenly exploded. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and flames. All of them landed on the army of Heaven's Wall City. It was as if he wanted to wipe out the entire army. It seemed that these deities really had bad tempers. They wanted to kill people at every turn. They didn't care about the lives of the people in the 4 regions, 9 worlds, and Heaven's Wall City at all. In your dreams, Ling Xiao rose into the sky. He released the invincible ape god formation. Then, he unleashed the universe of Tyrant. Batian, smelt. Most of the lightning and meteors fell into the Tyrant universe. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth. He continued to refine and condense these energies. Only a small part of the attack managed to escape universe of Tyrant, but it was destroyed by Xiao Jin and the others. Within the universe of Tyrant, 2 utmost treasures with 11 dragon patterns were formed. In other words, it was a high-quality Emperor artifact. One was the lightning spear. The other was the flaming meteor. This lightning spear is of the lightning attribute. It'll be even more effective when paired with Cold Plum's Ancient of War. Here. Ling Xiao gave the lightning spear to Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't refuse. She knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't change his mind once he'd made up his mind. Rather than refuse, it was better to accept Ling Xiao's kindness. The flaming meteor suits Xiao Jin best. Here. Although Ling Xiao also wanted a premium-grade monarch armament, this thing needed a suitable person to use in order to bring out its true effect. Moreover, he had the Void God sword and crimson blood. At the very least, he didn't need other offensive treasures for now. Thank you, boss. What do we do next? It looks like Eternal Divine Nation won't give up Heaven's Wall City. Even if we take it now, the army will arrive immediately. This is Eternal Divine Nation's army. Can we really stop them? It wasn't that Xiao Jin wasn't confident, but that Eternal Divine Nation was too mysterious. How could the gap between a god and a human be small? Let's go to Heaven's Wall City and make preparations first. It looks like Eternal Divine Nation didn't leave any guards in the city. They only set up a powerful formation. I broke it just now, so there shouldn't be any danger. Ling Xiao scanned Heaven's Wall City with his Taiji eye, then led the army inside. Qin Hu, Qin Huang, and the others were more familiar with the city. Ling Xiao ordered them to patrol the city and deal with any danger they found. If they couldn't, they were to report back. He and the Yuan Venerate began to set up the formation. The formation just now was quite powerful, but unfortunately, it wasn't set up well enough. Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate worked together to modify and reinforce it. This way, Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be taken so easily. About an hour later, everything was back in place. Although the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City were still very worried, they regained some confidence after seeing Ling Xiao's performance. Qin Hu and Qin Huang went to find Ling Xiao. Your Majesty, we need to tell you some things about Eternal Divine Nation. Ling Xiao knew almost nothing about Eternal Divine Nation. This information was obviously more important. According to Qin Hu, the cultivators who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were indeed from Eternal Divine Nation, but they weren't true experts. Eternal Divine Nation wasn't a monolithic entity. The 12 sacred cities often attacked each other. They also had to deal with attacks from powerful races. The ancient races, for example. As a result, a large number of experts were deployed to deal with all kinds of trouble. Those who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were actually the weakest cultivators in Eternal Divine Nation. They couldn't even be considered cultivators, because they were a mob. The mob was made up of slaves, criminals, vagrants, and those who couldn't make a living. These people had the lowest status in Eternal Divine Nation, but they were the most numerous. They were cannon fodder in a war, perfect for suppressing Heaven's Wall City. Although they were a mob, Eternal Divine Nation cultivators were still Eternal Divine Nation cultivators. Even the weakest cultivator was at first-level Divine Body Realm. How many people are there in this mob? Ling Xiao's expression was grim. I don't know the exact number, but about 1 million came to attack Heaven's Wall City. They probably look down on us, Qin Hu added. By the way, Eternal Divine Nation's territory is as large as 100 of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Can you imagine how many people there are? How many people are there in this mob? No matter where you go, Those with low status will always be at the bottom of the heap. 100 of the 4 regions and 9 world. Ling Xiao almost choked to death. Qin, whose words might not be true, but eternal divine nation was certainly large enough to be a problem. It was definitely much larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Chapter 50-45. It looked like it would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, eternal divine nation didn't think much of Heaven's Wall City. They'd only sent a mob. Otherwise, they'd be in real trouble. Ling Xiao was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the distant sky. A dangerous aura was approaching. Winds and clouds were stirring in the distance. Countless enormous vortexes appeared in that direction. The aura of cultivators emanated from the vortexes. Oh no, eternal divine nation's attack is here. Everyone, get ready for battle. There's no way out now. Since we're back here, the so-called gods of eternal divine nation won't let us leave alive. Either we win this time, or we die in battle. There's no need to worry. It's just a mob. Eternal divine nation's major factions haven't noticed our ant nest yet. Ling Xiao declared loudly, remember, I didn't bring you here to die. I brought you here to reclaim the glory that belongs to us. Boom. Boom. One after another, eternal divine nation's motley crew walked out of the enormous vortexes. Although they were a mob, they were called trash and trash in eternal divine nation. However, when this motley crew faced the powerhouses of the Heaven's Wall City, they showed disdain. They'd been humiliated in eternal divine nation. They didn't dare resist. They could only vent their frustrations on those weaker than them. They were trash, cannon fodder, and useless trash. But they were still cultivators of eternal divine nation. Even in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were at the top. Ling Xiao's expression turned extremely grave. This battle might be even more dangerous than the undead calamity. Fortunately, eternal divine nation wasn't interested in playing tricks with the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, they only needed to win. What an arrogant mortal. Lowly existences. How dare you take back Heaven's Wall City? It seems there's no need for trash like you to exist. Listen up, eternal divine nation's motley crew. This is the time to change your fate. If you make military contributions, you might be able to change your life. Kill. Leave no one alive. Destroy Heaven's Wall City. The voice came from an unknown place. It was loud and clear, and the meaning was clear. Last time, he had only chased away the martialists from Heaven's Wall City. This time, he had issued a purge order. This motley crew was already crazy. Now that they had a reasonable motive, all of them were shouting excitedly like ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao opened his Taikai eye and looked into the distance. He really wanted to know how many people had come this time. What was his overall strength like? What he saw made his heart clench. The motley crew was 3 times more numerous than before. Previously, it was only 1 million, but now, it was 3 million. The weakest among them was an early-stage First Heaven Divine Physique Echelon martial artist, while the strongest had reached the peak of the 6th Heaven Divine Physique Echelon. He didn't see anyone at the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. But there were simply too many of them. One had to know that the Heaven's Wall City only had less than 1 million people. 3 million Divine Physique Echelon experts, what kind of concept was that? Ling Xiao couldn't imagine what kind of place eternal divine nation was. How could it be so terrifying? We have to win. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose. If he did, he would lose his life. Beast soul of the abyss marrow destroying hound, open the gates of hell. Ling Xiao rarely used this move. The helpers summoned by the gates of hell were random, and he couldn't control them reliably. It was only useful when he was at a great disadvantage. And now was the time. The creatures summoned by the gates of hell were used as cannon fodder. They were still too weak compared to eternal divine nation's experts. However, they could serve as powerful cannon fodder for Heaven's Wall City's experts. They had their uses as well. The motley crew had already begun their attack. Ling Xiao opened the gates of hell. Large numbers of undead and demonic creatures walked out and flew out, charging outside the city. They collided with the motley crew. They were the weakest of the lot. Almost in an instant, many of them were killed. However, it did stop the motley crew's destructive attack on Heaven's Wall City. At the same time, the city's formations came to life. Lightning and fire meteors rained down on the enemy. The cannon fodder was obviously more useful now. I'll throw caution to the wind this time. Sun Divine Blood Formation. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. Divine Dragon Frost Formation. Ocean Divine Yellow Formation. Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire Formation. Ling Xiao activated 5 formations in one go, and his divine essence consumption increased 5-fold. There was no other way. He had to do this. The enemy was too strong, and he had to be more useful. Gowl Summoning. This move could be used once a day. Each time, he could summon 6 Gowls, and no more than 18. However, if the Gowl was killed, he could immediately summon it again until the summoner's divine essence ran out. It was also a summon, but the Gowl's combat strength was peak 7th level divine body realm. When they charged out, the destruction they caused was too great. The motley crew also began to suffer casualties. Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City all began to fight. However, Ling Xiao had them stand inside the city, protected by the formations and the cannon fodder army. It would be safer to destroy the enemy. After all, there were too many enemies. Although they hadn't discovered a top-level existence yet. Who could guarantee that this existence wasn't hiding in the dark to prepare a sneak attack? Since they had the advantage of defense, Ling Xiao wouldn't let it go. How is this a motley crew? They're simply a bunch of lunatics. Yeah, this is too scary. They're completely unafraid of death. When the people in the battle saw the motley crew's reaction, they were all rather shocked. That's normal. This battle is their only chance to change their lives. If they don't change their lives, living might be worse than death. That's why they're so desperate and so crazy. Ling Xiao sighed emotionally. The motley crew over there roared as they charged. Soon, a Gowl was already killed. Although the Gowl was powerful, it couldn't defeat the densely packed locusts. Luckily, these guys aren't valued, and the weapons in their hands are inferior to ours. Otherwise, we'll lose this battle for sure. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. His previous judgment was right. He made the right bet. Although it was very dangerous, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to win. The cannon fodder army collided with the Divine Nation army and began a fierce battle. 2 magnificent torrents set off monstrous waves. This was a true epic battle, even surpassing the battle in the Heaven Holy Land. A series of explosions were heard. Terrifying vibrations came one after another. The corpses of the cannon fodder fell like raindrops. Most of them didn't even have the chance to attack before they were shattered by the powerful airflow. The difference in strength was too great. There was nothing they could do. This was the reason why Ling Xiao didn't use Hell's Gate before. Only when defending the city would it be effective. With them as cannon fodder, the attacks from behind could kill the motley crew. Chapter 50-46. Cannon fodder was cannon fodder in the end. They couldn't hold off the enemy for long. Soon, a hole was torn in the cannon fodder line. A large number of soldiers rushed to the front of Heaven's Wall City. Kill him. Kill that bastard. Naturally, there were also experts among the motley crew. There were also people with keen eyesight. They discovered Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao was the one who changed the battle. The cannon fodder army, the Gowls, the formations, and the diagrams. All of them were Ling Xiao's handiwork. Therefore, killing Ling Xiao became the key. In an instant, a large number of soldiers pounced on Ling Xiao and broke through the city walls. They completely ignored the attacks inside the city. Wave after wave of attacks. Ling Xiao felt that if Heaven's Wall City's defensive formation was attacked like this, it would be broken in a very short time. Therefore, a fierce light shone from his eyes as he stepped out of Heaven's Wall City. He transformed into an enormous deathless bird of hell. Raging fire burned the sky. A large number of mobs were burned in the hellfire, screaming in agony. More than 10,000 people died in the blink of an eye. These people were all Divine Nation's divine body realm experts. After burning them to death, Ling Xiao's universe of tyrants absorbed their energy to maintain the formation's effects. Although these mobs were on par with the divine body realm experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they seemed to have the power of a different law in their bodies. After merging with Ling Xiao's body, soul, and divine origin were constantly changing and strengthening. This made him realize that although this battle was a crisis, it was also an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. This was his first time fighting a cultivator who truly possessed the power of eternal divine nation's laws. Even Lotus Flower didn't count. After all, the Lotus Flower had been sealed in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time. The power of eternal divine nation's laws had long been erased. Ling Xiao believed that after this battle, even if his cultivation didn't improve, there would be great changes in all aspects. At the very least, after entering eternal divine nation, he would be more adaptable than anyone else. The huge hell undying bird released hellfire every time. Every time Mier waved his sharp claws, a large number of warriors of the army of gods would die tragically. However, these guys didn't seem to be afraid of death as they continued to charge over. Seeing Ling Xiao was like seeing a treasure. "Let's fight together." Xiao Jin roared and took the lead to transform into a giant golden crow and rushed out of the Heaven's Wall City. He fought alongside Ling Xiao. In the Heaven's Wall City, he was unable to display his full combat strength. After all, he could only attack from a distance. What he loved the most was close-range combat. After that, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and even Qin Huang rushed out. The remaining people continued to provide support in Heaven's Wall City. The combat effectiveness of these young people stunned the Deity Legion. They kept killing the divine army that was rushing over, and until now, no one had been injured. Of course, this was due to the protection of the invincible ape deity array. More importantly, they themselves were very powerful. Not only was his cultivation powerful, but his combat experience and combat prowess were also all-around powerful. Damn it, what's wrong with those lowly mortals? Why are they so strong? They're even scarier than Tian Xinglie. We're a deity legion. We can't lose to them. Rumble. Finally, after Ling Xiao and the others killed hundreds of thousands of mobs, someone could no longer sit still. A fierce general climbed out of the vortex. He was 1,000 meters tall and wielded an enormous axe. With a swing of his axe, he could split mountains and rivers in half. Terrifying gales raged in the sky above Heaven's Wall City. This fierce general had reached the 7th level of the divine physique realm. He should be one of the best among the motley crew, an existence that led millions of motley crew. What incredible strength! Though his cultivation isn't as high as Tian Xinglie's, his strength and destructive power are many times stronger than Tian Xinglie's. But at the end of the day, you're still trash from eternal divine nation. If I can't beat you, then I'll be the one to take you down. If you can't beat me, how am I supposed to survive in eternal divine nation? Ling Xiao snorted and turned into a dazzling ray of light. Like a meteor from the heavens. He streaked across the sky in an instant. The tip of the axe was the beak of the phoenix that crimson blood had transformed into. Ah, this is impossible. The ray of light that streaked across the sky not only destroyed the axe, but also pierced through the enemy general's head. The air trembled violently. The sound of an explosion echoed through the universe. One of the 3 great experts of the mobs had been killed by Ling Xiao in an instant. It was unheard of. After killing this ferocious general, Ling Xiao discovered that the beast god bloodline in his body had actually increased in strength. All of his martial souls had risen to the same level as his cultivation. Is it because everyone in eternal divine nation is a believer of the 12 beast gods? Ling Xiao didn't know why, but he could feel his strength skyrocketing. He'd thought that his talent level would decrease after coming to eternal divine nation. This was because the martial artists here were more talented. But in that case, it shouldn't drop by much. Damn it, this monster is too scary. Everyone, listen up. Let's kill him together. Ling Xiao had killed one of the 3 great experts of the mobs. Naturally, it attracted more attention. People gradually realized that Ling Xiao was not only the most important person, but also the most terrifying one. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then they would be in great danger. If Ling Xiao had been alone, he might have been exhausted to death in the face of so many warriors of the divine army. But he had brothers and sisters and helpers. He wasn't the only powerful cultivator here. Add to that the effects of the formations and diagrams, it wouldn't be easy for the divine army to kill Ling Xiao. Let's work together and kill this monster. The remaining two great experts of the mobs finally joined forces. They knew that no matter which one of them faced Ling Xiao alone, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. If they wanted to win, they had to work together. The two of them gathered their strength together. A huge long sword materialized in the air. The long sword wasn't real. It was formed by dense divine origin and the power of laws. The long sword was 1,000 meters long. It was enormous. In an instant, it slashed toward Ling Xiao, piercing through the entire sky. It killed countless cultivators who were cannon fodder. It even killed a zombie at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. It arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Interesting. Let's see if your sword or my body is harder. Ling Xiao snorted and extended his left hand. The hand of eternal life emitted a dazzling light. Buzz. The space-breaking hand instantly blocked the giant sword and collided with the power of the sword edge. Violent energy scattered in all directions. A large number of cannon fodder and cultivators of the divine army were killed. H, you're only SOSO even if you work together. Have a taste of my attack. Reverse God Art, 9-word style. Kill. Ling Xiao pierced the void with the reverse God sword in his right hand. 9 sword rays shone brightly. The two top experts of the mobs were scared out of their wits. He actually used other cultivators as his shields. He barely managed to save his life. Chapter 5047. Ling Xiao realized that he had really become much stronger. After absorbing the power of laws of these guys, if he were to encounter an expert like Tianming Lai again, he probably wouldn't be in such a tough battle like before. Can you escape? The moment you make a move, you're already dead. Trap them. With Ling Xiao's roar. Ling Xiao's 3 avatars appeared behind the 2 fierce generals at the same time. They imprisoned them. Even though this process wouldn't last long, it was still much longer than time stop. After all, Ling Xiao's 3 avatars had absorbed the power of Lotus Flower's 3 avatars. They had reached the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Holy ground, demonic shadow. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao passed through layers of obstacles and arrived in front of the 2 fierce generals. With the Void God sword in his right hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left, he stabbed the 2 generals at the same time. The Void God sword roared, and the energy of one of the generals surged into it, turning him into a shriveled corpse in an instant. The Crimson Blood Demon sword was filled with murderous intent, and the other person exploded. He couldn't be more dead. Ling Xiao had killed the 3 valiant generals at the head of this motley crowd of 3 million. In an instant, they no longer looked as if they were going to die. Many of them even began to flee, afraid that they would be involved in this disaster. Begin the counterattack. Everyone, attack. At this moment, the army of Heaven's Wall City attacked. At the same time, the warriors of Giant Dragon Valley also attacked. The 2 armies merged into one. The army of gods was forced to flee. They left behind millions of dead people to retreat. The vortexes in the sky suddenly disappeared one by one. The warriors of Giant Dragon Valley weren't as tightly organized as Heaven's Wall City. They advocated free cultivation. It wasn't easy to gather together. Previously, when they saw how powerful the army of gods was and how the people of Heaven's Wall City fled without fighting, they naturally wouldn't come out to die. But this time, they saw Ling Xiao leading the army of Heaven's Wall City back. And Ling Xiao actually defeated the 3 leaders of the mob in one fell swoop. They knew that the opportunity to counterattack had arrived, so they came in. No matter what, Ling Xiao was very grateful that the people of the Giant Dragon Valley were willing to help. However, Jin Lin, who had gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds last time, seemed to have disappeared. He asked around and was told that Goldscale had become a seed as well. He'd followed the messenger to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago. Ling Xiao also received another piece of news. The group attacking Skywall City was a group of cultivators who'd been sent to the borders by Eternal Divine Nation. These exiles hoped that one day they could rebel. The purpose of attacking Heaven's Wall City was to replenish a large number of cannon fodder slaves. It didn't have much to do with the orthodox Eternal Divine Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go to Eternal Divine Nation after the battle. No matter what, this battle was won beautifully. Relying on the arrangements made by Ling Xiao in advance, they did not lose a single soldier. It was a complete victory. This battle seemed very short, but in fact, it lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The end of the war brought Ling Xiao's departure to Eternal Divine Nation much closer. Ling Xiao handed over the task of repairing Skywall City to Qin Huang. The cultivators of the giant Dragon Valley returned to the depths of the mountains. They still preferred to live close to nature. Ling Xiao didn't force them to do so. As for the few of them who were treated as seeds, they began to cultivate again. They converted everything they'd gained from the battle into their own strength. 7 days later, everyone emerged from closed-door cultivation. Even his cultivation base had improved slightly. In that moment, Ling Xiao saw a vortex open in the sky again. It was different from the black vortex from before. This time, the vortex was golden. A person walked out, calling himself the Divine Nation's messenger. Ling Xiao hadn't planned on going to Eternal Divine Nation with his own group, but the envoy had been the first to arrive. But after the battle with the Divine Army, he'd learned that the area bordering Skywall City was actually a place of exile from Eternal Divine Nation. It was similar to the western regions of old. He had a grudge against these fellows. If he forced his way through, who knew what trouble he'd run into? He didn't want to take risks when he was unfamiliar with the place. Thus, he chose to wait for the messenger's arrival. "You're not bad. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Hai. I'm your messenger. I didn't believe Master Manjin when he said that you kids were special. But after the fierce battle a few days ago, I've changed my opinion of you. If not for the 1 month we agreed to give you, I would have come early. Oh right, you can call me Big Brother Su Hai. After all, I'm much older than you." Su Hai didn't seem as aloof as Su Mangjin. However, he called her Master Manjin. Her status in Eternal Divine Nation must be much higher than Su Hai's. "You flatter us, messenger. That battle taught us that there's always someone better than us out there. I hope Big Brother Su Hai can give us some pointers." Ling Xiao smiled. "Not really, but if there's anything I can help with, please let me know. If it doesn't go against my principles, I'll help you. I'm sure you already know that there are 12 sacred cities in Eternal Divine Nation. I should remind you that they're only the sacred cities of the human race. The conflict between races in Eternal Divine Nation is much more serious than in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, the sacred dynasty ruled the world and thousands of races stood in great numbers. They were all called humans. Unfortunately, the sacred dynasty has been destroyed. The conflicts that had been suppressed in the past have resurfaced once again. Eternal Divine Nation may not be the paradise you imagine it to be. Think carefully. If you go, you won't be able to come back for a while. Either he would succeed or he would die. There, the weak have no right to live." Su Hai's tone suddenly turned serious. Perhaps he found Ling Xiao and the others pleasing to the eye, so he added a few more words. "Humans. Listen carefully. That's the true human race, not the general term for them. Beasts. They're the same as the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but much stronger. See. Although Eternal Divine Nation is located in the Eternal Desert, the lakes there are comparable to oceans. That's why the sea race is a major presence. Soul. A mysterious race that cultivates secret methods. Their appearance is the closest to humans. There's almost no difference between them. Elemental. This is a special race. They have the fewest members, but their strength is not to be underestimated. Basically, Eternal Divine Nation consists of these 5 races. The 12 sacred cities are the sacred cities of the human race. You don't need to know about the other races for now. Take your time to learn about them. Alright, I've said enough. It's time to go." From Su Hai's words, Ling Xiao could tell that there were more than 5 races in Eternal Divine Nation. However, these 5 races were the largest and most prosperous. The more he knew, the more ignorant Ling Xiao found himself to be. Moving from one place to another was like a big fish swimming from a pond to the ocean. He suddenly realized how insignificant he was. However, he was also very excited. There would definitely be more and more exciting things waiting for him. Chapter 50-48. He stepped into the golden vortex with Su Hai. In the next moment, they were already tens of thousands of kilometers away. Looking in the direction of Heaven's Wall City, all they could see was a desolate land. That was probably where the Eternal Divine Nation had been exiled. It stretched as far as the eye could see from here. If they wanted to truly open a path to Eternal Divine Nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they had to conquer this place. Thankfully, the cultivators there weren't too strong. Perhaps they'd have a chance soon. In any case, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had obtained a portion of Eternal Divine Nation's laws. The cultivators there had both increased their cultivation speed and upper limit. Perhaps the task of opening this path would be left to the geniuses led by Haim Myung Ko. Let's go. We're still in the desert, far away from Eternal Divine Nation. Follow me closely. Su Hai called out to Ling Xiao and took to the air, flying forward. The others followed closely. There were many dangers in the eternal desert. Not only did they have to face powerful monsters along the way, but they also had to fend off terrifying black storms. The black storms were powerful enough to tear apart a divine body realm cultivator. Thankfully, they'd all reached a certain level of strength to avoid being hurt. With Su Hai's help, they were safe. Ling Xiao now understood why Su Hai had come. Without him, they would have died in this boundless desert before reaching Eternal Divine Nation. Even if they didn't die, it would have taken them many years to reach their destination. He no longer had any worries about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He was fully focused on his journey to Eternal Divine Nation. It was going to be a magnificent journey. There was Dark Frost and Dong Huang Yu. There was even Ling Yixue, the girl he'd had a crush on back on the Skydragon continent. Speaking of which, Ling Yixue should be his first love. She'd been by his side for a long time during those difficult times. Though she'd gone missing, the girl still had a place in Ling Xiao's heart. He'd been searching for her all this time. Finally, he'd received word that she was in Eternal Divine Nation. No matter what, he was satisfied to see the girl happy. There were also traces of his grandfather, Hong Qi, here. Was Hong Qi still in Eternal Divine Nation, or had he left for the next continent? He wasn't sure. However, there must be traces of his grandfather's life. There might even be clues about his biological parents. Ji Fuling, Yu Xianyu. These two were brilliant and mysterious figures in the history of the Sacred Dynasty. He really wanted to know what they looked like and what kind of people they were. In addition, he had to fulfill the Massacre Emperor's last wish. Although the other party didn't force him, since he had received benefits from the other party, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Moreover, in his heart, the Massacre Emperor was a true hero. He had exposed the ancient race's conspiracy and resisted their oppression. He'd been mistaken for a traitor, a lunatic, and a psychopath by Eternal Divine Nation. Until now, he had been discredited. Although the Massacre Emperor didn't care, he only cared about what he had done. But Ling Xiao cared. Heroes should not be cursed forever. Heroes should be worshipped in Eternal Divine Nation. Although he knew it would be difficult to accomplish, when had Ling Xiao ever been afraid of difficulties? What was this compared to his grand ambition of unifying the mystic world? Eternal Divine Nation was but a small step on his path to accomplishing his grand ambition. If he couldn't even take this step, then what was the point of talking about his dreams? It would be a joke. The flight was a bit boring. Because of Su Hai's presence, danger didn't befall them for a long time. Ling Xiao asked Su Hai a few questions about Eternal Divine Nation. It was just a simple message. He felt that with Su Hai's personality, he wouldn't refuse. What he didn't expect was that Su Hai was actually a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Ling Xiao only asked one question, and Su Hai went on and on. This was good, though. Ling Xiao didn't have to open his mouth. Su Hai smiled. I've taken in many seedlings, including Dark Frost, Jin Lin, and Donghuang Yu, whom you know. Among them, Donghuang Yu is the most talented young fellow I've ever seen. Even I'm afraid of her cultivation speed. They've asked me the same question. First, I want to tell you that my mission is only to send you to Eternal Divine Nation. I won't force you to join any holy city. Secondly, I'm a human, so I only take in human seedlings. This time, I took in Little Gold and Long Chen because of Master Meng Zhen. However, you must remember that the relationship between the human and beast oases is very bad. It can even be described as an abyss of suffering. The two of them may be attacked in the human oases. Find a way to hide them when you get there. This is an important reminder. Next, I'll give you a brief rundown of Eternal Divine Nation's situation. Although Ling Xiao and the others were very concerned about his reminder, they did not say anything and continued to listen. According to Su Hai, Eternal Divine Nation encompassed thousands of oases. To be precise, the 12 holy cities only existed in human oases. However, most of the cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds didn't know this. They thought that Eternal Divine Nation was human territory and one of the 12 holy cities. That wasn't the case. Like the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Eternal Divine Nation, which was 100 times larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds, had many alternate dimensions. They were also called minor worlds. However, those in Eternal Divine Nation called them universe worlds. There were many of them, but no one knew exactly how many there were. However, there were many more than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Some were simple secret realms, while others were inhabited by living beings. They were connected to the outside world. In this regard, it was no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was easier to understand if Eternal Divine Nation was an enlarged and strengthened version of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Oh, right. Eternal Divine Nation is what the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds call this place. Some cultivators who've been to the 4 regions and 9 worlds call it that. However, it's not actually a nation. To be more precise, it's more appropriate to call it the Eternal Divine Realm. That's what we call it. I hope you can change it a little, or you'll be easily recognized as cultivators from the outside world and bullied. Su Hai emphasized his reminder. Everyone nodded. Ling Xiao discovered that much of the information he'd received from the Emperor of Massacre was outdated. Come to think of it, the Emperor of Massacre had been asleep for tens of thousands of years. That was normal. Su Hai was someone who lived in Eternal Divine Nation, after all. He must know more about the current situation. Ling Xiao trusted his words very much. Along the way, Ling Xiao also observed Su Hai. This person was definitely the kind of person worth making friends with. Chapter 5049. I've highlighted the important points below. The Eternal Divine Realm is made up of countless oases that make up half of its surface area. The rest is desert. If you step into an unfamiliar desert, it'll be very dangerous. The path we're taking now is a safe passage that many people have explored. It's the least dangerous. Of all the oases, there are 6 that cover the largest areas. Aside from the 5 races, there's also the most mysterious oasis, which is occupied by the monsters. In addition to the oasis occupied by the demonic beasts, the other 5 clans also had countless oases of various sizes under their control. They're also known as the 5 Great Kingdoms. They're the Eternal Divine Nation of the humans, the Beast Dynasty of the beasts, the Soul Nation of the spiritlings, the Elemental Divine Realm of the elemental race, and the Sea Divine Realm of the oceanic race. Including the Monster Oasis, which is known as the Forbidden Land of the 5 races, there are 6 factions in the Eternal Divine Realm. It's worth mentioning that the Eternal Divine Realm is called the Eternal Divine Nation because it's ruled by the humans. That's because it's closest to the 4 realms and 9 worlds. The other 5 factions are further away. Even I haven't been there before. So if you want to go, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Su Hai was a very kind person. Ling Xiao and the others were lucky to have received such a gentle elder brother's advice. Otherwise, they'd be dumbfounded to arrive at the Eternal Divine Realm without knowing anything. I don't know about the other factions, so I can't tell you. But I can give you a brief overview of the divine nation. The 12 sacred cities are the heritage cities of the 12 beast gods. They're also the 12 strongest factions in the human divine nation. But you're not qualified to enter the sacred cities. Not even I am. The 12 sacred cities are the core of the divine nation. Only the elites are qualified to enter. Elites are those who have reached the 7th level of the divine spirit realm. You're only at the divine body realm. Even if you enter the sacred cities, you won't be able to withstand the terrifying soul pressure. Only those who cultivate their souls to the 7th level of the divine spirit realm will be able to enter. Then we'll have to wander around outside. Ling Xiao paused. That's not true. Aside from the 12 sacred cities at the core, there are 10 other sacred cities. There are also 108 martial kingdoms. The existence of the martial kingdom was to assist the 12 holy cities and nurture talents. You should know that among the gods of the Black Tortoise continent, there are other gods besides the beast god. Together, they created the Age of Gods in the Black Tortoise continent. After these deities died, their martial souls were transformed into martial souls that were as powerful as the beast god martial soul. Of course, the 12 primitive beast gods were superior to all deity martial spirits. To be exact, the martial kingdom was a martial spirit kingdom. There were a total of 108 martial kingdoms, and each martial kingdom had a different deity martial soul. A pure-blooded god martial spirit warrior was extremely powerful. These 108 countries were also constantly competing with each other and fighting against each other. All of you have different situations, so choosing which martial kingdom to join is very important. Ling Xiao, you are the strongest and the leader of these people. You have the beast god martial spirit, so the most suitable place for you is a martial country with the beast god inheritance. However, there were many such martial kingdoms. After all, there were not only 1 or 2 types of beast god martial spirits. You still have to choose carefully. The place I'm taking you to now is the Golden Martial Nation, which is closest to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's because it has the Golden God inheritance. The Golden Skies of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is a branch of this martial kingdom. That's why it's the oldest martial kingdom in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After hearing Su Hai's explanation, Ling Xiao had a clearer idea of where to go. It seemed that it would be impossible to go directly to the holy city of Massacre. Just like when he'd first set foot in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he was now a minuscule existence in the eternal divine realm. He had to start from the basics. Let's start with the Golden Martial Nation. Alright, that's the gist of it. I have one last thing to add. From the 4 regions and 9 worlds to the eternal divine realm, you must change your perception. Perhaps you've already noticed that the closer you get to the eternal divine realm, the stronger the laws become. Our flying speed and altitude are both severely affected. Ling Xiao, let's take you as an example. With your strength, you can easily destroy a city or a mountain in the 9 realms of the 4 regions. But in the eternal divine realm, you might not even be able to break a tree. I won't explain further. Since you've experienced similar situations, you should understand this. The weaker the laws, the easier it is for the eternal divine realm to collapse. The Sky Dragon continent is an abandoned place. If the laws there remain weak, it might cease to exist within 100 years. Our Maelstrom continent's laws are much stronger. Even so, it might cease to exist in a few thousand years. The Black Tortoise continent's cultivators have always strived to break through their limits in order to break through the barriers of the laws, so that the Black Tortoise continent can exist for a while longer. Su Hai's mood sank as he spoke. On the other hand, Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice that he'd changed the laws of the Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent so that they were closer to the Black Tortoise continent. He hadn't thought that he'd unintentionally saved the lives of these continents. We're here. Su Hai suddenly stopped talking about the eternal divine realm, his expression turning solemn. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt his body become incomparably heavy. It was almost as if he was falling. His speed slowed to a crawl. It seemed that Su Hai's words were true. He'd set foot on the eternal divine realm's territory. It was a new world, and its powerful laws suppressed him, making it hard for him to breathe. Everyone landed on the ground. They were in a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. It looked no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but every blade of grass and every grain of soil contained a different power of law. As long as one was a martial artist, they could clearly feel it. Every seed has to go through trials and tribulations in order to grow. This is how we treat seeds. Although I'd like to take you directly to where I live, there's nothing I can do about it. Take this. You can contact me at any time, but it can only be used 3 times. When the time comes, I'll appear to resolve your problems. Before Su Hai left, he gave Ling Xiao a whistle. According to him, he'd appear as soon as Su Hai blew the whistle, but it could only be used 3 times. Ling Xiao held the whistle in his hand and bowed deeply to Su Hai. Big brother Su Hai. Big brother Su Hai, thank you very much. When I become successful in the future, I won't forget your kindness. There's no point in saying all this. As long as you become successful, it'll be the greatest repayment to me. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Walk forward from here, and you'll reach a city that belongs to the Golden Martial Kingdom. You're on your own now. Su Hai glanced at Ling Xiao, then tore through the air and disappeared into the distance. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 50-50. After Su Hai left, Ling Xiao and the others finally had the chance to carefully examine their surroundings. Perhaps it was because they were on a flat plain, but their field of vision was extremely wide. In the distance, there were mountains and beautiful blue waves. The landscape was picturesque. It was truly breathtaking. I can't use cosmic and void-shattering powers for now. The time and space laws here are too strong. It looks like I'll have to continue increasing my cultivation to regain those powers. Ling Xiao tried to condense cosmic and void-shattering powers. Naturally, he failed. This made him even more certain that the laws of the eternal divine realm were much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Every blade of grass, every tree, every snake, insect, rat, and ant here was much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Although they weren't that tall, any random blade of grass was equivalent to a 7-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Suddenly, he realized something. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword's dragon patterns were much clearer and larger than those of the treasures of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. He didn't know why before. But now he knew. A 10-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds was only a single dragon pattern in the eternal divine realm. Thus, those patterns were called divine dragon patterns in the eternal divine realm. A single divine dragon pattern was equivalent to 10 divine dragon patterns. The blades of grass were as strong as a 7-patterned imperial weapon, but not as strong as a single divine dragon pattern. As for the cultivators of the land of exile, they weren't qualified to possess an imperial weapon with divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao checked the treasures on his body. The Hand of Immortality, the Void God Sword, and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. These were the only treasures he had. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword had 3 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao couldn't wield it at all. The Void God Sword and the Hand of Immortality were both divine dragon patterns. Although Ling Xiao couldn't unleash their full power with his current cultivation, he could at least use them. Little Gold's Flaming Meteor and Cold Plum's Lightning Spear had both become divine dragon patterns. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the plains. The wind was not very strong. It was only comparable to a breeze in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was only strong enough to blow up the leaves and grass. But it was this breeze that cut through the skin of Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua. Although it was only a small wound, it was still too terrifying to be able to cut through the skin of a martial artist at the peak of the divine physique echelon. The strength of this breeze had probably already surpassed the attacks of many 7th-level divine physique echelon martial artists. What a terrifying world. If a mere breeze were to blow into the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it would be able to easily kill a 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. They're not on the same level at all. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Not only did the laws affect nature, they also affected living beings. The bodies of eternal divine realm cultivators were far stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. A cultivator from the eternal divine realm could easily kill a cultivator from the 4 realms and 9 worlds, even if they were at the same level of cultivation. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. He had already absorbed a large amount of the power of laws from the eternal divine realm cultivators and gradually adapted to this world. Little Gold was also special. After absorbing the attacks of the eternal divine realm cultivators, he had also adapted to this environment. Long Chen was a true dragon. A dragon's adaptability was extremely strong, so it was not a problem. Yu Fenghua's injury earlier had already triggered the automatic protection of the Moon Lady in her body. The Moon Lady was a big shot in the mystic world from 100,000 years ago. Adaptability was also not a problem. Cold Plum's reaction was also extremely fast. She released the ancient war tree and forcibly extracted the power of laws of nature. About half an hour later, she also adapted to it. The fact that they had been able to follow Ling Xiao until now meant that they were all special. This was definitely not a coincidence. Xiao, what do we do next? Do we listen to Su Hai and go to the Golden Martial Nation? Yu Fanghua looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right, boss. If we stick together, we'll quickly make a name for ourselves. Little Gold smiled. Let's listen to Su Hai first and find the nearest city to familiarize ourselves with this world. We used to be like this in the past, didn't we? Little Gold, Long Chen, I'll have to trouble you two to hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring first. Su Hai said that the human divine nations here are not very friendly to beasts like you. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll have to trouble you too. Ling Xiao's Dongsheng Emperor Ring was now a little outdated and could not keep up with his increase in strength. It could not keep up with the changes in the environment. But it could still be used. Ling Xiao planned to make a new storage ring for each of them. At the very least, it had to be suitable for use in the eternal divine territory. How boring. Little Gold pursed his lips and said, Boss, we have to think of a way. Maybe there's a treasure that can block the demonic aura. This guy definitely liked to play outside, but he still listened to Ling Xiao. He did not want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. The beasts were also known as the Yarrow. Yarrow referred to the beasts in human form, and beast referred to the beasts in human form. Therefore, the aura of the beasts was also known as demonic aura. When we reach the city ahead, I'll look for it for you. I can't let you stay in there forever. Ling Xiao nodded. He did not know where the Beast Dynasty was. He could not let Little Gold go there in a short time. A treasure that could block the demonic aura might be a good choice. He did not know if there was a heavenly dragon trading company in the eternal divine territory. As a super VIP, it should not be a problem to get a few treasures. The heavenly dragon trading company's business was all over the mystic world. It should be in the eternal divine territory. Speaking of which, he had a deep impression of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's owner, Yun Ya. This woman had always been mysterious. It seemed that she would appear when he was not in a place. Ling Xiao could not figure out her true cultivation at all. But every time he saw Yun Ya, it seemed that Yun Ya's cultivation would become stronger. Ling Xiao even suspected that Yun Ya's strength might be very strong. However, due to the laws, she couldn't display her true strength under a certain law. If her strength exceeded the laws, it would cause the collapse of space-time. After Little Gold and Long Chen entered the Dongsheng Emperor Ring, Ling Xiao set off with Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. Walking on the grassland, they breathed in the rich spiritual qi. It really made people feel relaxed and happy. The two girls held hands and chatted. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. This was their first time here. They did not know if there was any danger. It was right to be careful. The nearest city was only a mile away. If this was the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao would arrive in an instant. But now, his Tai Chi eye could only see about 100 meters away from him if he was looking at an object. If there were no objects, he should be able to see a mile away. Even if he flew at full speed, it would take a few minutes. The key was that it consumed a lot of stamina and divine essence. Ling Xiao chose to walk. Firstly, it was to save stamina and divine essence to deal with unexpected situations. Secondly, It was to avoid overlooking dangerous things. There's a situation. Everyone, be careful. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 50-51. Ling Xiao's Taiji eye saw rustling sounds coming from the bushes about 100 meters away, as if something was about to rush out. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum had already entered battle mode. They looked in that direction cautiously. The commotion in the bushes was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Snow wolf. No, this isn't the aura of a snow wolf. Although it looks very similar to a wolf, I understand. Disciple, catch it quickly. You won't regret this. The Yuan Venerate had woken up when he entered the eternal divine realm. He was also very curious about this place that was rich in spirit qi. Although he had passed by this place before, he had only been fleeing for his life and had not stayed for long. He had not had time to appreciate the scenery here. Understood. Since the Yuan Venerate had said so, Ling Xiao naturally had to listen. If it was just a wolf, Ling Xiao had not intended to catch it. However, if it was a Yuan Venerate, there should be a special reason. He shot through the air in an attempt to catch the white wolf. However, he had not expected the white wolf to be so fast. Although it was not as fast as Tian Xinlai, it was close. Fortunately, the white wolf did not seem to have any intention of fighting. Or rather, it was not very strong. Interesting. It actually wants to escape from my hands. Is that possible? Hand of eternal life. Ling Xiao's left hand suddenly extended and grabbed the white wolf's body. Although the white wolf was still struggling, it was no longer of much use. Ling Xiao's judgment was right. The white wolf's combat strength was extremely weak. It was just that it was very fast. Xiao, it is such a cute animal. It did not attack us. Why did you pounce on it? Yu Fanghua looked at the struggling appearance of the white wolf, and her sympathy suddenly overflowed. Ling Xiao could only laugh awkwardly. He had not wanted to catch it. It was the Yuan Venerate who had asked him to. He was about to ask the Yuan Venerate. Suddenly, his face turned serious and he put the white wolf into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Ling Xiao looked in the same direction. A figure appeared there. A martialist from the eternal divine realm. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. The other party wasn't very strong. He was only at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. The motley crew in the land of exile was not a real motley crew. They were just exiled trash. There were weaklings in the eternal divine realm as well, but most of them didn't have the power to control their own fates. The person in front of him was wearing black armor. On the armor, there was an image of 2 blood-stained axes. There should be a special reason. Hand over the Chenkuan beast, it's mine. The person looked coldly at Ling Xiao and the other two and said in a commanding tone. Ling Xiao frowned. He hadn't expected to face such a choice as soon as he arrived in the eternal divine domain. I don't know what a Chenkuan beast is. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Stop playing dumb. That Chenkuan beast looks like a snow wolf. The only difference is that it can transform into a Chenkuan space for people to use. I've been chasing after it for a whole year. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Hand it over, and I can spare your lives. That person said again. His attitude was quite rude and unreasonable. Ling Xiao thought of that thing just now. He couldn't help but ask the Yuan Venerate in surprise. The Yuan Venerate gave him an affirmative answer. That's a Chenkuan beast. It's more outstanding than a storage ring or a Chenkuan bag. Once a Chenkuan beast recognizes a master, it can automatically collect what the master needs. It can open a Chenkuan world, which is much larger than a storage space. It can store both living and dead things at the same time. This Chenkuan beast is extremely rare, and there should be very few of them in the eternal divine domain. I didn't expect you to encounter one. Of course I can't hand over such a good thing. Ling Xiao had been planning to exchange the Dongsheng Emperor ring, but he hadn't expected to catch a Chenkuan beast. Sorry, I really haven't seen it before. Ling Xiao shook his head. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. One look and I can tell you're an idiot from outside. That's right, it should be a seed from the 4 regions and 9 realms. Hehe, The ancient race should reward me if I kill the seed. When that person heard Ling Xiao's words, he had already confirmed that Ling Xiao was a seed from the 4 regions and 9 realms. Although he didn't know how he guessed it. However, this guy was quite smart. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no time to dodge at all. The sword light pierced his head, creating a very deep wound. However, it didn't pierce through. Interestingly, such a wound would heal very quickly if it was in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, the other party didn't heal here. Ling Xiao suddenly realized something. The nomological laws here were extremely sturdy. Not only were the nomological laws of space and time, but the elemental laws were also sturdy. This martialist was born in the eternal divine realm and had been influenced by the nomological laws since he was young. Of course, his body was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's sword could even destroy a peak 7th level divine physique echelon martialist in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, it didn't pierce through here, let alone kill him. However, because the nomological laws were too sturdy, it was extremely difficult to recover after being injured. He would probably have to rely on medicine. That was close. Are you crazy? You're just a lowly mortal. How dare you attack a deity? Although the other party didn't die, he was scared out of his wits after being injured. He originally thought that the martialists in the 4 regions and 9 realms had always regarded the martialists in the eternal divine realm as gods and wouldn't do such a thing. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to attack him so quickly. Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking nonsense. He shook the Void God sword in his hand and pounced again. The other party finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was and turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. The other party should have fled when Ling Xiao's first attack failed. However, he didn't. If he missed that opportunity, he wouldn't have another one. The Void God sword attacked continuously. It took him a total of 10 moves to kill the other party. It seems that my understanding of this world is still far from enough. Ling Xiao thought that he had adapted to it, but after this battle, he realized that he was still far from it. This time, his opponent's cultivation was much lower than his, which was why he'd been able to defeat him. If his opponent's cultivation had been higher, it would have been troublesome. Void God sword. Ling Xiao stabbed the Void God sword into his opponent's body and absorbed his energy. He used it to strengthen his body. His body now only had a little bit more energy than 1 divine dragon mark. He was still far from 2 dragon tattoos. He had to work harder. Defense had always been his strong suit. He didn't want to fall behind others. As his opponent's corpse disappeared, Ling Xiao could feel his body growing stronger. There were now 2 dragon tattoos on his body. Perhaps it was because his opponent's body was far stronger than Ling Xiao's. You saw the battle just now. The martialists here are much stronger than us in both offense and defense. If you want to adapt, you have to work harder. Don't underestimate them. Although Ling Xiao was fighting alone, this lesson needed to be learned together. Chapter 50-52. Let's go. The city isn't far ahead. Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked into the distance. The image of a city appeared in a place without any obstructions. Although the enemy had already been destroyed, there were still sounds of battle here. There was absolutely no harm in leaving as soon as possible. Ling Xiao deliberately didn't walk in a straight line. Instead, he took a detour to avoid encountering the martialist's companions. He wasn't afraid. He just didn't want to cause any trouble for the time being. It was still the same logic. He had just arrived and didn't know anything. It was best to keep a low profile. If he had to fight and kill, he had to deal with it cleanly and not leave any clues behind. Along the way, Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate about the Chenkuan beast. Master, how do I tame this Chenkuan beast? Drip blood on it, of course. Drip a drop of your blood into its mouth and it will become your Chenkuan beast for you to use. If others want to take it away, there is only one way, and that is to kill you. Otherwise, even if the Chenkuan beast is snatched away, it will automatically return. The Yuan Venerate answered. Let me try. Ling Xiao took out the Chenkuan beast and dripped a drop of blood into its mouth. In an instant, a dazzling light flickered and the Chenkuan beast actually turned into an incantation mark on Ling Xiao's wrist. It was like a lifelike wolf head. Then, Ling Xiao transferred the things in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring into the Chenkuan realm. The Chenkuan realm was much bigger than the space in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. It wouldn't be a problem to move a city directly. This way, Little Gold and Long Chen would be able to live in it more comfortably. This is really good stuff. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the Yuan Venerate was around. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a good thing. After subduing the Chenkuan beast, Ling Xiao and the others sped up. Although they took a detour, they were still very close to the city. Thus, it didn't take long for them to see the outline of the city again. Furthermore, they could see it even more clearly this time. They were only 200 to 300 meters away. This city should have some history. However, it seemed to be in good condition because it was often under maintenance. At the very least, there were no signs of damage. Ling Xiao had a feeling that even if the city was not protected by a formation, it would be very difficult for him to destroy it with his strength. The law of sturdiness made the city extremely tough, and it would not decay or collapse even after 10,000 years. Unless he was continuously attacked by external forces. There are a lot of bloodstains on the city walls. It should be the result of frequent battles. Cold Plum said. Yes, the blood of demonic beasts and humans cannot be washed clean. This city is close to the wasteland. I'm afraid it's been attacked by demonic beasts many times. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye told him the results of his analysis. Many flags were erected on the city walls. The flag was embroidered with 2 crossed axes, which were stained with blood. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Master, Cold Plum also noticed this. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. I didn't think that the person I just killed was a martial artist from Jewel Axe City. But since we cleaned it up so cleanly, we shouldn't have been exposed. You guys be careful too. Don't let it slip. Ling Xiao said. Yes, Master. Don't worry, my dear. Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua both nodded. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled what Su Hai had said. The eternal divine domain was both heaven and hell. To the strong, this place was heaven, but to the weak, it was hell. Sure enough, the law of the jungle would never change, no matter where it was. Halt! Before Ling Xiao and the others could reach the city gates. Suddenly, a group of people scuttled up from behind them. They were all riding savage tiger-type demonic beasts. Although he didn't know what they were called, they had the appearance of a fierce tiger. The difference was that these tigers had a single horn that looked like a sharp blade on their heads. It was also slightly larger than an ordinary tiger. Their bodies were pitch black and unusually fierce. The group of martial artists quickly caught up to Ling Xiao and the others and surrounded them. Their eyes shone with cunning and ruthless light. It's the horned tigers that Su Hai mentioned. Every one of them is at least in the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao looked at those mounts and frowned. These horned tigers opened their bloody mouths and bared their fangs and claws at Ling Xiao and the others. They let out ferocious roars. If the rider hadn't pulled on the reins, the horned tigers would have pounced on Ling Xiao and the others. Demonic beasts were instinctively vicious. There was a big difference between them and the martial artists of the Beast clan. There were 18 of them. There were 18 single-horned tigers. Every one of them exuded a terrifying murderous aura that made one tremble in fear. Their weapons were all broad axes. They even carried them on their backs as if to show off their status. These fellows looked down at Ling Xiao and the other 2 as if they were looking at lowly prey. Their brows were filled with coldness and disdain. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd indifferently. Most of the people in the group were at the 4th to 5th level of the divine physique echelon. However, some of them were above the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. They had just arrived at the border of the eternal divine realm, but they had already encountered martial artists of such a level. This wasn't a good thing. One of them was especially strong. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. He was bald. He wore heavy armor. He wore something like a string of Buddhist beads around his neck. Upon closer inspection, those beads were actually made of skulls. How savage. Their mounts weren't ordinary mounts. They weren't kind people either. He didn't expect to run into trouble so quickly. Did they see us? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he asked with a smile, "May I know why you're looking for us?" Naturally, his words were a test. "Kid, did you see anyone from the Dual Axes gang when you came over?" The martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon asked. He looked like a ferocious beast. If it were a timid person, they would have fallen to the ground in fear. "No," Ling Xiao answered. He already knew the answer. The other party didn't know that he had killed that person. They had probably arranged to meet up, but that person didn't show up, so they came out to look for him. "Liar. You killed him, didn't you?" The man suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder. His actions might scare a lot of people, but to Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum, it was no different from a clown's performance. "Sir, you must be joking. How would we dare to offend the famous Dual Axes gang? This time, we're going to stay in Dual Axes City temporarily." Ling Xiao was still smiling. "Shut up. I said you killed him, so you killed him. What are you blabbering on about? Brothers, let's get rid of that man. Tie up the woman and send her back to Dual Axes City." The bald leader laughed sinisterly. It seemed like this guy had done this many times in the past. That was why he said it so casually. In his eyes, the weak didn't have the right to live. They could only live if he let them live. If he wanted them dead, they had to die. It was that simple. Tyrannical martial soul. Chapter 50-53. The bald captain's axe was stained with the blood of countless people. Of course, he wouldn't mind killing Ling Xiao as well. Looks like there's no need to negotiate. "Fanghua, Cold Plum, you don't have to do anything. I'll do it." Ling Xiao's cultivation method was different from others. He relied on constant fighting to break through. Therefore, fighting was a great help to him. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum didn't have to fight. "Die, brat." A rider suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Clearly, he wanted to make a contribution so that the captain would reward him. As he charged, he flashed the axe in his hand. Don't underestimate the axe. It was an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. It was on the same level as Ling Xiao's hand of immortality. He held 2 axes in both hands. Like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, it slashed towards Ling Xiao, even though this guy's cultivation was not high. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his fighting skills were much better than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. His aura was even more terrifying. The Eternal Divine Realm was indeed a place to train martial artists. Killing was something that could never be completely avoided in the world of martial artists. If Ling Xiao was weak, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being trampled on. But there were no IFS. Ling Xiao was a powerhouse. At the very least, this team wouldn't be a threat to him. With his previous experience, Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate any of the Eternal Divine Realm's martial artists. In an instant, he dodged the man's axe and used his speed to find an opening. The Void God's sword pierced his opponent's throat. In the 4 realms and 9 worlds, the throat was no longer a martial artist's weakness. At the very least, a Divine Body Realm martial artist wouldn't die even if their throat was pierced. That was because they could recover instantly. But in the Eternal Divine Realm, the throat was once again a fatal spot. Although martial artists' bodies were much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds, it was also much harder to recover. Once his throat was pierced, he was dead for sure. Previously, when Ling Xiao killed that martial artist, he had tried all kinds of attacks. Finally, he confirmed the weakness of the throat. If that didn't work, he could still stab his eyes and pierce his head through his eyes. This was also a method. The Void God Sword's body was incomparably tough. The Void God Sword was obstructed when it stabbed at the throat, unable to pierce through. However, Ling Xiao had already thought of this. At the same time, he used the 9-headed demon king snake to release an extremely corrosive poison. It condensed on the tip of the sword. Under the dual effects, the other party's throat was pierced, and he died on the spot. I'm gradually getting the hang of it. In the past, he was too strong and rarely used the combination of skills. I didn't expect that I would have to try this kind of battle again. But it's quite interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. The Void God's sword absorbed the opponent's energy and transferred it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao began to temper his spirit essence. He wanted to change his spirit essence to the spirit essence of the eternal God domain. Only then would his attack power be normal. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if he couldn't kill a martial artist of lower cultivation with a single blow, even though he was clearly stronger. Come, let me see how strong the dual axe gang martial artists are. Martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao intended to wipe them out, so he released the martial spirit barrier. Not only could this barrier prevent them from escaping, it could also block sound, sight, and aura. This way, even if a battle took place 200 or 300 meters away, it wouldn't alarm the people of Dual Axe City. In order to let Xiao Jin and Long Chen walk in broad daylight, he had to get a treasure that could block out spirit essence. He had to go to Dual Axe City. Ling Xiao's strike to kill the Dual Axe Gang martial artist had been extremely precise. And it had only taken 2 or 3 seconds. Without its master, the horned tiger pounced on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao stabbed it to death. Ling Xiao had already released the Sun God's blood formation and the Snake God's poison formation. This was the maximum number of formations he could release in the Eternal God domain. He could only release 2. Poison was the best aid to break through defenses. The bloodthirsty plague was also a good way to break through defenses. Together, it would be much easier to kill the opponent. This kid is using poison. Everyone, attack together and kill him quickly. Ling Xiao's performance in an instant made the Dual Axe Gang martial artists realize how terrifying he was. At the same time, they realized that they might have kicked an iron plate today. However, they weren't afraid. On the contrary, they became even more savage. After all, their body's resistance to poison was much stronger than the martial artists of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. It wasn't easy to poison them to death. Ling Xiao didn't expect to poison them to death. He only used poison to corrode their vitals, making it easier for his sword to break through their defenses. Fortunately, his control was terrifying. His poison turned into a viper and attacked the opponent's vitals. When the corrosion was concentrated, its power would become even more terrifying. Bastard, die for me. 2 more martial artists rushed in front of Ling Xiao. Although they were strength-type martial artists, their speed and dexterity weren't bad. At the same cultivation level, they were much stronger than the martial artists of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao didn't dare compete with them in terms of strength. Before his body and divine origin were completely transformed, he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with them. Earthbound golden light. In an instant, Ling Xiao changed directions. Although the martial solar ray only covered a radius of 100 meters in the eternal divine realm, it was still very powerful. But it was enough. He was only using it to dodge, not to escape. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared behind one of them. He grabbed his opponent's head with his left hand and slit his throat with the Void God sword in his right hand. Another person was killed. As he killed his opponent, Ling Xiao had the Void God sword devour his opponent's weapon. His opponent's weapon was an emperor weapon with divine dragon inscriptions. If he swallowed 10 of them, the Void God sword would probably level up. This battle really wasn't easy. If we were in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, I could kill these pieces of trash in one move. Ling Xiao sighed as he fought. The change in environment made the battle much more difficult. Ling Xiao disappeared again. Every time he disappeared and reappeared, a martial artist from the Twin Axes gang was killed. In the blink of an eye, he'd killed 8 people. The Void God sword shone with black light. There were now 2 dragon inscriptions on it. At the same time, it became even sharper. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting it level up any further. Ling Xiao could make do with a 2 dragon inscriptions emperor weapon. If it had 3, Ling Xiao wouldn't even be able to use it. The Chenkuan beast automatically stored the axes in the Chenkuan world. Ling Xiao didn't have to do anything at all, which saved him a lot of trouble. In battle, Ling Xiao wouldn't attack his mounts. Unless those one-horned tigers didn't know what was good for them and attacked him. As long as he killed the riders, the mounts wouldn't be much of a threat. As the Void God's sword leveled up, the battle became easier. Before, Ling Xiao had been slow to kill his enemies because his offense wasn't as good as his opponent's defense. Now, things were different. The Void God's sword leveled up, which greatly increased its offensive power. Out of 18 enemies, 8 were dead. Only 10 were left. Finally, someone chose to flee. Unfortunately, the existence of the martial spirit barrier left them in despair. Chapter 50-54. Let's do it together. Although Ling Xiao wanted to continue tempering his skills, he noticed strange movements in Dual Axe City. It would be bad if he was discovered. Thus, he called for Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, and Long Chen to attack together. He set up another layer of formation inside the martial spirit barrier to block the aura of the others. After the four joined the battle, with Ling Xiao as an example, they dealt with the enemy very smoothly. After all, they were all geniuses and could understand at a glance. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally ended. Ling Xiao absorbed a large amount of law power, and his demonic black martial body advanced again, reaching the level of 3 divine dragon patterns. However, as his body got closer to the laws of the eternal divine realm, the improvement would slow down. His cultivation didn't change much. After all, most of the warriors he killed were weaker than him. He couldn't stimulate too much potential. Instead, his potential and divine essence were transformed to become stronger and stronger. Yu Fanghua and the others also gained some benefits. For example, the storage rings on their hands. Although they weren't the best, they were much better than the storage rings they brought from the 4 realms and 9 realms. However, they were only for temporary use. He removed the soul imprint and branded them with his own. He even made a small profit. After destroying the corpses, Ling Xiao let Xiao Jin and Long Chen return to the universe world again. Then he headed for Dual Axe City. This was called the Boldness of the Strong. He had just killed the Dual Axe Gang's warriors, and now he was going to a city controlled by the gang. In fact, Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. The closest city on this path was Dual Axe City. If he didn't go, he would have to take a long detour to reach the second city. He didn't want to waste too much time. Besides, he had the ability to escape, so he wasn't afraid. This time, he didn't run into any trouble. After entering Dual Axe City, he asked for directions to the trading company and planned to buy some things. Obviously, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wasn't in a small city like Dual Axe City, so he couldn't rely on his VIP status. Fortunately, he had accumulated a lot of supreme-grade spirit stones, which could be used. In the eternal divine realm, supreme-grade spirit stones were useless. The weakest warriors here used supreme-grade spirit stones. Some people even used spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were a higher grade of currency than spirit stones. They were also the key materials for martial artists' cultivation. Its surface was even more beautiful than that of a spirit stone, and it contained more spirit energy and was of a higher quality. One low-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 10 million supreme spiritual stones. It could be said to be extremely expensive. Ling Xiao didn't know when he would be able to get a spirit crystal to play with. Dodge. Suddenly, a roar came from the front. Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum stood by the roadside. It was precisely the Dual Axe Gang's martial artists who had passed by. They looked like soldiers on patrol. This group of soldiers looked straight ahead as they passed through the streets. There were a total of Caucasians, and each of them wore armor that was equivalent to an emperor armament with 7 dragon patterns. They also held weapons of the same grade. The lowest cultivation level was at the first level of the divine physique echelon. A first-level divine body realm martial artist was already considered a top-notch expert in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not many people in the 4 regions and 9 realms possessed a monarch weapon with 7 dragon patterns. But here, they were only ordinary soldiers. That was the difference. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind and continued walking. He heard from passers-by that there was a street with many shops in Twin Axe City, and there was no lack of places like auction houses. Generally speaking, if one wanted to get something good, they would have to go to an auction house. As expected of the eternal divine territory, such a small city can actually make people feel a terrifying sense of awe and awe. It's even more awe-inspiring than the Golden City and Eternal Palace. Yu Fanghua couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Twin Axe City's situation. Although the city wasn't big, even the bricks and tiles emitted the aura of Dharma treasures. How could it not be shocking? Yeah, look at the road. It's actually paved with low-grade spirit stones. And it's spotless. Although the Twin Axe Gang's martial artists are a little unreasonable, I have to admit that we're no match for them in a direct confrontation. So, it's better to keep a low profile. Ling Xiao was also shocked. Low-grade spirit stones weren't very effective for martial artists of their level. But they were still spirit stones. It was really extravagant to use them to pave the road. Soon, they arrived at the street with shops. The shops here were all simply decorated and not luxurious. But they all emitted a strange aura of treasures. Any shop in the 4 regions and 9 realms would probably be fought over. After all, even a blade of grass or a brick was equivalent to a Dharma treasure, let alone a high-grade one. Of course, the shops were also divided into different sizes. Generally, the bigger the shop, the more goods it had. The aura it emitted was also more intense. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye quickly locked onto the biggest shop on the street. It was almost 10 times the size of the other shops. The guards standing outside the door were also extremely powerful. They were even more terrifying than the patrolling soldiers from before. Every one of them was a 3rd-level divine body realm expert. The armor they wore was also equivalent to a 9-dragon inscription emperor weapon. Seeing these guards, Ling Xiao knew that this place wasn't simple. Blood Axe Tower. It sounds like it's related to the Twin Axe Gang. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw the 3 large words above the tower. The 3 large words were written in a flamboyant style, with vigorous strokes and emitting a powerful aura. It could deter many people with bad intentions. Even Ling Xiao was frightened when he saw it. He was sure that the martial artist who wrote these 3 words was definitely stronger than him. It was probably the Twin Axe Gang's higher-ups. It might even be the Twin Axe Gang's leader and the Twin Axe City's city lord. While Ling Xiao was deep in thought, a few experts walked over from the side. Their cultivation was around the 5th-level divine body realm. Every one of them had the aura of a divine dragon inscription emperor weapon. These people walked into the Blood Axe Tower while chatting about something. Ling Xiao's hearing was extremely powerful, so he naturally heard everything clearly. I heard that the Twin Axe Gang obtained many good things in the secret realm this time. They're going to auction them today. We can't miss this opportunity. I've brought all my belongings, so it's best if we can bid for some good things. It's just that the Blood Axe Tower always does things mysteriously, so I don't know what treasures they have. When has the Blood Axe Tower ever disappointed us? I came all the way here from another place. That's right, I've always wanted a treasured sword with 2 divine dragon inscriptions, so I hope I can get my wish. A weapon with 2 divine dragon inscriptions. With our cultivation, we can't unleash its full power. I actually hope to get the Gung Gold Pill. This kind of pill can help me condense my body. The Gung Gold Pill is extremely helpful for the cultivation of the physical body, but I actually hope that we can use the Divine Body Advancement Pill. After all, cultivation is still the most important. As they spoke, they had already walked in. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was already tempted. The Blood Axe Tower was probably the best trading company in Twin Axe City. If there wasn't anything he wanted here, then there probably wasn't anywhere else. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 50-55. Ling Xiao wanted a lot of things. They needed an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. An emperor weapon with 1 divine dragon pattern wasn't bad either. After all, Yu Fanghua and Long Chen didn't have one. He wasn't interested in elixirs, but if there were materials to refine the Gung Gold Pill and Divine Body Advancement Pill, he would be interested in bidding for them. Of course, the most important thing was a treasure that could ward off demonic aura. He had to get his hands on it. When he wanted to enter the auction house, he was stopped by the guard. "I'm sorry. Today, The Blood Axe Tower is only accepting martial artists with invitations. If you don't have one, you can come back tomorrow. Although the guard looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly, his attitude was still quite good. He had his duty, so he didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao. How can I get an invitation? Ling Xiao asked. Generally speaking, the Blood Axe Tower would send out invitations because they didn't want some people to sneak in and cause trouble. After all, many people didn't have enough financial strength and weren't qualified to sneak in. The auction house had limited space, so financial strength was very important. Ling Xiao asked for this reason. As long as he had enough supreme-grade spirit stones, he believed that he would be qualified to enter. He had robbed Lotus Flower and Tian Dinglia's private stash. He could be considered a rich man. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem to get an invitation. If you want to get an invitation, your cultivation must be at least at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm and have at least 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The guard replied. All right, I meet the requirements. Ling Xiao released his aura, which happened to be at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. Then, he flashed the aura of 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for the guard to feel. So it's a distinguished guest. Please follow me. The guard brought Ling Xiao into the Blood Axe Tower and handed him to a red-clothed lady. The red-clothed lady's cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. It wasn't low. She brought Ling Xiao to the front desk and processed the invitation. Rather than an invitation, it was more like a pass. With this, one could walk freely in the Blood Axe Tower. Aside from a few secret places, they could enter almost anywhere. Ling Xiao took the invitation and glanced at it. There was a special incantation on it. Although there were no spirit designs, it would not be easy to impersonate them. Unless it was an array formation master like him. After receiving the invitation, Ling Xiao went to the auction house. Every invitation card had a seat number written on it, so they couldn't just sit there randomly. Before Ling Xiao came here, he had let Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum enter the universe world to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, he was sitting in his seat, staring straight ahead. Not long after, the auction began. The first item up for auction was the storage ring that Ling Xiao wanted. Obviously, they were much better than the ones he had snatched from the Dual Axe Gang martial artists. The storage ring was relatively cheap, and the starting price was only 100 top-grade spirit stones. However, even with 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, most of the martial artists from the 9 worlds and the 4 domains would only be able to watch. There were very few martial artists in the 9 realms who possessed 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was only the starting price. The final price would definitely be much higher than that. However, only those who were truly powerful had storage rings. Therefore, not many people were bidding. After a round of bidding, the price rose to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and stopped. 1,100. I'll take it. Ling Xiao felt that the price was reasonable. In the eyes of the martial artists of the 9 worlds and the 4 domains, it was too expensive. However, this was the eternal divine realm. A storage ring of this level would definitely be a treasure in the 9 worlds and the 4 domains. Moreover, they really needed it. 1,200. A voice came from the VIP room. Ling Xiao frowned. Why was this VIP joining in the fun? However, since the other party had made a bid, Ling Xiao had nothing to say. This was normal. 1,300. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little brother, there's nothing special about this storage ring. It's just beautiful and suitable for women to wear. Why don't you give it to me? A voice came from the VIP room. Although it was a question, there was an undeniable pressure in the voice. Ling Xiao was dissatisfied. If you follow the rules of the auction house, I won't say anything. However, how can I give in to your threats? He bought this thing because he also wanted to give it to Yu Fanghua. Therefore, he opened his Taiji eye and looked at the VIP room. In the VIP room, there was a young man in red clothes. He looked to be in his 20s. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Clearly, his status was so high that even the Blood Axe Tower had to give him face. This young man's cultivation was not bad. He had reached the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. In terms of combat strength, he was probably even more terrifying than Tian Ding Lai. It's just a storage ring. Why do you have to compete with a nobody like me? 1,400. Ling Xiao continued to bid. You really don't know what's good for you. 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. The young man in red sneered and said loudly. This really scared Ling Xiao. 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones to buy this storage ring was simply crazy. Xiao, there's no need to buy it. You can meet better people in the future. Why do you have to fight with him? Yu Fanghua sent a soul message from the Qiankuan world. Yes, why do you have to fight with a fool? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness as he laughed sinisterly. He didn't say anything else. No one dared to snatch his things. Rich, right? Then you should be filial to me. No matter who you are, if you provoke me, don't think you'll have a good time. I'm so angry. This kid is obviously bullying others. I don't believe he will pay 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. I guess it's related to the Blood Axe Tower. Boss, why don't we go out and kill him and snatch the thing? Little Gold cried out in the universe world. There's no need to kill him. Killing for a thing doesn't suit my character. However, since this kid likes to show off his wealth, we have to get some supreme grade spirit stones from him. Let him know that we're not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was never a good person. If others dared to provoke him, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they would think that he was easy to bully. However, at this time, the person in the VIP room actually provoked him. Poor kid, since you don't have money, don't act cool. What a joke. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Some people really didn't know what was good for them. This small episode ended with Ling Xiao's silence. Perhaps the person in the VIP room was bored. The auction continued. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the next dozens of items. There was an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. However, the quality wasn't high. Ling Xiao gave up. Since he wanted to choose a weapon for his woman and brother, he had to choose a good one. There were also Gung Gold pills and God Body promotion pills. However, the quality wasn't good. The things that Ling Xiao scoffed at actually caused a crazy fight. This made Ling Xiao sigh. Indeed, no matter where, refining pills was a good business. He was prepared to refine some pills after he got the materials. It didn't matter if he sold them or used them for himself. Chapter 50-56. After a boring wait, something that Ling Xiao was interested in finally came. His eyes lit up again. The next item for auction is a stalk of herb mystic yellow dragon wormwood. I'm sure everyone knows that mystic yellow dragon wormwood is an excellent material for refining the body. If it can be refined into a mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill, the effect will be 10 times stronger. The starting bid for this item is 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000. Let's begin, 2,000. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone spoke. The one who bid wasn't the man in red from before. It was a woman in a blue dress. Her looks were outstanding, and she was also very strong. She had already reached the 8th level of the divine body realm. This was Ling Xiao's first time meeting an 8th level divine body realm martial artist. Whether it was Su Mengzhen or the White Sea divine envoy, their cultivation level was higher than this, 3,000. Ling Xiao was determined to get this mystic yellow dragon wormwood. In the hands of others, this item was just a stalk of herb. In his hands, it was a pill that was 100 times stronger. The mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill refined by others could only refine the body. The mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill refined by him could also refine the divine essence. This was what they needed the most. Therefore, he was determined to get it, 4,000. The woman obviously wouldn't give up just like that. She immediately bid. The man in red didn't bid for the time being, but he was staring at Ling Xiao through the glass in the VIP room. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At this time, other than Ling Xiao and the woman, the rest of the people also bid. They pushed the price all the way to 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Finally, only Ling Xiao and the woman in blue were left. 11,000. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. One had to know that the market price of a stalk of mystic yellow dragon wormwood was at most 8,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. It had already exceeded the market price. However, the price of a stalk of mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill was close to 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. If Ling Xiao refined the mystic yellow dragon wormwood pill, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. That was why Ling Xiao continued to bid without any change in his expression. 12,000. Unfortunately, the woman in blue also continued to bid. However, his emotions seemed to fluctuate a little. This was normal. Selling something that cost 8,000 top-grade spirit stones for 12,000 had already exceeded the original price. Ling Xiao guessed that this woman probably wanted to buy Shenhuang Longhao to refine pills. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Since that was the case, he might as well raise the price to the limit that the other party could accept. He didn't want to waste time. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao's voice rang out, and the woman abruptly stood up from her seat. He seemed to be in disbelief. Then, he let out a long sigh and chose to give up. Ling Xiao smiled. His judgment was indeed correct. The blue-robed woman wanted to use this thing to refine pills. However, even an ordinary Shenhuang Longhao pill was only worth 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The other party felt that it wasn't worth it and gave up. He seemed to be a calm person who didn't want to continue fighting. The red-clothed man didn't bid at all. It could be seen that he was not a real fool. He would only fight for things that he thought were valuable. He wouldn't fight for things that weren't. Of course, it could also be seen that he didn't have many supreme-grade spirit stones on him. He didn't dare to use it in a fit of pique. After the Shenhuang Longhao auction ended, the auction continued. There were dozens of items that Ling Xiao wasn't interested in. It wasn't until another item appeared that Ling Xiao's eyes widened again. This was a treasure that could block demonic aura. It wasn't of high quality, with only one divine dragon pattern. This was because it had only one function. However, this was exactly what Ling Xiao needed. It was a ring. On the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary ring. However, as long as he wore it, his demonic aura wouldn't leak out. At the very least, Divine Body Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to see through it. As for Divine Soul Realm martial artists who had already cultivated their souls, he wasn't sure. However, Ling Xiao believed that he was only at the edge of the eternal Divine Realm. He wouldn't be so unlucky as to meet a Divine Soul Realm martial artist. Perhaps because it had only one function, the starting price was only 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. I'll take it. Ling Xiao bid right away. This item might be useless to others, but it was too important to his brothers, Xiao Jin and Long Chen 20. I'll bid for it too. Perhaps the man in red thought that the price was too low, so he deliberately made trouble. This time, he was obviously targeting Ling Xiao 30. Ling Xiao didn't dare to bid too many spirit stones at once, mainly because he was worried that others would think that it was something good and fight for it. That wouldn't be fun. 40. The man in red bid with a smile. It was obvious that he was a rich man. This little bit of supreme-grade spirit stones could be used for fun. 100. The woman in blue joined in the bidding and retreated the price to 100. What a bunch of lunatics. Ling Xiao shook his head. This was just a ring that could block demonic aura. How could they bid so crazily? 100. Ling Xiao still bid calmly. 200. The man in red laughed. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. These people obviously wanted to make things difficult for him. However, for the sake of Xiao Jin and Long Chen, he had to go all out. He could earn more supreme-grade spirit stones, but if Xiao Jin and Long Chen were in danger, it would be too late for him to regret it. He sharply judged the thoughts of the woman in blue and the man in red. The two of them didn't know what special effect the ring had. They only knew that it could block demonic aura. They definitely wouldn't pay too high a price. Moreover, they had already spent a lot of spirit stones to bid for several items previously. Ling Xiao didn't believe that they would dare to act recklessly. He gritted his teeth and said directly, I'll pay 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones to buy a ring that could block demonic aura. Seemed crazy. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it. As long as it was for his brothers, what was wrong with it? Moreover, someone will pay for the spirit stones he spent today. He glanced coldly at the VIP room where the man in red was. It wasn't to bid, but purely to disgust him. He wouldn't let this kind of behavior go so easily. Haha, idiot, you're really a fool with a lot of money. The man in red's voice came from the VIP room. Ling Xiao didn't respond. Since he had already decided to deal with this guy, he had nothing else to say. After that, another treasure that could block demonic aura appeared. This time, it wasn't a ring, but a pendant. However, the effect was similar. It was almost the same as before, but the woman in blue didn't bid. The man in red forced Ling Xiao to raise the price to 10,000 before he was willing to give up. After that, Ling Xiao waited until the end of the auction and found that there was nothing else good. Only then did he turn around and leave. He had already locked onto the man in red. However, he couldn't make a move in the Bloodaxe Tower. There were many experts in the Bloodaxe Tower. Making a move here was tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao understood this point. However, what he didn't expect was that he wanted to deal with the man in red. The man in red actually wanted to kill him. Chapter 50-57. The red-clothed man wanted to kill Ling Xiao just because of the quarrel at the auction. This guy was much more ruthless than Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left Bloodaxe Tower, the red-clothed man had secretly followed him. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This was good. He could lure the man to a place where no one was around and kill him. Right now, Xiao Jin and the others were in the universe world. The red-clothed man probably thought that Ling Xiao was alone, so he wasn't afraid. He actually chased after him alone. By the time the red-clothed man sensed danger, it was already too late. Before he knew it, he'd left Bloodaxe City and arrived in a dense forest. Ling Xiao instantly released a martial soul barrier to trap the red-clothed man. Surprised, aren't you? Ling Xiao looked back at the surprised red-clothed man and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Give me your storage ring." His goal was to rob. The red-clothed man had made him spend so many top-grade spirit stones for nothing. He had to get them back. "Kill me. Haha, are you joking?" The red-clothed man suddenly pulled out 2 axes. A bloody aura rushed out of his body, exuding an insufferably domineering aura. His entire being was like a bloody giant beast. His aura alone could tear his opponent apart. Ling Xiao had thought that this guy was an ignorant and incompetent spoiled brat. But he was wrong. This red-clothed man had killed countless people. His axes were emperor weapons with 2 divine dragon inscriptions. They were stained with the aura of countless dead souls, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Boom! The violent killing intent condensed into a sword and 2 axes in the air. They fiercely collided. Then they both dissipated. Ling Xiao suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back, blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. The red-clothed man only swayed a little. This collision instantly showed that Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to the red-clothed man's. This guy was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao had imagined. He wasn't just stronger than Tian Ding Lai, he was much stronger. His body, divine energy, and killing intent were nurtured by the eternal divine realm's power of laws. It was really too scary. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had activated the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's killing intent to resist. Otherwise, with just the killing intent alone, Ling Xiao would have been seriously injured. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. An emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns? This is something that even I don't have. Unfortunately, you don't know how to use it at all. You're letting me off easy. The red-robed man revealed an evil grin and suddenly took a step forward. His red robe flapped loudly. It was like a flag in the wind. Within his dual axes, terrifying divine essence suddenly surged. In the next moment, Ling Xiao felt like the world was spinning before his eyes. It was as if the entire world had been turned upside down, overturning heaven and earth. The red-robed man roared and chopped down with both axes. In that instant, his aura overflowed into the heavens and overturned the universe. It completely covered Ling Xiao. The aura released by the broad axe seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Most people would not even know how to defend themselves, let alone attack. Heaven and earth spun, and the direction was in a mess. Even the circulation of divine essence would be affected. But it was under such a difficult situation that Ling Xiao was long prepared. At the same time that the other party released the attack, Ling Xiao was not idle either. The Void God sword in his right hand shot out 9 streaks of sword energy in an attempt to restore heaven and earth to normal. And the Fiend Sovereign Physique of the 3 Sovereigns Physique was already released. The Fiend Sovereign Physique held the Crimson Blood Demon sword. Although it could not be used normally, just treating it as an ordinary weapon was also sharper than any magic treasure. In an instant, the Fiend Sovereign Physique already arrived behind the red-robed man. At the same time that Ling Xiao blocked the overturning heaven and earth, he actually also instantly launched an attack. This kind of performance, the red-robed man probably really did not expect it. His reaction also showed an instant of sluggishness. But this guy was ultimately a martial artist who had killed countless people. His ability to adapt to changes was really extremely strong. The instant that the Crimson Blood Demon sword in the Fiend Sovereign Physique's hand was about to pierce into the red-robed man's neck, a cloud of bloody fiendish light suddenly appeared behind that red-robed man. When the long sword hit that light, it actually seemed to have hit a shield. Although it pierced through in an instant. But unfortunately, he had already missed the opportunity to kill the red-robed man. The other party's figure changed, and he actually already arrived above Ling Xiao's head. The 2 axes slashed down crazily. Violent energy continued to fall, like hailstones, but also like a storm of blades. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he was in a black storm. His entire body was locked by blades. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. At this moment, the only thing that Ling Xiao could do was to defend. The other party's attack was too sudden. And the power was extremely fierce. He thought that he definitely could not block or dodge. Then the best way was to first resist with the Divine Ape Invincible Formation. In just an instant, the Divine Ape Invincible Formation shattered into mottled golden light. The other party's attack was really powerful, and it was really terrifying. But this also gave Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. The God Devil Physique suddenly appeared. He blasted out a terrifying God's Fist. It smashed towards the red-robed man's head. The red-robed man's figure flashed and suddenly turned into blood-colored after-images. His body seemed to have become one with the 2 axes. He became uncatchable. He became indestructible. Once again, the red-robed man dodged the attack of the God Devil Physique. Once again, he appeared behind Ling Xiao and violently slashed down with the axes. If this hit, Ling Xiao's neck would definitely be chopped apart. This time, when the attack was unleashed, the surrounding space seemed to be affected by it. Although the space did not collapse or distort, it formed a strange vortex. It completely sealed off Ling Xiao's space to dodge. It even pulled Ling Xiao's body toward the axes. It felt as if Ling Xiao deliberately wanted to collide with them. This guy was really scary. Ling Xiao had to admit that this red-robed man was much scarier than Tian Dinglai. Tian Dinglia's strength was only in his speed. When his speed was countered, there was nothing to be afraid of. But this guy seemed to be able to find a way to deal with it no matter how you calculated. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He was very grateful that he had met such an opponent after coming to the Eternal Divine Realm. If he had met him earlier, he could have poured cold water on him. It would have made him less arrogant. It would have made him realize the reality of his current situation. In the 4 domains and 9 realms, he could kill enemies 3 realms above him. But here, even if he was facing a martial artist of the same cultivation level, he would have to go all out to defeat them. However, this kind of challenge made Ling Xiao very excited. This meant that he could still become stronger. Universe of Tyrants. Ling Xiao had no choice but to release Universe of Tyrants. Because his opponent was too fierce. With his current strength, there was no way he could defeat him. Even if he released Universe of Tyrants, it might only be able to save his life. The moment Universe of Tyrants was released, the red-robed man's attack was affected and became much slower. Ling Xiao's body turned into a golden light and shot out. He had finally escaped a disaster. During the battle, Ling Xiao did not realize that his forehead was covered in sweat. The energy in his cultivation sea, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to rise again. It had reached 20% of the energy of the early 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Chapter 50-58. Interesting martial soul. But do you think you can avoid death with this? Too naive. The man in red disappeared again and merged into the axe shadow. It was as if he had never existed. However, that terrifying oppressive might was still very obvious to everyone. Next was a series of mysterious moves. Every move was incomparably tyrannical, yet extremely mysterious. It made Ling Xiao realize the strength of the eternal God realm martial artists. He seemed to be in a world of axe shadows. In the void, danger was everywhere. Axe shadows were everywhere. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. Even if he had released Universe of Tyrant, it could only save his life. It was very difficult to fight back. Drunken dream. The man in red attacked again. It was another move to tease people. The axe shadow flashed, and it could make people hallucinate, as if they were in a drunken dream. It was impossible to distinguish the real attack. In the end, it was as if they were killed in their sleep. Real death. You want to play illusion with me? You chose the wrong person. Ling Xiao thought that his moves and physical defense were not as good as his opponent's. But he would not lose to his opponent in soul power. He opened his heavenly demon eye, and a terrible soul power rushed out. The surrounding environment instantly collapsed. At this time, the terrible axe had reached Ling Xiao's head. The terrible killing intent was incomparably cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would not even be able to move. Even Ling Xiao felt that his movements were very stiff. The situation was very dangerous. Emperor Prime Body. At this critical moment, a figure flew out of Ling Xiao's head and blocked the man in red's killing blow with his body. At the same time, the Emperor Prime Body was seriously injured and had to return to Ling Xiao's body to recuperate. Of course, Ling Xiao used this opportunity to launch a counterattack. The Void God sword in his hand released the 9-word style again. 9 sword lights burst out and forced the man in red to retreat. Swish. But in the next moment, the man in red appeared again. He was so fast that Ling Xiao did not have time to think at all. The axe in his hand flew out, spinning as it chopped towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This red-clothed man was really too difficult to deal with. Once he started attacking, he would not give his opponent any chance to breathe. He didn't even allow his opponent to think. If Ling Xiao hadn't been used to this kind of high-pressure fighting method, he would have died long ago. Ling Xiao's current problem was that he had no effective means to counterattack. Although the 9-word style's power had increased due to the Void God sword's leveling up, the opponent was simply too fast. The Dragon God's frost array diagram was not very effective against the red-clothed man. It could even be said that it had no effect at all. There's still a difference in the quality of Shun Yuan. The laws of the eternal divine realm were completely different from the laws of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Although they were both made of divine essence, the difference in quality was too great. It was already extremely rare for Ling Xiao to be able to defeat martial artists of the same cultivation level. When facing a martial artist at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon, unless he had the help of his companions, he would have to unleash the universe of tyrants. If he encountered a 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist, he wouldn't be able to win even if he released the universe of tyrants. Even his life was in danger. Fortunately, he had a way to modify the quality of Shun Yuan. Otherwise, there really would be no other way. But this also meant that his cultivation level would not be able to improve while he was modifying the quality of Shun Yuan. The energy in the sea of cultivation that had previously been used to improve his Shun Yuan was also used to modify it. Currently, the modification of Shun Yuan was only 1 in 10,000. It was still very far away. Today, I have to be a little more shameless. Let's attack together. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for the red-clothed man alone. So he put aside his boring dignity. He called out Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum. The 5 of them joined forces. The red-clothed man was clearly no match for them. The 5 of them had worked together many times and had long since developed a tacit understanding. Their combined strength was definitely stronger than the red-clothed man's. In less than 10 minutes, the red-clothed man's finger that wore a storage ring was chopped off. It was so painful that the guy howled like a beast. "Kid, remember this. I'm Shwehongi, the young master of the Dual Axes gang. I'll definitely come back for revenge." With a howl, Shwehongi's figure flashed and disappeared from the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao vaguely saw that Shwehongi had used a talisman. It seemed that talismans were more useful in the eternal divine realm. They could even break through the martial spirit barrier. This was too terrifying. "Shwehongi, I'll remember this. The next time we meet, I'll defeat you alone. Let's go." Ling Xiao was certain that Shwehongi would definitely bring people to find them after returning to Dual Axes City. If they did not leave now, when would they? Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the direction of Dual Axes City. A large number of martial artists rushed out from the city gate. At this time, Ling Xiao had already turned and fled. He had no choice but to hide in the dense forest for the time being. Although Dual Axes City was powerful, it was still limited. It was impossible for them to control the dense forest. "Kid, I've already remembered your face. No matter where you jump, I, Shwehongi, will take your life." Ling Xiao, who had already disappeared into the dense forest, heard Shwehongi's angry roar. He couldn't help but shake his head. He had just arrived in the eternal divine realm, and he had already encountered such a powerful opponent. This was definitely not a good thing. However, he had learned a lot from these battles. His companions had also benefited greatly. Although their cultivation methods were different from Ling Xiao's, they all had their own ways to adapt to the battles here. Xiao Jin relied on devouring. Long Chen and Yu Fanghua relied on awakening. Cold Plum relied on absorbing the power of nature. Ling Xiao relied on fighting. Now that they had entered the dense forest, they had completely lost their way. After all, they were unfamiliar with this place. They didn't know where to go. However, they were already very familiar with this kind of situation. They felt that the dense forest was safer than the city. After entering the dense forest, Ling Xiao released all 4 of them. Xiao Jin and Long Chen had treasures that could ward off demonic aura, so they were naturally not afraid. Although Ling Xiao's trip to Dual Axes City had been dangerous, he had also gained a lot. "Let's see what's in this kid's storage ring." Ling Xiao forcefully erased Blood Red Robe's soul imprint. He checked Blood Red Robe's storage ring. "He's really rich. After bidding for several treasures, he actually has nearly 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. He's really rich. Let's split these treasures." As for the storage ring, Fanghua, take that beautiful thing that Blood Red Robe spent so much effort to bid for. It's a bargain for us. Give Blood Red Robe's storage ring to Cold Plum. Ladies first. Xiao Jin, Long Chen, bear with it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already distributed the Emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern that Blood Red Robe had won. At this point, the 5 of them had at least one Emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. Ling Xiao had the Chenkuan world. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum also had very good storage rings. Long Chen and Xiao Jin's were a little lacking, but they could still adapt to the eternal divine realm storage rings. Chapter 50-59. Ling Xiao kept 600,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for himself. The remaining 400,000 were divided equally among the other 4. No one knew when they would be separated, so everyone had some supreme-grade spirit stones, which were more suitable for survival in the eternal god realm. Although they didn't want to be separated, there were many things in this world that didn't go as planned. Ling Xiao had already experienced such things many times, so his heart was much calmer. Anyway, even if they were separated, they would meet again sooner or later. Because they were all monsters who could stand on their own, they would definitely rise to the top in the eternal god realm. Protect me. I'm going to refine some pills to speed up our integration into the eternal god realm. Ling Xiao had bid for the mystical yellow dragon wormwood. Originally, he would need some supplementary materials to refine the mystical yellow dragon wormwood elixir. However, He had collected all the necessary materials from Xuehongyi's storage ring. It would be best if he could refine it as soon as possible. The Eternal God Realm's power of laws was too strong, so he had to use immortal fire to refine the mystical yellow dragon wormwood. Even immortal fire couldn't do it, let alone ordinary fire. Ling Xiao knew very well that this wasn't a problem with the flame itself, but the quality of his divine essence was too weak. As long as the quality of his divine essence improved, this wouldn't be a problem. The process of refining pills was actually very dangerous. This was because the fragrance of the herbs would attract the surrounding monsters. Ling Xiao had set up an array to conceal the aura, so he dared to refine pills in the wilderness. Even so, monsters still attacked during the process. Fortunately, this place was relatively close to Jewel Axe City, so the monsters weren't too strong. Yu Fanghua and the others treated this as training for their combat skills. After a round of fighting, they killed the monsters. Little Gold even swallowed the monster's crystal cores. At this point, Little Gold could no longer just swallow heat. As he swallowed the devil fetus, his strength increased. He could now swallow everything in the world. This was more beneficial for his future improvement. About an hour later, the pills were refined. 1 stalk of mystical yellow dragon wormwood was refined into 10 perfect mystical yellow dragon wormwood elixirs. The effects of the mystical yellow dragon wormwood elixir varied according to the materials used. The profound yellow Longhao pill that Ling Xiao refined was suitable for all divine body realm martial practitioners. After giving one to each of his 4 companions, Ling Xiao also swallowed one for himself. Then, the 5 of them began to convert the medicinal effects. Ling Xiao released the god-defying Dao Tai, the Blood Demon King, the Demon Sovereign, and the Divine Sovereign to protect him. A profound yellow Longhao pill increased the quality of Ling Xiao's divine essence a little more. If an ordinary cultivator in the Eternal Divine Domain had a grade 10 divine origin, then the divine origin would be at the 10th level. Ling Xiao's current divine essence quality had just risen to level 1. Previously, he couldn't even reach level 1. The quality of the other 4 people's divine essence was comparable to Ling Xiao's. Although their cultivation bases were at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique realm, their actual combat strength was only equivalent to the early 6th level of the divine physique realm. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was slightly higher than theirs, but it was still within the range of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. In other words, Ling Xiao's ability to challenge someone 1 level higher than him was already very extravagant. Moreover, his chances of winning were extremely low. Everyone had finished converting the profound yellow Longhao pill and tempered the divine essence in their bodies. Their current divine essence level was level 1. It was still a long way from the divine essence level of an ordinary cultivator in the Eternal Divine Domain. Not to mention those geniuses. For example, Xuehongyi. Let's go. No matter what, we have to continue moving forward. Only in this way can we continue to become stronger. Ling Xiao stood up and looked at the dense forest. Given their current situation, perhaps the wilderness was the best place to train. Just as they were about to set off, a loud noise suddenly came from not far away. Someone is fighting. The 5 of them came to the same conclusion. And the distance is very close. Ling Xiao frowned. The loud noise kept coming and was getting closer. The sound of battle kept coming from the dense forest. And it was coming in their direction. Let's hide first. Ling Xiao called out to everyone and chose a hidden place to hide. Who exactly was fighting with the demon beasts? They were also very curious. What's more, this might be another opportunity. Ling Xiao still hoped to meet a cultivator like Su Hai. That way, he would be able to obtain more information about the Eternal Divine Domain. Only with more detailed information could he truly explore the Eternal Divine Domain. He sensed that the aura of the demon beast and the human cultivator had both reached the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. However, their destructive power didn't seem to be as exaggerated as imagined. If experts of this level fought in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, large areas of mountains and rivers would probably be destroyed. But here, even the trees didn't seem to be so easily destroyed. However, Ling Xiao believed that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Soon, They could see the situation of the battle. Because the opponent was already 100 meters away. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that the cultivator who had been fighting and retreating was actually one of the cultivators by the side of the blue-dressed woman he had met in Jewel Axe City. He didn't have any obvious dislike for the blue-dressed woman. He just felt that she was rich. The cultivator by her side was probably just a follower. The demon beast that was chasing this cultivator was just an ordinary-looking fire wolf. It looked ordinary, but its combat power was terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that even they would find it difficult to defeat it alone. Little Gold, this fire wolf is a great supplement for you. Ling Xiao smiled at Little Gold. Although Little Gold could now devour all things, because of the golden crow's body, its ability to devour heat was greater. Regardless of whether it was lightning, fire, or lava, they were all heat. That's right. Little Gold's eyes shone with excitement. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who was stimulated by the blood-red robe's power. He was the same. Therefore, he wanted to raise the level of his divine essence as soon as possible. The fire wolf wasn't too big. It was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, but no one dared to underestimate it. After being tempered by the eternal divine domain's power of laws, this fire wolf was terrifying beyond the imagination of the cultivators of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Whether it was defense or attack, it was terrifying. Obviously, that cultivator was no match for the fire wolf. At this moment, he was being chased by the fire wolf. His clean clothes had been burned to the point that there were holes all over his body. There was a burning smell. Even his hair was burnt in many places by the flames. Ling Xiao didn't know why this person was here and why he was being chased by the fire wolf. But he had to help Little Gold take down this fire wolf. He wasn't interested in saving people, but it wasn't bad to save someone along the way. This might be their opportunity to integrate into the eternal divine domain. Little Gold, I'll attack the fire wolf later. Devour it while it's weak. Long Chen, Fanghua, Cold Plum, the 3 of you pay attention to the surroundings. Be careful not to get surrounded. Also, pay special attention to that cultivator. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. Ling Xiao began to give orders. The attack quickly took shape. He waited for the cultivator and the fire wolf to get close to each other before suddenly attacking. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 5060. 100 meters away, the martial artist was running for his life. The fire wolf was chasing him frantically. A path of flames was burning along the way. However, it didn't ignite the nearby trees. It seemed that the flames weren't strong enough. The martial artist wasn't weak, but facing the fire wolf, he was forced into a desperate situation. He didn't even have the strength to run now. You're lucky. Little Gold is attacking. Ling Xiao glanced at the martial artist. They'd only met once, and they didn't like each other. But because Ling Xiao wanted the fire wolf's crystal core, the martial artist was really lucky. He was about to be rescued. The figure dashed out of the forest, the void god's sword stabbing out accurately. At the same time, the ox demon fist in his left hand was completed. The fire wolf rushed over. It didn't expect an ambush in the forest at all. Plus, it was too big to react in time. Its weak eye was pierced by the 9-word style of the void god art. Ling Xiao had purposely chosen this position. After the void god's sword leveled up, its power increased. Plus, it attacked the weak spot, so the success rate was higher. The snarling fire wolf fell to the ground. Ling Xiao didn't give it a chance to breathe. The ox demon fist smashed into the fire wolf's wound. Little Gold attacked at the same time, releasing the golden light of the 9 Hell's yellow springs, which pierced the fire wolf's other eye. Then it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the fire wolf whole. Demon beasts chasing humans and then being killed by humans. This was common whether in the 4 realms, 9 realms, or the eternal divine realm. Ling Xiao didn't pretend to sympathize with the fire wolf, because if the fire wolf had discovered them first, it would have attacked them, or even eaten them. The law of the jungle applied not only to demon beasts, but also to humans. The battle ended in a short dozen seconds. It was a sneak attack, plus Ling Xiao and Little Gold's ingenious cooperation. and the quality of their divine essence was much higher than before. So it was easier to succeed. The martial artist had stopped running. Seeing this shocking scene, he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Such a powerful fire wolf had been killed in an instant. This made him realize that the people in front of him weren't ordinary. "Boss, it seems like my divine energy has been raised to level 2. The benefits of devouring the fire wolf were great. Although Little Gold's cultivation had not increased, the level of his divine essence increased. This meant that his current combat strength had become much stronger than before. He was becoming more and more like an ordinary eternal divine realm cultivator. "Thank you so much." After the initial shock, the man hurried over and thanked Ling Xiao profusely. "Don't worry about it. It's nothing much," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Your Excellency is too polite. My name is Lan Chen, a martial artist from Blue Sea City. We met at the Blood Axe Tower." The martial artist smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I'm ashamed. Miss sent me to find you, saying that she has something important to discuss. In the end, I was targeted by this fire wolf and almost lost my life. Your young lady is looking for me." Ling Xiao thought of the woman in the blue dress. Although he didn't trust any strangers, he still had to make some friends if he wanted to integrate into this world. Although there were many cunning people in this world, there were also people worth befriending. He had met many in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. He should be able to meet them in the eternal divine realm. "That's right. Your Excellency is an alchemist, right?" Lan Chen asked with a smile. "How did you know?" Ling Xiao was curious. "It wasn't me. The young lady deduced it. When you were at the Blood Axe Tower, you offered 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for the Shenhuang Tarragon. The young lady guessed that you might be an alchemist. Our Blue Sea City welcomes alchemists very much. The young lady wishes to discuss business with you." Lan Chen explained. "Your young lady is a smart person. But is Blue Sea City far from here?" Ling Xiao asked. He had to make contact with people sooner or later. Just running around wasn't enough. Therefore, he planned to make contact with the woman in the blue dress from Blue Sea City first. "It's not far. Blue Sea City's territory borders Jewel Axe City. The distance between the cities is only about 10 miles. If you go from here, it's even closer, about 5 miles. I wonder if Your Excellency would like to come with me to meet the young lady?" Lan Chen asked. "My pleasure." Ling Xiao nodded. Although there might be danger, he couldn't miss the opportunity just because he was afraid of danger. "Great. In this case, I can complete the task and not be afraid of the young lady's scolding." Lan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Lan to lead the way," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Okay." Lan Chen pointed in one direction and then led everyone through the dense forest. Due to the influence of the power of law, they consumed too much energy to fly now. It was faster to travel on the ground. On the way, Lan Chen seemed to want to distract Ling Xiao and deliberately chatted with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also wanted to take the opportunity to understand the situation of the Golden Martial Kingdom, so the two had a tacit understanding. "To be honest, Brother Lan, we are from the 4 regions and 9 realms. We are the chosen seeds. We want to find a force to rely on. I wonder if Brother Lan can recommend us?" Ling Xiao didn't lie. He thought that the best way to reach a place was to find a force to rely on. That way, they could slowly grow. Although it was refreshing to fight alone, it was too dangerous. Seeds. No wonder. There have been chosen seeds who passed by Blue Sea City before. Lan Chen didn't seem surprised. This confirmed Ling Xiao's guess. There were many seeds who arrived at the Eternal Oracle from the 4 regions and 9 realms, but those who could live and grow were probably dependent on a certain force. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Our Blue Sea City welcomes genius warriors like you to join us. Especially since you're an alchemist, you just need to talk to our young lady. If you want to join Blue Sea City, it will be as easy as turning your hand. Blue Sea City and Jewel Axe City, which is stronger? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Hearing this question, Lan Chen smiled and said, "Of course, our Blue Sea City is stronger. But Jewel Axe City isn't weak either. Because our two cities are close to the land of exile, we are often attacked by demon beasts or rebels. Therefore, our combat power is very strong. In the Golden Martial Kingdom, we're ranked within the top 100. Those trashy forces outside the top 100 can't compare to us. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao nodded, but his face was full of doubt. Seeing this expression, Lan Chen wasn't happy. He spoke the information that he shouldn't have divulged. It seems that you don't believe me. To tell you the truth, our Blue Sea City has a half-step Divine Soul Realm expert. Our city lord is an expert at the Divine Soul Realm. Dual Axe City's situation is similar to our Blue Sea City. But there are fewer half-step Divine Soul Realm experts. In addition, their Axe God Martial Soul is only a lowly low-level divine rank. Our Blue Sea City's Martial Soul is the Sea Serpent God Martial Soul, a mid-level divine rank. Chapter 5061. Although I'm not qualified to awaken the Sea Serpent God Martial Soul, we're proud of it. Speaking of this, Lan Chen's face was obviously filled with admiration and pride. His words were from the bottom of his heart. Through Lan Chen's words, Ling Xiao roughly understood the power structure of the Golden Martial Nation. If Lan Chen wasn't lying, a power like Blue Sea City should be ranked around the top 100. Among the thousands of powers in the Golden Martial Nation, they were considered to be in the front. Dual Axe City was slightly weaker, but not by much. Powers that were weaker than them probably lacked Divine Soul Realm powerhouses. Even smaller powers didn't even have a half-step Divine Soul Realm martial artist. Bigger powers definitely had more than one Divine Soul Realm martial artist. The capital of the Golden Martial Nation was probably the most powerful among all the powers. The power and strength of the Imperial Court had absolute dominance. Powers like Blue Sea City and Dual Axe City had to listen to them. With such a clear concept, he was also clear about his position. This was more conducive to seeking luck and avoiding disaster. Brother, if you join Blue Sea City, you definitely won't regret it. After Lan Chen showed off to Blue Sea City, he talked about the benefits of joining. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested anymore. Blue Sea City was still too weak. It was impossible to protect the seed martial artists. Everyone knew that the seeds were selected by the 12 holy cities. Everyone knew what it meant. The 108 martial nations would probably fight for it. As expected, his best choice was to join one of the martial nations first. As for the other things, he would slowly figure it out. Brother Lan, if I want to become a direct martial artist of the Golden Martial Nation, what should I do? The so-called direct martial artist was equivalent to belonging to the Imperial Court of the Golden Martial Nation. It was completely different from Blue Sea City and Dual Axe City. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lan Chen suddenly showed an expression of extreme awe. The core area of the Golden Martial Nation is called the Golden Region. It has the most powerful descendants of the Golden God. They have the Golden God Martial Soul, which belongs to the high-level God position. It's very scary. It's very difficult to join. However, you're a seed martial artist, so it should be easier. According to the requirements, as long as you're under 30 and can cultivate to the 7th level of the Divine Body Realm or above, you're qualified. The better your talent, the higher the chance of joining. The young master of Dual Axe City, Xue Hongi, and our young miss are all direct warriors of the Golden Martial Kingdom. From Lan Chen's tone, Ling Xiao heard a wave of loneliness. Lan Chen was already 29 years old, but his cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If he couldn't advance to the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon before the age of 30, otherwise, he would be disqualified forever. Ling Xiao felt that Lan Chen was a straightforward guy. Of course, the premise was that this guy wasn't pretending. After all, people who could casually reveal the secrets of their own forces were usually not scheming enough. On the contrary, the more he acted this way, the easier it was for him to win the favor of strangers. Because he didn't have to worry about being schemed against. Not daring to say anything else, Lan Chen's yearning for the Golden Domain was absolutely not an act. He sighed inwardly, although he sympathized with Lan Chen. However, there was nothing Ling Xiao could do to help. He was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. He might not even be able to protect himself. He stopped thinking about Lan Chen. Ling Xiao drew a complete picture of the human divine kingdom in his mind. Within the divine kingdom, the 12 holy cities were the top existences. Under the 12 holy cities, there were 108 martial kingdoms. In each martial kingdom, there were also a large number of cities, forces, families, and sects. The competition was fierce. The killing was frequent. It was much more ferocious than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, in contrast, there were also a large number of resources in the human divine kingdom. These resources were also much more than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Secret realms, ruins, ancient tombs, blessed grotto heavens, and so on. There were countless things that warriors yearned for in them. After the mystic world was divided into 13 continents. Almost every continent had experienced a complete change of era. They had a complete history. The Black Tortoise continent was naturally no exception. Here, there had once been a glorious era of the gods. Although the era of the gods had long passed, the gods' martial soul left behind was also a precious treasure. Ling Xiao had just stepped into the territory of the human divine kingdom. It had been mentioned before. More than half of the divine kingdom was desert. There were countless precious treasures in the desert. Even among the scattered oases, there were many places that the human race had yet to set foot in. Blue Sea City is up ahead. Not long after, Lan Chen pointed into the distance, and the outline of a city appeared. Blue Sea City was slightly larger than Jewel Axe City. But it wasn't particularly conspicuous. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and shot a look at his companions. Everyone instantly entered battle mode. Brother Lan, I trusted you, but you wanted to do something bad to us. It's really disappointing. If it weren't for us, you would have been eaten by that fire wolf. Ling Xiao looked at Lan Chen coldly. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Lan Chen showed a puzzled expression. This guy doesn't look like he's pretending. Maybe he really doesn't know. Xiao Jin glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao had also observed through the Tai Chi eye. Lan Chen really wasn't pretending. So he simply said, Brother Lan said that he doesn't know. Aren't the warriors of your Blue Sea City ambushing in the dense forest? What? Lan Chen was obviously taken aback. It wasn't because Ling Xiao saw through the ambush. It was because there was actually an ambush in the dense forest. Listen, this is the distinguished guest that the young lady wants to see. Don't be rude. Lan Chen shouted into the dense forest. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the dense forest, dozens of warriors rushed out in an instant. The weakest was at the 3rd level divine physique echelon, and the strongest was at the 6th level divine physique echelon like Lan Chen. There were 30 of them in total. Lan Chen, there's nothing for you to do here. You can go back and report to the young lady. One of them looked at Lan Chen coldly. What's going on here? Lan Chen's expression was piercingly cold. If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude. After all, he was a 6th level divine physique echelon expert. Although there were many of them, they obviously didn't want to offend him. The person who spoke first said indifferently, those guys offended someone they shouldn't have. Whether he's an alchemist or not, Blue Sea City doesn't dare to invite him. Instead, if we kill him, we can get that big shot's favor, and Blue Sea City will be even stronger in the future. Who did we offend? Lan Chen frowned. That's enough. This isn't a question you should be asking. That person's voice turned cold. Hearing this person's words, Ling Xiao had already analyzed the situation in his heart. He had never been to Eternal Divine Nation, so he couldn't have offended anyone. Could it be Lotus Flower? A thought ignited in Ling Xiao's heart. Lotus Flower had chosen to be reborn. Although his strength couldn't increase in a short period of time, if he was born in the 12 sacred cities and had great power, then it was absolutely possible that he knew about the seed. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 5062. Ling Xiao speculated. Perhaps he had been targeted by the reborn Lotus Flower the moment he arrived. Of course, this was just a speculation. There might be other things he didn't know. But no matter what, he had offended a superior as soon as he arrived in the God Nation. His future days would be tough. Brother Lan, please step aside. Thank you for your kindness, but it won't be that easy for these people to kill us. Ling Xiao glanced at Lan Chen and said. Lan Chen didn't disappoint him. He was indeed a straightforward person. Today's ambush had nothing to do with him. Brother, I won't say anything else. You saved my life. Who wants to kill you today? You will have to step over my dead body first. Lan Chen gritted his teeth and said loudly, You ungrateful thing. Since you betrayed Blue Sea City, you're a traitor. I'll have to kill you too. Attack. The martial artists surrounding Ling Xiao and the others finally lost their patience. Lan Chen's actions angered them. The leader, a peak 6th level divine body realm martial artist, instantly pounced on Lan Chen. It seemed that killing Lan Chen, the traitor, was more important than killing Ling Xiao and the others. It won't be that easy to kill me. Lan Chen went forward, but he was sent flying by the other party's palm. In terms of cultivation, Lan Chen was on par with the other party. The problem was that Lan Chen was severely injured in the battle with Hualang. Even if he recovered a little, he couldn't reach his peak state. Naturally, he wasn't a match for this person. That person sent Lan Chen flying with a palm strike. A long spear appeared in his hand. He aimed at Ling Xiao and stabbed it. This long spear was also an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. The divine dragon pattern circled around the spear shaft, releasing a powerful aura. The impact was strong. A dragon's roar was heard when the spear stabbed out. The spear energy turned into a divine dragon, opening its mouth to bite off Ling Xiao's head. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees were shattered. Dust flew everywhere. It was quite impressive to have such an effect on the land of the eternal divine realm. If the same attack was used on the former heavenly dragon continent, the entire continent would probably collapse. It could also cause great destruction in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You keep saying that you want to kill me, but your strength is only SOSO. Ling Xiao sneered. He flicked the Void God's sword in his right hand, stepped lightly on the ground, and flew away. Then, 9 sword lights bloomed from the sword and shot toward the opponent. At this time, although Ling Xiao did not release Universe of Tyrants, he used Tyrant possession. At the same time, he entered the Beast God body state. Coupled with the Void God sword with 2 divine dragon patterns, his attack power was no weaker than his opponent's. The 9 sword beams tore apart the divine dragon spear and continued to break through the air, leaving a scratch on the opponent's face. Although it was very shallow, there were still bloodstains. You can actually hurt me. The martial artist was obviously taken aback. He was in existence at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage. He had also fought against the seeds from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Almost no one was a match for him. But today, not only did Ling Xiao break his attack, he even left a scar on his face. This made him very angry. His self-esteem suffered a setback. Do you still have time to be angry? When the martial artist thought that the attack was over, Ling Xiao's cold voice rang in his ears. Compared to the blood-red robe, this martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage was far weaker. His ability to adapt to changes was simply too weak. Ling Xiao learned from the blood-red robe's battle experience. Once he attacked, he did not give the opponent a chance to counterattack. He had to keep attacking until the opponent could not breathe. Therefore, after the 9-word style of the Void God technique was released, the Bull Demon Fist followed closely. It hit the opponent's face hard. The face was almost deformed. However, it did not shatter. It only bled. The strength of his body was really strong. One had to admit that these martial artists had benefited from the eternal divine realm's power of laws. But the attack did not stop. The moment Ling Xiao's attack ended, the demon's sovereign body stabbed the crimson blood demon's sword at the opponent. The battered opponent could only block with his spear. But as soon as he blocked, the demon's sovereign body's god fist came again. This time, he could not dodge. He was hit in the abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. If this was in the 4 regions and 9 realms, a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage would have been blown apart by Ling Xiao's attack. But here, at the same cultivation level, The opponent only spat out a little blood. Ha ha ha, although the attack speed is fast and tricky, it's a pity. Your attack power is too weak. The opponent was lucky to have withstood Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. He laughed as if he had just survived a disaster and cast a mocking smile at Ling Xiao. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Crimson Blood Demon sword turned into a Blood Demon Emperor and stuck to the martial artist. Like a bat, it wrapped the opponent's body, only revealing his head. Then it exploded. This was a terrifying skill of the Crimson Blood Demon sword's sword spirit, the Blood Demon Emperor, Blood Explosion. This skill was extremely destructive. The problem was that the Blood Demon Emperor would have to sleep for at least a day after using it. However, to Ling Xiao, whose attack power was lacking, this blood explosion was simply too useful. A terrifying explosion occurred, and the martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique stage was covered in wounds from the explosion. He had already lost the ability to fight. However, he was actually not dead yet. This body was really tenacious. The battle between the two seemed to take a long time, but it was actually only 2 to 3 seconds. That person was put down on the ground, and Ling Xiao stepped on him. The Void God's sword pierced into the opponent's wound, and he said coldly, "Tell me, who exactly is the superior that made you attack?" That martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique stage was still in shock and disbelief. In reality, it was not so easy for Ling Xiao to defeat him. It was just a trick, a sneak attack coupled with blood explosion, not giving the opponent a chance to use it at all. After a while, that person returned to normal. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "If you dare to kill me, Blue Sea City will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. You've been targeted by that big shot. Do you really think you have a way out? You'll die sooner or later anyway. Why don't you be killed by us? It'll be more satisfying." Still stubborn, Ling Xiao activated the Void God sword and began to absorb energy. That martial artist let out a hysterical scream. "Stop. Why aren't you stopping? I don't know, I really don't know who it is. I only know that it's a big shot in the holy city." The pain caused by the Void God sword made that martial artist tell the truth. Unfortunately, the mastermind was still a mystery. When Ling Xiao restrained this martial artist, the rest of the people were obviously afraid of taking action and did not dare to make a move. Although they still surrounded Ling Xiao and the others, that was all they could do. It was as if they were waiting for orders. "Looks like this guy isn't lying." Ling Xiao frowned and lifted the martial artist up as a hostage. "You'd better not act rashly, or I'll kill this person on the spot." As he retreated, he used the Void God sword to absorb energy. The divine essence in these martial artists' bodies contained the power of laws of the eternal divine territory. It was crucial for raising the level of his divine essence. Chapter 5063. Kid, it seems like you still don't understand. Hostage. Do you think we won't dare to attack you just because you're holding that trash hostage? A voice came from the crowd. Suddenly, a white light flashed past, and the hostage's head was pierced. He died on the spot. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh every time he saw these guys die. Although the bodies of Eternal God Realm martial artists were extremely strong, they were also difficult to heal. Even if the spirit realm wasn't destroyed, a simple stab to the head or neck was enough to kill them. Bastard. Ling Xiao increased the speed at which the Void God sword absorbed energy, instantly sucking the person's divine energy dry. At this point, the martial artists surrounding them had already rushed over. They attacked immediately. Although a peak 6th level divine body realm martial artist died, there were still many of them. Moreover, there were as many as 5 6th level divine body realm martial artists. There were also more than 10 5th level divine body realm martial artists. This battle was definitely not going to be easy. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had companions. Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum were all involved in the battle. This time, Ling Xiao didn't stop them. Improving one's skills in battle was also a way to improve one's strength. "I'll help too." Although Lan Chen was injured, he was a loyal person. In order to repay the favor of saving his life, he was willing to offend Blue Ocean City. Ling Xiao was a little touched. However, He didn't have time to think about other things as he was in the middle of a battle. He immediately activated the Sun God's blood formation and the Dragon God's frost formation. Let's do it. The Dragon God's frost formation couldn't freeze the opponent because of the low quality of Ling Xiao's divine energy. However, it could slow down the opponent's speed by 30%. This was already very heaven-defying. It was a great help to them in the battle. During the battle, Ling Xiao's figure kept flickering. Every time he appeared, he would leave a wound on the opponent's body. Although he couldn't kill them, he made them lose their advantage in numbers. Instead, they had to be on guard against the sudden emergence of a terrifying existence. Ling Xiao's sword could really kill them, especially those martial artists below the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Once their vital points were pierced, they would die on the spot. Ling Xiao changed his strategy because he couldn't kill his opponent instantly. He used the bloodthirsty plague to weaken his opponent, and the Dragon God's ice diagram to slow down his opponent's speed. Then, he would use his own attacks to continuously damage his opponent. As a result, the opponent's combat strength continued to decline, and his defense became weaker and weaker. At a certain point, he would suddenly launch a sneak attack and send the enemy to the Western Paradise. Yu Fanghua and the others also unleashed their abilities and cooperated with Ling Xiao in battle. Kill the enemy. In just a minute or two, the original 30 people were reduced to 15. Moreover, all of them were martial artists at the 5th and 6th level of the divine physique echelon. The weak ones had all been destroyed. Ling Xiao's void god sword drank blood, constantly absorbing energy. Finally, at a certain moment, his divine essence level advanced, reaching level 2. The battle suddenly soared. He was even more ferocious than before. Especially when he released his true body, the body of the divine venerable, and the body of the demon venerable at the same time to disturb the enemy. This made the enemy suffer unspeakably. Don't be afraid, everyone. Form a battle formation and stall for time. Commander Zhong is about to arrive. Once he arrives, none of these people will be able to escape. Afraid that his companions would have the thought of escaping, one of them shouted loudly. His words were obviously effective. The rest of the people's fighting spirit was obviously high, and their originally low morale also began to rise again. The remaining cultivators all had either monarch weapons with 9 dragon inscriptions or monarch weapons with 1 divine dragon inscription. Ling Xiao coveted these weapons. He believed that after the void god sword devoured them, there should be a chance for it to advance. It was just that he didn't want the void god sword to advance for the time being. Once 3 divine dragon patterns appeared, he really wouldn't be able to use them freely. That would be bad. However, these weapons could be stored and used when his cultivation base advanced in the future. The other party changed from attacking forcefully to stalling for time. Even a fool would be able to see that. Brother, let's end this quickly. If Commander Zhong arrives, none of you will be able to escape. Commander Zhong is someone who has the sea serpent god martial soul. Lan Chen shouted loudly. Obviously, he knew how terrifying that Commander Zhong was. How could Ling Xiao not want to end the battle quickly? But with his current strength, he couldn't do it. Fortunately, as time went on, the bloodthirsty plague gradually took effect and weakened his opponents. It became easier for Ling Xiao and the others to kill their opponents. At this point, Ling Xiao decided to deactivate the Dragon God's frost formation. His opponents were already weakened, so they couldn't move too quickly. What he needed now was a move that could continuously weaken his opponent's defenses. And that was the Snake God's poison domain formation. Once the formation was released, the ground was filled with poisonous snakes. The air was filled with terrifying poison. Although it was limited in its ability to harm the eternal divine realm martial artists. However, it could continuously corrode the wounds on their bodies. These people probably didn't notice that Ling Xiao had used the Snake God's poison domain formation to its fullest potential. Just now, he had left at least 2 scars on each of them. The poison came into contact with their blood. The effect was outstanding. Yu Fanghua and the others seized this opportunity to pinpoint the spots where the poison was corroding. They launched their final frenzied attacks. In the end, although the remaining 15 people were all experts. However, They died even faster than before. In an instant, all 15 of them turned into corpses. Ling Xiao didn't use the Void God sword. He directly took back the bloodthirsty plague, and the corpses instantly rotted into mud. He thought that the god essence could advance. Unfortunately, it didn't. It was probably more difficult to advance in the future. Although he had long been mentally prepared in this regard, it still made him feel a little uncomfortable when he really encountered it. The enemy's weapons and storage rings were also automatically collected by the Chenkuan beast. Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. Although these people didn't have as much wealth as the Blood Red Coat, it was still a considerable income. Hurry up and run, Lan Chen reminded him. It's too late. Ling Xiao shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but Commander Zhong had already arrived. This person was wearing aqua blue armor. He held sharp claws in his hands. According to Lan Chen, he had the supreme sea serpent god martial soul of Blue Sea City. It was a mid-level deity position martial soul. Although it was far inferior to Ling Xiao's primordial deity position martial soul, it was probably very strong after being tempered by the eternal divine realm. Did you kill all the people of Blue Sea City? When Commander Zhong arrived, the corpses on the ground had already disappeared, but there were still some traces. With such an expert, he could naturally see it. That's right. Ling Xiao looked at the other party, his expression unchanged. Although Commander Zhong was powerful, Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't as strong as the Blood Red Coat. Although he was definitely no match for him alone. But now, he wasn't alone. He had powerful companions. It's good that you admit it. Then, are you ready to die? Commander Zhong said coldly. His cold eyes revealed a ruthless killing intent. Chapter 5064. It looked like things wouldn't end peacefully today. Ling Xiao and the others had killed so many of Blue Sea's cultivators. How could they let the matter rest so easily? Die! Ling Xiao laughed. You're as unreasonable as these trash. I came to the eternal divine realm with no grudge against Blue Sea. Instead, I wanted to join Blue Sea because of Lan Chen. It's a pity that you people want to kill me for no reason. I killed them all. Now, do you want to follow in their footsteps? Ling Xiao didn't like trouble. But he wasn't afraid of it either. Haha, you're quite confident. Captain Zhong sneered. It's a pity that you've already killed so many people from my Blue Sea City. We're like fire and water. There's no way we can reconcile. I don't intend to reconcile either. I just want to know who made you offend an alchemist and kill him. Ling Xiao was very interested in the mastermind behind the scenes. At the very least, it would be easier to guard against him in the future. You're about to die. Why do you want to know? Captain Zhong said indifferently. I can't be a fool. Ling Xiao laughed. You're not afraid of death. Unfortunately, I want to tell you who it is. But only our city lord knows this secret. That lord is very cautious. After all, he's targeting seeds from the 4 realms and 9 worlds. It's easy to cause dissatisfaction among the 12 sacred cities. Captain Zhong shrugged and released his martial soul, the sea serpent god. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao released his martial soul barrier at almost the same time. He was mainly worried that Blue Sea would send reinforcements. Captain Zhong alone was enough of a headache. If reinforcements came, it would be even more troublesome. The sea serpent was a marine animal. It didn't look much different from the snakes on land, but it was larger in size. If it was just a sea serpent martial soul, it would only be an ordinary beast martial soul. It was no different from most martial souls in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. But the sea serpent god, with the word god added, was completely different. The sea snake that had once become a god on the Black Tortoise continent. After transforming into a martial soul, it would possess the will and power of a god. It could awaken the body of a god. It was the same as Ling Xiao's beast god body. However, the divine bodies of the eternal divine realm were far stronger than those of the 9 realms. Commander Zhong didn't look like the kind of person who would underestimate his enemy. He unleashed his sea serpent god martial spirit right from the start. Then, he entered the state of the sea serpent god. Just like Ling Xiao's beast god body, The sea serpent god body also had two forms. One was in the form of a divine snake, while the other was in the form of a serpent god. A human with the appearance of a giant snake and the characteristics of a sea snake. Commander Zhong had probably chosen the serpent god form to make it easier to use his martial skills. Strange blue scales grew all over his body. Its eyes were also like those of a snake. A tail trailing behind. Sharp venomous fangs grew out of its mouth. His height had also grown to about 3 meters. The martial practitioners of the 4 regions and 9 worlds should have never seen a divine body before, right? Your luck is not bad. You can die in peace under my divine body. Commander Zhong sneered. Commander Zhong was obviously inferior to Xue Hongyi in his normal state. However, after entering the divine body, the pressure he gave Ling Xiao had obviously reached the level of Xue Hongyi. In fact, it was even stronger. The pressure brought by the will and power of a god made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. His divine essence level wasn't high enough to begin with. Now, the gap was even wider. You seem to be talking too much nonsense. Make your move. Ling Xiao instantly activated the beast god body. He also entered the beast god body. He chose the ox god body. The Yushan body was inferior to the ox god body in terms of strength and attack power. The advantage was that it could use flames. Moreover, it could control the law of time more freely. However, Ling Xiao's divine essence level was too low. He couldn't use the power of time to control the law of time at all. Therefore, this was the only way for the time being. I didn't expect you to have a god martial spirit. It's a pity that your god will is too weak. You should be a low-level fake god. You can't even be considered a low-level god. Commander Zhong glanced at Ling Xiao contemptuously. Idiot. I'll go test the opponent first. You guys observe his flaws. After that, we'll work together to kill this guy. We can't let him go back alive. Last time, the blood red coat escaped. This time, we definitely can't let this guy escape again. Ling Xiao scolded Commander Zhong and then sent a soul voice transmission to his other companions. After that, he charged out. He was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't kill the blood red coat last time. This time, Commander Zhong could only reach the blood red coat's ordinary state after entering the god body. Even if he treated it as practice, he had to destroy this guy. Arrogant brat, you really don't understand what the power of a god is, Commander Zhong sneered. A violent water flow actually appeared in the void, like a wave in the deep sea. It smashed fiercely toward Ling Xiao. This impact was enough to destroy a city in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. And here, it was enough to kill Ling Xiao. Dragon God Frost Array Diagram. Ling Xiao firmly believed that the other party's attack was enough to kill him. Therefore, even if he wanted to block it, he had to first reduce its power. The reason why this terrifying wave was so powerful was because it was fast enough. When the Dragon God Frost Array Diagram was released, its speed was reduced. Naturally, its power was reduced. Hey! Commander Zhong suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. It wasn't because Ling Xiao blocked his attack. After all, that attack was just a casual attack. The reason why he was uneasy was that he felt the aura of a superior from Ling Xiao. His sea serpent god martial soul was actually trembling. What kind of god martial soul do you have? Commander Zhong roared. If I said that I have the 12 beast god martial soul of the primeval god position, would you believe me? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Attack. Kill him while he's sick. At this moment, Commander Zhong was seriously shocked by Ling Xiao's words and exposed his flaws. Yu Fanghua and the others attacked at the same time. One after another, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Ling Xiao released his divine venerable body and demon venerable body to participate in the attack. He had to end the battle quickly. This place was not far from Blue Sea City, and the enemy could appear at any time. If he didn't kill Commander Zhong quickly, it would be troublesome. Once again, he was glad that he wasn't alone. If he was alone, he would have to run away in the face of such an enemy. Everyone's attacks hit accurately. Commander Zhong screamed again and again. Although he was very strong, he wasn't strong enough to deal with Ling Xiao and his 4 companions at the same time. Put in more effort, kill him. Ling Xiao roared, holding the reverse god sword in his hand and releasing the shadow of the yin-yang universal tiger behind him. The wrath of the Black Soul was used. The wrath of the Black Soul's attack power might not be comparable to the reverse god ART's 9-word style. However, it could completely ignore the opponent's defense. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill his opponent completely, the wrath of the Black Soul was the best choice. Chapter 5065. A terrifying tiger sword shadow darted out from the Void God sword. It instantly pierced through Commander Zhong's head. A terrifying destructive force pierced through Commander Zhong's entire body. It completely destroyed Commander Zhong's last bit of life force. Ling Xiao used the Void God sword to absorb the energy in the other party's body. His divine essence finally leveled up again, reaching level 3. Let's go. After killing Commander Zhong, he removed the martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao let Xiao Jin and the others enter the universe world and prepare to escape. A single person was obviously a smaller target and more suitable for escaping. Xiao Jin and the others would not object. The universe world was better than the Dongsheng Emperor Ring in that it would only start to calculate weight when it contained more than 10 living beings. Therefore, Xiao Jin and the others entering the universe world would not affect Ling Xiao's speed. Brother, let's go to the Black Desert. Lan Chen suggested. The Black Desert is a small desert above this oasis. It's shrouded in black storms all year round. It's a very troublesome place for warriors. But the good thing is that it's very difficult for enemies to find it. With your strength, you can definitely survive. But the prerequisite is that you don't encounter that thing. Ling Xiao talked to Lan Chen as he hurried. Therefore, he was not worried about being caught. What does that thing refer to? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The King of Black Sand. Lan Chen replied, it said that the King of Black Sand is a cactus that has become a spirit. It occupies the Black Desert. It's extremely powerful, but no one knows exactly how powerful it is. A half-step divine soul realm expert once entered to search for it, but he didn't see it. It seems that the King of Black Sand's strength should be below the half-step divine soul realm. When an expert enters, it hides. Cold Plum, this is your opportunity. Go to the Black Desert. Lan Chen, lead the way. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. He was now facing the pursuit of Jewel Axe City and Blue Sea City. If he stayed outside, it would easily attract trouble. As for the Black Desert, even if the other party chased him in, he had a way to make them unable to return. Following Lan Chen's guidance, Ling Xiao headed all the way to the Black Desert. When he arrived nearby, he could see an area surrounded by black wind. Black wind's destructive power was not very strong. With their strength, they were completely capable of resisting it. It was just that his field of vision was reduced to the lowest. Fortunately, Ling Xiao possessed the Tai Chi Eye. Otherwise, he would not have dared to set foot in the Black Desert. Standing in front of the Black Desert, Ling Xiao looked back. Although he couldn't see anyone, his intuition told him that trouble was coming. A wave of hostility suddenly rose in his heart. His original plan had been to keep a low profile and improve his strength upon arriving at the Eternal Divine Realm. He didn't expect to be hunted down as soon as he arrived. Moreover, it was secretly planned by the big shots of the 12 holy cities. Since that was the case, why should he show mercy? So what if it was the Eternal Divine Realm? However, this was only where the power of law was more powerful. If they couldn't even survive in a place like this, how could they deal with the Aboriginals in the future? He turned around and stepped into the Black Desert. The black wind at the edge seemed to be fainter. Ling Xiao could see hundreds of meters away. Combined with the Tai Chi Eye, he could see things up to 1,000 meters away. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the black wind became. His field of vision was also decreasing rapidly. Many small beasts could be seen in the desert. Most of these beasts were scorpions, centipedes, and the like. Their combat strength wasn't very strong. After encountering Ling Xiao, they didn't attack. Instead, they chose to escape. The Black Desert is simply a natural maze. If you don't understand the mysteries of formations, I'm afraid you'll never be able to leave after entering. Ling Xiao was proficient in formations, so he had already discovered it after entering. Nature was really powerful. It could set up such a terrifying maze at will. Brother, is there a way out? If not, let's go back the way we came before we go too deep. Lan Chen had never been to the Black Desert before. He had only heard about it from others. Therefore, after entering and discovering the situation, he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. You can rest in the universe world and heal your injuries. Leave the matter of leaving to me. Ling Xiao smiled. Lan Chen wasn't strong, but he was loyal. Ling Xiao had a good impression of him. All right then. Lan Chen was relieved when he heard Ling Xiao's words. At this moment, he was actually feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. He chose to help his savior, but he had to betray Blue Sea City. For a person like him who valued friendship and loyalty, it was really depressing. It was extremely contradictory. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what Lan Chen was thinking. At this moment, he placed all his attention on this desert. The Black Desert was filled with danger. In the black wind, there were unknown dangers hidden. Perhaps at some moment, an attack would come, making it impossible to guard against it. He heard from Lan Chen that there were ancient ruins in the Black Desert. Therefore, many martial artists had entered to explore. But recently, there were many, and very few returned. Nearly half of the martial artists had thrown their lives here. However, the exploration had never stopped. A person's courage could be unlimited. Their courage could also be unlimited. Sometimes, in order to achieve a goal, they would even risk their lives. Compared to this Black Desert, Ling Xiao was actually more worried about the outside world. Although the dangers in the Black Desert were terrifying, Ling Xiao could guard against them. It was different outside. The big shots of the Holy City secretly issued a kill order. He learned from Commander Zhong's memory that the 5 of them all had bounties. Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Little Gold's bounties were all 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. This was a fatal attraction to divine body realm martial artists, and even divine soul realm martial artists. Moreover, building a good relationship with this big shot, even if there was no bounty, would be very helpful in the future. Yu Fenghua's bounty was 2 million supreme-grade spirit stones. And Ling Xiao's bounty was 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to the value of a low-grade spirit crystal. Anyone would go crazy for this. Although the bounty was issued in the black market, it was easier for news to spread there. It wouldn't be obstructed by the Holy City. In other words, the moment Ling Xiao arrived in the Eternal Divine Realm, he had become a head worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Whether it's lotus flower or not, just wait and see. I will completely destroy all threats. Ling Xiao's personality was like this. The crazier his enemies were, the crazier he was. He was a monster even more savage than a monster. Moreover, in the Eternal Divine Realm, he had less to worry about. Since he was already famous, he might as well go crazy. Crack. Another bone was crushed by Ling Xiao. The number of warriors and demonic beasts that died in the Black Desert was not small. Who knew how many bones were wrapped in the black sand? Inadvertently, one would step on them. Since we're already here, the enemy shouldn't be chasing us, right? Xiao Jin said in boredom. Staying in the universe world was comfortable, but it was too boring. Instead, he preferred a vigorous battle. This fellow's character could be considered to be birds of a feather with Ling Xiao. Chapter 5066. Don't forget, your heads are also worth 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Anu. E. Northwest. En. My head is worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Most warriors won't be able to earn so many supreme-grade spirit stones in their entire lives. Small forces like Blue Sea City and Jewel Axe City would scramble for these spirit stones like a flock of ducks. Don't underestimate human greed. Ling Xiao believed that the enemy would definitely chase after him. The black wind blew, and from time to time, horrifying howls could be heard. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. As long as he passed through the Black Desert, he could change his appearance and shake off his pursuers. At the very least, he could shake off this mastermind. The next step was to cultivate. With his current strength, He obviously couldn't compete with this mastermind. Even if the mastermind was the lotus flower after his reincarnation and wasn't very strong, there must be experts by his side. So no matter what, he had to grow up first. When Ling Xiao passed through the Black Desert, the pursuers had already reached the edge of the Black Desert. The first to arrive were the pursuers from Blue Sea City. There were hundreds of them, all dressed in blue battle robes. The robes were embroidered with the image of the sea serpent god. At a glance, one could tell where these warriors came from. Like Dual Axe City, the warriors from Blue Sea City exuded a strong murderous aura. Ling Xiao had already seen this before. Perhaps it was because they were at the border. The leader rode a snake-tailed bird. The snake-tailed bird couldn't fly. It looked like an ostrich, but it had a snake-like tail. It could detect danger from the ground. This person was also one of the commanders of Blue Sea City. However, he was obviously stronger than Commander Zhong. If Ling Xiao was here, he would have noticed. In his normal state, this person's strength was on par with the blood-red shirt. He was in his 40s and had a calm, old face. His eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent. The scale of Blue Sea City was quite large. Just counting the commanders, there were 72 of them. There were differences in strength between the commanders. Previously, Commander Zhong had been the weakest. Blue Sea City didn't take Ling Xiao and the others seriously. After all, they were just seeds who had just arrived in the eternal divine realm. It was normal for him to be weak. But who would have thought that Commander Zhong would also be killed, so this Commander Liu was sent out. There were close to 100 divine body realm martial artists with him. Among them, 50 of them were above the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. It could be said to be a very powerful team. Lord Commander, those people have entered the Black Desert. That is an ominous place. Without a cultivation at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon or above, the chances of dying after entering were extremely high. The Black Wind King was not to be trifled with. Why don't we just let them fend for themselves? A person beside Commander Liu said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, Commander Liu shook his head and said, "Do you know the relationship between Commander Zhong and me? We joined Blue Ocean City together and worked together for more than 20 years. He was born hundreds of times like this. He saved my life, and I saved his. Now that he's dead, you're telling me to give up on pursuing the murderer? When did Blue Sea City's martial artists become such cowards?" But the Black Wind King killed a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon 10 years ago. Now, we don't know what level of strength that monster has reached. Moreover, the Black Wind King is definitely not the only danger in the Black Desert. The martial artist beside him seemed to be an advisor. His strength was not ordinary either. He was at the early stage of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. If you're afraid, go back. The rest of you, follow me in. Don't forget, those people are worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if we work hard for our entire lives, we might not be able to earn that much. Commander Liu's voice became louder and louder. It was very encouraging. We're willing to follow Commander Liu and hunt down our enemies. Most of them were captivated by the huge reward and did not realize how dangerous the Black Desert was. The advisor sighed. Forget it. Since Lord Commander insists on going his own way, I'll go with you. Thus, over 100 Blue Sea City's martial artists stepped into the Black Desert. Apart from the advisor, most of them were still very confident. Commander Liu also possessed the Sea Serpent God martial soul. Moreover, it was the Sea Serpent God that could control ice and water. It was much more powerful than Commander Zhong. In addition to them, they did not believe that those few seeds could escape. Luck might fall on those fellows, but it was impossible for such luck to appear again and again. Ling Xiao had no idea how big the Black Desert was, nor did he know where he was. He could only rely on his familiarity with formations to cross the Black Desert. Ling Xiao did not need to do anything for the battles along the way. Little Gold and Long Chen took care of it. Their meaning was clear. Ling Xiao needed to deal with sudden changes. He needed to control the overall situation. It was not only because Ling Xiao was the strongest among them. More importantly, Ling Xiao had the ability to control the overall situation. He could always make the best judgment. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had obtained a few emperor weapons with divine dragon patterns from Xue Hongyi. This could help Little Gold and Long Chen increase their combat strength. Coupled with his martial soul array, there was not much trouble along the way. After devouring some beast cores, Little Gold's divine essence level rose to the 3rd level. Long Chen's divine essence level also rose to the 2nd level because of the release of the giant dragon's potential. After a period of battle, everyone realized that the beasts in the eternal divine realm were not as fierce as the beasts in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, they were much stronger. The scorpions, which looked very ordinary, could instantly erupt with terrifying combat strength equivalent to a martial artist in the 7th level of the divine body realm. This caused a lot of trouble for everyone. It slowed down their footsteps. When they dealt with these scorpions, Ling Xiao suddenly looked behind him. He still could not see anything. However, Ling Xiao heard the sound of battle. And it was quite a big commotion. It's probably the pursuers from Blue Sea City. These guys are really persistent. Ling Xiao frowned and let Little Gold and Long Chen go back to rest. He let out Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. This kind of rotation was more conducive to preserving their stamina and combat strength. Hurry up. I can feel that there's a very difficult guy coming this time. He's not inferior to Xue Hongyi. Xue Hongyi, who had not entered the divine body, was already a headache for them. Once he entered the divine body, how strong would he be? Perhaps they might not be a match for him even if they worked together. He obviously sped up because he had the Tai Chi Eye, which allowed him to see through formations and had powerful soul power. He could run as fast as he could in the Black Desert. As long as they did not encounter a battle, their speed was very fast. After nearly 3 hours of trekking, they had already reached the core area of the Black Desert. Another half of the journey and they would be out of this dark place. At this time, Ling Xiao's vision had been reduced to about 100 meters. Coupled with the Tai Chi Eye, he could see at most 500 meters. He believed that the other's vision could not compare to his. Chapter 5067. If combined with his soul force, Ling Xiao would be able to sense the movements within a 1 kilometer radius. This was their guarantee of getting out. So many cacti, Yu Fanghua exclaimed. In front of them, there were all kinds of cacti and cacti. This was really troublesome for people with trypophobia. However, this was not the only trouble. Master, these cacti and cacti are not simple plants. They are like the ancient war tree, combat plants with consciousness. Cold Plum had already released her ancient war tree martial soul. No one was more sensitive than her when it came to sensing plants. As soon as Cold Plum finished speaking, the cacti and cacti actually moved. They let out strange laughter and roars. The terrifying atmosphere made people feel more and more uncomfortable. It was said that the king of the Black Desert was a cacti that had cultivated into a spirit. It was called the king of black sand or the king of black wind. No one alive had ever seen the face of this creature. Because everyone who had seen it was already dead. No one knew how it would attack or how strong it really was. In an instant, the cacti pounced on Ling Xiao along with the flow of the desert. The cacti's green thorns flew all over the sky. These thorns were not simple. Each of them was extremely powerful. Even if it was Ling Xiao, he would still be injured if he was hit. If he was shot into a hedgehog, he would be dead. Invincible ape god formation. Fanghua, Cold Plum, find a direction and break out. Ling Xiao released the invincible ape god formation. For the time being, he managed to block the frenzied attacks. However, he knew that he could not be surrounded. He had to fight his way out. Otherwise, he would be dead today. I'll lead the way. Cold Plum took the lead and rushed out. The ancient war tree clearly had a restraining effect on those cacti. During the battle, countless vines pierced into the cacti and could even absorb the power of law. This was extremely beneficial to Cold Plum's growth. Yu Fanghua was responsible for bringing up the rear. Ling Xiao assisted and commanded in the middle. It was his responsibility to protect Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. At this moment, he did not need to think about fighting for the time being. There were a lot of cacti, but their speed was their weakness. Ling Xiao took advantage of this and used formations and diagrams to open up a path for Cold Plum to escape. The invincible ape deity array provided a powerful defense. After all, these cacti were not experts like the Blood Redcoat or Commander Zhong. It would not be easy for them to break through the invincible ape deity formation. The Dragon God's ice array diagram made these cacti even more fragile. It was easier for Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua to break through. Green blood splattered on the black desert. This was a strange massacre. Cold Plum didn't care about the cacti around her and only focused on charging forward. A large number of cacti were destroyed. Cold Plum's divine essence level also increased to level 2. Her combat strength soared, and so did her killing speed. The three of them cooperated very well. These cacti couldn't gain the slightest advantage. They were destroyed and repelled one by one. An escape path gradually formed. Finally, after 10 minutes of crazy killing, it was as if something had torn a crack in the desert. The three of them rushed out of the encirclement. Tens of thousands of cacti were destroyed. Cold Plum's divine essence level increased again and reached level 3. Yu Fanghua also refined her divine essence because of the awakening of the Moon Lady's power during the battle. Her level increased to level 2. You guys go in and rest first. Leave the rest to me. After letting Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum enter the universe world, Ling Xiao instantly sped up and turned into a sword light. He destroyed the last cacti blocking his way and fled into the distance. The reason why he was so anxious was because the battle had caused too much of a commotion. They had probably attracted the attention of the pursuers from Blue Sea City. They would definitely chase in this direction. They had just experienced a fierce battle. Although Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua weren't injured, they had used up a lot of energy. It would take some time for them to recover. Long Chen didn't want to fight with the enemy without his full combat strength. That wasn't worth it. It was also very unsafe. When they were close to 1,000 meters away, they could still hear the countless cacti's miserable cries. It was as if they were complaining and venting. Hearing it made one's hair stand on end. It was probably because Ling Xiao was too fast that they couldn't catch up or find him. That was why they were so angry. At the same time, another team entered the Black Desert from a different direction. This team came from Jewel Axe City. There were about 120 of them. The leader was Xuehongyi, who Ling Xiao had fought before. Jewel Axe City found out about the bounty later. At that time, Ling Xiao had already left Jewel Axe City and almost killed Xuehongyi. When he saw the bounty, Xuehongyi's eyes flashed with a vicious and cruel light. He immediately led the 120 Jewel Axe Gang martial artists toward the Black Desert. He knew that Ling Xiao had entered the Black Desert. It was all thanks to the martial artists from Blue Sea City. Jewel Axe City and Blue Sea City had a cooperative relationship, but they were also competitors. It was common for them to send spies to each other. It was the spies who got the news and told Xuehongyi. Jewel Axe City and Blue Sea City were originally equal in strength. Even if they were slightly weaker, it wasn't by much. If Blue Sea City obtained the bounty, their strength would probably skyrocket. At that time, Jewel Axe City would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Jewel Axe City's city lord agreed to Xuehongyi sending troops. He even sent an 8th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist to protect Xuehongyi. Xuehongyi was riding a horned tiger at the front of the team. His eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. To him, Ling Xiao's value wasn't just tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. It was also his dignity. Following closely behind him was an old man who didn't make a sound. This person had the most terrifying strength in the team. He was in the early stage of the 8th-level Divine Body Realm. As expected, Jewel Axe City's city lord still cared about his son and didn't want his son to die because of an accident. All of you, listen up. If anyone discovers the seeds from the 4 domains and 9 realms, they will be killed immediately. I'll reward them with an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. At the same time, I'll reward them with 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. I'll give half of the bounty to anyone who can capture those guys alive. Whether or not your fates can be changed this time will depend on your courage. Are you confident? Xue Hongyi was good at stirring up the martial artist's emotions. The huge benefits made these people forget about the danger instantly. Kill. 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 The group of people roared aggressively. Very good, let's speed up. Xue Hongyi was the first to charge into the Black Desert. The rest of the people roared like beasts and followed in. They were simply a bunch of red-eyed monsters. Chapter 5068. How troublesome. Do these idiots want a piece of the pie too? Less than 1,000 meters away from the dual axe gang, another team appeared. This was a group of well-trained assassins. All of them were masked and dressed in black. If they really entered the Black Desert, they wouldn't be able to detect them. The one who spoke was a sinister middle-aged man. He played with the dagger in his hand as if waiting for someone. Boss Silvertooth, I'm afraid Big Sis Illusion Butterfly won't be here on time. Why don't we make a move first? Otherwise, Dual Axe City and Blue Ocean City will take the lead. It won't be easy for the Dark God Hall to do it. A masked man looked at the leader of the assassins and asked. That's true. That bitch Illusion Butterfly is used to being alone. I don't think she'll work with us. Let's not wait anymore. Get ready to move out. The people from Dual Axe City and Blue Ocean City dare to snatch people from our Dark God Palace? Just wait for death. The Dark God Hall seemed to have a branch in the Golden Martial Nation. When Ling Xiao went to the graveyard of the gods to kill Lotus Flower, he encountered the top assassins of the Dark God Hall in the 4 domains and 9 worlds. However, he killed them all. Now that he had just arrived in the Eternal Divine Realm, he was targeted by the assassins of the Dark God Hall. It was clear that this ill-fated relationship ran deep. Almost at the same time, the 4th team entered the Black Desert from another entrance. This team was made up of the motley crew from the Land of Exile. However, they were the absolute elites. There were 12 of them, and all of them were 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. These people wanted to change their fate. When they received the bounty, they were overjoyed. They thought this was a chance for them to get close to the higher-ups and change their fate. Although their performance in the Battle of Heaven's Wall City was mediocre, that was because Heaven's Wall City still belonged to the 4 domains and 9 worlds. With their cultivation, their strength would be greatly reduced when they arrived there. However, it was different when they returned to the Eternal Divine Realm. Once their identities were known, they would be wanted by the Golden Martial Nation. However, for their own future, they decided to give it their all. Just like that, Blue Ocean City, Dual Axe City, Dark God Hall, and the Land of Exile. The 4 forces entered from different places and headed for the same goal. They all wanted the bounty on Ling Xiao and his companions. At this moment, Ling Xiao realized that someone would chase after him. However, he did not expect that there would be so many people. There were even 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon experts that they couldn't defeat even if they joined forces. Martial artists in the early 8th level of the Divine Body Realm were nothing in the Eternal Divine Domain. However, to Ling Xiao, this was an insurmountable mountain. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stopped running. Ever since the chaos of the cactus, they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. This made Ling Xiao a little confused. However, at this moment, he understood the reason. A large number of martial artists had actually gathered in the Black Desert where the black wind billowed. And they were all experts. Brother, why did you stop? Lan Chen asked curiously. Because right now, Ling Xiao should be running for his life. There are many experts gathered not far ahead. I don't know what happened. Ling Xiao replied. Don't worry about that. The pursuers are right behind us. Escape is more important. Lan Chen said. Ling Xiao had originally planned to do so. However, when he sensed the aura coming from that direction, he refused to leave. There was a strange relic in the Black Desert in front of them. The relic was a series of huge buildings. It was obvious that there had been people who had lived here before, and they were from a race that was skilled in construction. However, the relic was now giving off the aura of a giant dragon. Ling Xiao originally thought that the only giant dragon left in this world was Long Chen's bloodline. He didn't expect to sense the aura of a giant dragon in the Black Desert in the eternal divine domain. However, he wasn't sure if they were dead or alive. After all, a giant dragon was extremely powerful. Even its skeleton would release a terrifying aura. How strong are those people? Lan Chen asked. At least 8th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was extremely dangerous to compete with these experts for treasures. However, Ling Xiao didn't like to just run away. He avoided the pursuit of his enemies to become stronger. If he encountered a relic and was defeated, he might miss the opportunity to become stronger. That was definitely not what he wanted. Handsome, even with my strength, I don't dare to compete with those people for treasures. You've got guts. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ling Xiao. This voice gave Ling Xiao a fright. He was focused on the relic and let his guard down. Even so, he didn't notice that someone had come within 100 meters of him. This was too dangerous. It made his scalp tingle. Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged and distanced himself from the person. When he looked up, he saw that it was a woman with a veil over her face. Although she was a beauty, there was a chilling murderous intent in her cold eyes. Assassin. This was Ling Xiao's first thought. He believed that his first instinct was the most accurate. Don't be afraid. The dagger in my hand is very sharp. With a light stroke, you'll fall asleep forever. You won't feel any pain. The woman said indifferently. Her words were neither cold nor warm, but they made one's hair stand on end. You're an assassin from the Dark God Palace? I didn't expect the Dark God Palace to be involved too. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and sped up, rushing in the direction of the ruins. This woman was very scary. She wasn't someone they could deal with by joining hands. Therefore, he wanted to borrow the martial artists at the relic to protect himself. Now that everyone was staring at the relic, no one dared to casually make a move. If they casually made a move, they would be mistaken as wanting to monopolize the relic's treasures and might be surrounded. What a cunning, handsome man. But you can't stay there forever. Moreover, once the relic opens, those people will fight for the treasures. At that time, no one will care about a 5th level divine body realm trash. Remember my name, Illusion Butterfly. You'll die in my hands very soon. Illusion Butterfly also chased to the side of the relic, but she was one person away from Ling Xiao. She indeed didn't dare to make a move now, but if she wanted to, there wouldn't be a lack of opportunities. Illusion Butterfly, why did you become an assassin with such a nice name? What a pity. Oh right, do you know what's inside the relic? Why did so many experts covet it? Ling Xiao looked at Illusion Butterfly and asked with a smile. Your personality is really likable. You're about to die, yet you still dare to ask questions. Forget it, I don't have any enmity with you. I'm just an assassin. I'll take care of people's money. There's no harm in answering a few of your questions. Illusion Butterfly said indifferently. It said that a few days ago, someone heard the roar of a giant dragon. You also know that giant dragons are almost extinct creatures. And this kind of creature loves to collect treasures. Chapter 5069. Illusionary Butterfly said calmly, the appearance of the dragon naturally attracted many people's attention. Although your bounty is very high, but compared to the dragon's treasure, it pales in comparison. The Golden Martial Kingdom was built on the foundation of the dragon's treasure. The dragon's roar? The treasure's appearance? It was really tempting. Actually, when Ling Xiao felt the dragon's aura earlier, the first person he thought of was Long Chen. If Long Chen could absorb the true dragon's power, then the noble and powerful bloodline hidden in his body would definitely awaken again. It would be of great help to Long Chen's strength. Of course, the appearance of the dragon's treasure made him even more interested. Because Long Chen was not the only one who would benefit. He and a few of his companions might also benefit greatly. Sigh, Sister Illusionary Butterfly, you're joking. It's just a rumor from a few people. Maybe I heard wrongly. Ling Xiao waved his hand. If you know who heard the dragon's roar, you wouldn't say that. Also, there were more than 1 or 2 people who heard the dragon's roar. Some of the experts who gathered at the ruins also heard it. They even felt the dragon's aura. Illusionary Butterfly shook her head and said, "If not for my lack of strength, I'm afraid I would also want to share. After all, it's the dragon's treasure. It's better to believe it than not." Roar tilde tilde. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, a terrifying roar suddenly rang out in his head. This terrifying roar shook his blood and almost caused him to go berserk. It was extremely terrifying. "Big brother, it's the dragon's roar," Long Chen suddenly said. It seemed that Long Chen heard it too. "What dragon's roar? Why didn't I hear it?" Little Gold frowned. "I didn't hear it either." Cold Plum shook her head. "I heard it." Yu Fanghua nodded. "I heard it too." Ling Xiao also nodded. It seemed that not everyone could hear the dragon's roar. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to guess the reason. The only guess was that only people related to the dragon could hear it. Long Chen was the golden dragon. Ling Xiao possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. The Moon Ladies had fought alongside the dragon race during the primordial age. Ling Xiao looked at the surrounding experts. There were actually many people who had heard the dragon's roar. He couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for all of these people to possess the bloodline of dragons. There was only one possibility. They might have treasures with the aura of dragons. Ling Xiao's guess was absolutely correct. Someone had discovered this secret earlier than him. Therefore, he bought all kinds of treasures or natural treasures with the aura of dragons. This way, they would be able to hear the dragon's roar. Accurately determining the location of the opening of the ruins might even lead them to the treasure. When the dragon roared 10 times, someone suddenly said in a clear voice, "The ruins are about to open. We still need everyone to work together to break this barrier." "Who is that person?" Ling Xiao asked Illusory Butterfly. "I seem to have become your know-it-all." The illusionary butterfly faintly smiled. This assassin actually knows how to smile, which made Ling Xiao somewhat surprised. "Yang Qi," Illusory Butterfly said indifferently, "a genius legend. From the Golden Region's Yang clan. At such a young age, he has already cultivated to the divine soul realm. Very terrifying." Ling Xiao secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This Yang Qi looked to be in his early 20s, but he was already a divine soul realm expert. Although he couldn't see what level he was at, he was definitely not a match for Yang Qi. However, he was definitely no match for him. Even if his companions joined forces, they would still be killed in an instant. However, strength wasn't enough to obtain treasures. Otherwise, the treasures would have been obtained by those who were stronger every time. How could those geniuses who hadn't matured have a chance? In fact, those geniuses who weren't too strong but had great potential were the easiest to obtain fortuitous encounters. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens that couldn't be explained. "I agree with Brother Yang's opinion. Let's work together." Another person spoke. This person's strength wasn't considered strong, but his outfit was exceptionally gorgeous. Everyone seemed to give him some face. "Who is that person?" Ling Xiao asked Illusory Butterfly. "Huang Taifeng, a descendant of the Golden Martial Country's royal family. Although he's just a fallen royal family, as long as the Huang Taifeng family rules the Golden Martial Country, no one would dare to bully his family. This Huang Taifeng is also a genius. He's only 20 years old, but he's already at the 9th level of the divine physique realm. You can't afford to offend him either. You can't afford to offend him either." Illusory Butterfly said indifferently. "Yang Qi, Huang Taifeng, I'll remember this." Ling Xiao glanced at the two of them and quickly retracted his gaze. "They're just a little more dazzling." If the handsome young man wanted to court death, he would be looking for the woman standing near the ruins. "You'll die faster." Illusory Butterfly smiled. However, Ling Xiao could see the look in Illusory Butterfly's eyes when she mentioned this woman. It was an extremely intense fear. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman. She seemed ordinary. However, the more ordinary she was, the more he felt afraid. Someone who couldn't even see through his Tai Chi eye must be extraordinary. The woman was wearing ordinary clothes and dressed very ordinarily. Her appearance was even more ordinary. She was the kind of person who couldn't be found in a crowd. However, Such a person gave Ling Xiao a more terrifying feeling than Yang Qi and Huang Taifeng. Sister Illusory Butterfly, I won't fight with them. I'm just interested. Ling Xiao smiled and said. He didn't expect to get all of the giant dragon's treasures. After all, there were too many experts. As long as he could get 1 or 2 pieces or let Long Chen get the giant dragon force, that was enough. Ling Xiao didn't have any other skills except for picking up scraps. Everyone, let's work together. If we can't break the barrier, the ruins will disappear in front of us. After the barrier is broken, we'll fight for it with our own abilities, okay? Huang Taifeng said loudly. As expected of a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert, his voice was full of energy. His words were heard by everyone around him. Everyone nodded. They began to circulate their divine essence. In an instant, a violent divine essence storm began to condense. Ling Xiao didn't move, of course. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but it was meaningless with his strength. Boom! The violent energy instantly bombarded the barrier of the ruins. In an instant, the barrier shattered. In that instant, Ling Xiao instinctively used the Earth Golden Light technique to dodge. Because he discovered that at the moment when the barrier shattered, something was released. Just as he was about 1,000 meters away, he heard a scream. And it wasn't just one scream. Damn it, what is this? I don't want to die. Mournful screams rang out one after another, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Panic began to spread. Is this dragon's extinguishment? Ling Xiao looked carefully. It turned out that what was released from the barrier was the giant dragon's extinguishment. However, this dragon's extinguishment wasn't newly released. From the looks of it, it seemed like dragon's extinguishment had been condensed for tens of thousands of years. Its power was too terrifying. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have died. Not far from him, Illusory Butterfly was in a sorry state. Her veil had fallen off, and her hair was a little messy. Sister, you're really beautiful. Why do you have to be an assassin? Ling Xiao looked at Illusory Butterfly and said. Chapter 50-70. How did you know there would be danger? Ignoring Ling Xiao's praise, the illusion butterfly looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised look. If she hadn't followed Ling Xiao just now, she would have been buried in the dragon's extinction. In that instant, there were many cultivators who were stronger than her among those who were killed. Nearly 100 people died in the dragon's extinction without any chance of survival. Seeing this scene, the illusion butterfly was still scared. If I say it's my intuition, would you believe me? Ling Xiao smiled. There were also people like him who weren't strong but managed to avoid danger. Intuition is something that has a scientific basis. Forget it, I can't get anything out of you anyway. The illusion butterfly stared at Ling Xiao's eyes, as if trying to see if Ling Xiao was lying. But after a long while, she couldn't see anything and could only give up. At this time, another unforeseen event occurred. After the terrifying dragon's extinction caused many people to die, the ruins began to collapse. Terrifying roars continued to resound. In the Black Desert, something seemed to be about to appear. The entire Black Desert began to shake. Those who were chasing Ling Xiao were fighting with the cactus at this time. Suddenly, the sky and earth turned upside down, and many people died tragically. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the strange changes in the distance. The ruins collapsed, but in the Black Desert, something seemed to be rising. The black wind in the sky seemed to have been blown away by a lot, allowing people to see it more clearly. At the same time, the terrifying dragon's aura became clearer and clearer. Even the illusion butterfly sensed it. There's really a dragon, the illusion butterfly cried out in surprise. Roar tilde tilde. The terrifying roar resounded again. This time, everyone seemed to have heard it. Many people even covered their ears, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Ling Xiao had learned his lesson from the last time and had long since made preparations. So he didn't feel uncomfortable like before. Gradually, the ruins completely peeled off like an eggshell, revealing the real scene inside. There was a huge crack in the ground. Inside, one could vaguely see the outline of a city. In the city, a powerful dragon's aura was emitted. Everyone present could feel it. Giant Dragon City. Ling Xiao looked at the walls of the Rift Valley in shock. With his Tai Chi eye, he could clearly see the scene below. The structure of the city walls was extremely unique. Especially the giant dragon carvings and giant dragon sculptures that could be seen everywhere. Ling Xiao could even imagine that this place wasn't a black desert back then. Instead, it was part of the oasis. It also gave birth to a huge dragon city. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the city of the giant dragon was buried under the ground. Later on, people built another city on top of the city of the giant dragon. Later on, the Black Desert swallowed up the area. The giant dragon city was buried deep underground. It was only recently that he was discovered. Although he didn't know what had happened in the giant dragon city back then, one thing was certain. There must be an unimaginable amount of wealth in these undiscovered ruins. That was when Yang Qi made his move. He actually flew towards the Great Rift Valley. Even geniuses like Yang Qi from the Golden Domain were attracted to the city of colossal dragons. Just as he reached the entrance of the Rift Valley, a terrifying dragon extinguishing rushed towards him. Chuckling coldly, Yang Qi sent out a beam of golden light that destroyed Dragon Extinguish. It opened a path for him and he easily stepped into the Rift Valley. So strong. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Yang Qi's terrifying strength. Rumor has it that Yang Qi was struck by lightning when he was young, but he didn't die. Instead, a god appeared on his forehead. He was reborn and his talent became much stronger. What he used was none other than the power of the gods. Illusionary Butterfly explained. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's life was saved, but her attitude towards Ling Xiao was much better than before. We can't fall behind. Huang Taifeng led a group of people and followed Yang Qi. Let's go. Immediately, the sound of the air being pierced rang out as countless martial artists rushed towards the Rift Valley like fish. Of course, this included the ordinary-looking woman with terrifying strength. What should we do, Sister Illusionary Butterfly? I'm going to the Rift Valley. Are you going to continue chasing me? Ling Xiao smiled and also headed towards the Rift Valley. Kid, do you really want to die? You saw the danger just now. If you didn't dodge in time, you would be dead. Illusionary Butterfly's concern seemed to be sincere. She didn't understand where Ling Xiao got his courage from. He couldn't even block the dragon extinguishing just now. He still dared to rush in. The dragon extinguishing would definitely be more terrifying in the city of giant dragons. There's a saying that blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. Since the danger is so great, I'll definitely gain more. Instead of being killed by you guys, I might as well fight bravely. Maybe I can fight for a bright future. Goodbye. Ling Xiao suddenly sped up and followed the crowd into the Rift Valley. It was obviously safer when there were more people because there would be others to share the danger. Lunatic. Illusionary Butterfly shook her head in shock. Among all the martial artists who entered the Rift Valley, the weakest was at her level, the early stage of the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. Ling Xiao was merely at the 5th level Divine Physique Echelon. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't hear her voice. It was because the distance was too far. Long Chen, how about I leave the dragon extinguishing to you? Ling Xiao said to Long Chen in the universe world. No problem. Long Chen replied. There's still me. Little Gold's voice rang out. Boss, don't forget that the dragon extinguishing is also heat. It's very helpful for increasing my strength. Then the two of you come together. The dragon extinguishing is too powerful. I'm worried if there's only one of you. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, the dragon extinguishing that was pouncing towards him instantly entered the universe world. It was dissolved and absorbed by Long Chen and Little Gold. Seems like there's no problem. After Ling Xiao confirmed that there was no danger, he turned his attention to the black shadows in the distance. These black shadows flew up from the city of giant dragons. There were many of them. The martial artists in front had already started fighting with them. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste his energy. Using the Holy Ground demonic shadow movement technique, he chose to dodge as much as possible. Those black shadows were just puppets that didn't have consciousness and only knew how to attack. Therefore, His plan was very successful. Anyway, there were so many martial artists. As long as he suddenly disappeared, the puppets wouldn't chase after him and attack him. Soon, Ling Xiao rushed to the front. He was together with Huang Taifeng and the rest. As for Yang Qi and Yin Li, they had already disappeared. Yin Li was the name of the ordinary-looking woman. It was the illusionary butterfly who told him this person's name. However, the illusionary butterfly wasn't particularly familiar with Yin Li's situation. It only knew that this woman was a terrifying genius who suddenly rose to prominence. She was originally unknown, just like her appearance. However, one day, Yin Li killed a powerhouse from the holy city and became famous. However, where she came from and who she cultivated with were still unsolved mysteries. Chapter 5071. Whoosh. Suddenly, a ray of cold light attacked him. Ling Xiao dodged instinctively. However, the cold light was too fast and left a deep wound on his body. You're not dead. A 5th-level divine physique echelon trash dares to take a share of the loot. Get lost. The one who attacked Ling Xiao was Huang Taifeng. A casual attack from a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert took all of Ling Xiao's strength to avoid hitting his vitals. Even so, he was still injured. He had no enmity with this Huang Taifeng, but this person suddenly attacked him. This infuriated him greatly. However, Huang Taifeng obviously didn't take him seriously. He thought he was weak, so he bullied him. After attacking once, he left. Huang Taifeng's strength might not be as strong as Yang Qi, but this guy had 2 half-step divine soul generals following him. A member of the royal family was indeed a member of the royal family. Although he had fallen, he still had a lot of style. With the help of experts, Huang Taifeng and his group broke through the obstruction of the puppets in an instant and disappeared into the distance. Huang Taifeng, I'll remember you. Ling Xiao was a person who held grudges the most. Even now, he wasn't a match for others. However, he was very confident in his talent. He believed he could catch up with the other party soon and trample this so-called member of the royal family under his feet. Huang Taifeng asked him to get lost. Of course, he wouldn't listen to him obediently. Even if he couldn't get anything this time, he wanted to make Huang Taifeng suffer. Xiao, are you okay? Yu Fanghua asked worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Ling Xiao smiled and sped up to follow the rest of the group. He was blocked by Huang Taifeng's idiot just now, so he fell behind by a lot. When he caught up with the group, he noticed the martial artists in front suddenly stopped. This was the entrance of the giant dragon city. There was a dragon crystal hanging on the tall city gate tower. This was a genuine dragon crystal. It wasn't a pseudo-dragon crystal extracted from fossils by the dragon priests of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The two were not on the same level in terms of nature. The energy contained in it was far from the real dragon crystal. This dragon crystal wasn't very big, but it was as big as 4 heads of an adult. The atmosphere in the air was somewhat tense. Everyone wanted to obtain the dragon crystal, but no one made a move. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to make the first move. Ling Xiao, who was weak, naturally chose to avoid it. He stood there in the distance. With his strength, he could only pick up scraps. If he were to snatch from others, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Boom! In the next instant, dozens of powerhouses flew up at the same time and pounced toward the dragon crystal. Just as he was about to touch the dragon crystal, a terrifying aura was suddenly released. At that moment, people seemed to see a huge black dragon flapping its wings and roaring. Ling Xiao turned around and ran. His current position was already very far away from the dragon crystal. But he still didn't feel safe. He went to a farther place and even activated the invincible ape deity array. The terrifying aura made him realize that he was in great danger. He believed that this was the safest option. Feeling safe, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the situation over there. The dozen or so martial artists who were closest to the dragon crystal at the same time had already become corpses. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. The other martial artists were more or less affected to some extent. The closer they were, the greater the damage they suffered. How terrifying! This giant dragon city is indeed full of danger. Just now, Ling Xiao had also discovered that there were unstable energy fluctuations on the dragon crystal. That was why he reacted in advance. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have to withdraw with serious injuries. We can only see it, but we can't touch it. Such a good dragon crystal is actually going to be left here like this. Everyone wanted to leave, but they were very reluctant. What could be more painful than this? The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't touch it. It was simply heart-wrenching. Perhaps Yang Qi could get it, but he was long gone. Perhaps he was on a different path from everyone else. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Li. That woman didn't seem to be interested in the dragon crystal. She just stood there calmly, and no one knew what she was thinking. A bunch of trash. At this moment, Huang Taifeng sneered, and a terrifying god martial spirit appeared behind him. It was the golden god martial spirit that could only be awakened by the royal bloodline of the golden martial kingdom. However, there were many different appearances of the golden god. Huang Taifeng's golden god looked more like a soldier made of gold. It held a spear in its hand and wore golden armor. After the god martial spirit was released, a terrifying martial spirit power was released. It shook the surrounding air to the point where it made a loud noise. The golden god suddenly appeared, reached out, and grasped the dragon crystal in his hands. Golden god's might, gods submit. Huang Taifeng shouted coldly. Just as the dragon crystal was about to release its power, it was wrapped in a layer of golden liquid. Its power was completely sealed. This allowed Huang Taifeng to easily put the dragon crystal away. Although Ling Xiao didn't like this guy, he had to admit that this guy had a good martial spirit. In the eternal divine domain, martial spirits were divided into high and low ranks. Ordinary martial spirits and god martial spirits were divided into different ranks. As a high-grade god martial spirit, the golden god martial spirit was extremely powerful. After taking the dragon crystal, Huang Taifeng led his people and continued to move forward. No one noticed that there was a strange energy fluctuation behind the dragon crystal that had been taken away. The rest of the people followed Huang Taifeng. Ling Xiao didn't leave because he noticed the energy fluctuations behind the dragon crystal. He couldn't snatch it from others, but he could pick it up. He hadn't made a move yet because there was one more person who hadn't left. That person was Yin Li. Yin Li glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "You're very special. You're only at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon, but you were able to resist the terrifying dragon extinguishment. You're really impressive. Miss, you flatter me. Your strength is truly frightening." Ling Xiao smiled. Among these people, the only ones he felt helpless against were Yin Li and Yang Qi. Although the others were strong, Ling Xiao had ways to make them suffer. Only these two people he could only think about, but didn't dare to try. If he failed, he might not even have the chance to escape. You know my strength, but you still dare to talk to me in such a manner. I'm even more interested in you now. If you can survive this time, I'll treat you to wine. After saying that, Yin Li suddenly pointed a finger. The city tower was destroyed. There was actually a complete skeleton of a giant dragon inside the damaged city wall. Yin Li smiled and waved her hand. She then put away the dragon's skeleton. Ling Xiao was really envious, but he couldn't help it. Who asked her to find it? This plan of picking up scraps had to be put on hold for now. Goodbye. Yin Li put away the giant dragon skeleton and turned to leave. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Talking to such a terrifying person was really stressful. Big brother, why aren't you chasing after her? After Yin Li left, Ling Xiao still didn't move. Instead, he stared at the giant city wall in a daze. This made Long Chen a little confused, so he asked. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5072. Long Chen, do you believe what I'm going to say next? Ling Xiao looked at the huge city wall with shock in his eyes. Of course I believe you, big brother. Long Chen said. I saw it. There are thousands of dragons sleeping in these huge city walls. No, to be more precise, these thick city walls are made of the bodies of the dragons. Only 2 to 3 meters on the surface are stone buildings. Ling Xiao told him what he saw with his Taiji eye. It was a shocking scene. The densely packed dragons were next to each other, forming the thick city walls of the giant dragon city. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao could still feel the aura of life from the bodies of these dragons. It was just relatively weak. It was as if they had chosen to sleep for a long time, like hibernation. That's impossible. Long Chen was so shocked that his expression was distorted. The others were also shocked. Just the city walls made of dragons were already bizarre enough. Now that he knew that these giant dragons were alive, no one would be able to accept it immediately. I also think it's impossible, but it's true. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "What's going on with this giant dragon city?" He had a strange speculation in his heart. The natives of the giant dragon city in the past were not dead, but they had encountered some kind of disaster at that time. In order to avoid the disaster, they chose this way to fall into a deep sleep. Now he was most worried that the exploration of the ruins this time would awaken these dragons. That would be the most terrifying disaster. Although Ling Xiao could not see the strength of these dragons, he felt that the weakest among them was stronger than Yin Li and Yang Qi. What kind of scene would it be if thousands of dragons of this level appeared? It was scary just thinking about it. What should we do, big brother? Do we continue to move forward? Xiao Jin asked. Of course. Even if we don't go in, others might alarm these dragons. It's actually a good thing that we know in advance. I'll let the Reverend Body stay outside to provide support. If danger comes, we can know immediately and use the Reverend Body to escape. Ling Xiao released the Reverend Body and hid in the dark. Then, he stepped into the interior of the giant dragon city. At that moment, Long Chen also felt the aura of a giant dragon. A terrifying aura was being emitted from the wall. But it was very affectionate. Perhaps it was because he was also a dragon. Many skeletons could be seen in Giant Dragon City. Some of them were human skeletons. The rest were actually the skeletons of giant dragons. However, the energy of these skeletons had already been used up, and they were no longer of any use. It seemed to have been forcefully absorbed by something. Those human skeletons were also very special. There seemed to be a part of their heads that was very different from human skeletons. Apart from this area, he couldn't see anything else. These skeletons no longer had any energy attached to them. With a light touch, it shattered into pieces. The people in front of him must have tried it as well, so he could see a lot of ashes on the ground. This was illogical. Logically speaking, for a creature as powerful as a giant dragon, even if only its skeleton was left behind, it would have lived for a very long time. However, as long as it was within 1,000,000 years, it would be impossible to exhaust all of its energy. There was only one explanation for this situation, which was that an external force had absorbed the energy. This made Ling Xiao even more shocked. What exactly happened in Giant Dragon City back then? The giant dragon couldn't even preserve its own skeleton. He continued to walk forward. Finally, he joined the main group. At this time, most of the warriors stopped. This was a courtyard, and in the middle of the courtyard stood a majestic giant dragon statue. Of course, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that the two eyes of this giant dragon statue were actually made up of 2 dragon crystals. And the quality of this dragon crystal was much stronger than the one on the city gate tower. A monstrous dragon might was constantly being released, making everyone greedy and fearful at the same time. No one moved. With the experience outside the city gate, everyone had obviously learned their lesson. Big brother, the owners of these 2 dragon crystals were probably the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Queen of Giant Dragon City when they were alive. Such dragon crystals are too precious. Even in the eternal divine realm, I'm afraid you can't find 2 of the same kind. Long Chen reminded. After all, he was a member of the giant dragon bloodline. His knowledge of dragon crystals was much richer than Ling Xiao's. Of course, Ling Xiao wanted these 2 dragon crystals. But the problem was, how? Both of these dragon crystals contained a terrifying amount of power. Even Yin Li and Yang Qi didn't dare to touch them. Huang Taifeng didn't dare to. Because anyone who touched it would be destroyed. Huang Taifeng's arrogant look from before was completely gone. He stood there, looking very annoyed, but he still didn't dare to make a move. because that power was definitely not something he could withstand. Ling Xiao turned his head to look around, and quickly analyzed the situation of the entire courtyard with his Taiji eye. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He could get something that others couldn't touch. This was called picking up a bargain. However, he couldn't get close to the giant dragon statue at all. Not to mention snatching the dragon crystal. He had to think of a way first. Long Chen, do you have a way to get the dragon crystal? Ling Xiao asked. After all, Long Chen was a giant golden dragon. Perhaps he had a different way. Sorry, big brother. I really can't think of any way. But I suggest we stay a little further away. Those people will soon be unable to resist their greed and attack. It's safer to stay a little further away. Long Chen said. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed, but he still released the invincible ape god formation. Long Chen was right. These guys stayed here and refused to leave. It was obvious that they were having a psychological struggle. No one knew when they would suddenly attack. It would cause a disaster. He had just finished his defensive work. Then, he saw Yin Li move. Yang Qi wasn't here, so Yin Li was the strongest among these people. Her figure flashed and she was already on top of the giant dragon statue. A pure energy was released from her body and wrapped around one of the dragon crystals. The rest of the people didn't go up together, nor did they stop her. It was as if they wanted to see what would happen to Yin Li. The energy instantly turned into a blooming lotus flower. The lotus flower showed 7 colors and was very beautiful. The dragon crystal sensed the might of this power and suddenly released a terrifying energy to resist. Boom! The terrifying energy collision caused the surrounding air to distort. Many martial artists even vomited blood. They hurriedly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao felt incomparably fortunate. Fortunately, he was relatively far away. Otherwise, he would probably have died. The energy released by the 7-colored lotus flower became stronger and stronger. It was as if it was going to tear the dragon crystal out by force. Roar! The giant dragon was furious. The entire giant dragon statue seemed to have come alive. It released an even more terrifying power and instantly turned the entire courtyard into a sea of fire. Chapter 5073. A terrifying sea of fire was unleashed from the dragon statue. In an instant, dozens of martial artists were burned to ashes. As for Ling Xiao, he was still the furthest away, so he suffered the least damage. Only the invincible ape divine array was shattered. However, it was still terrifying. If he had rushed over to snatch the dragon crystal, he would have been a dead man by now. Bang! The 7-colored lotus was instantly shattered. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Yin Li's mouth. Although she wasn't seriously injured, it was impossible for her to obtain the treasure by herself. The shadow of a giant dragon appeared above the giant dragon statue. There were 2 of them. Although Yin Li had only touched one of the dragon crystals, both dragon crystals released a terrifying defensive power at this time. They looked down at the crowd with ferocious faces. It's just a dragon crystal. It's not a real dragon. How dare you be so arrogant? Come with me and snatch the dragon crystal. Huang Taifeng called out to his subordinates and charged over. Yin Li was obviously unable to snatch the dragon crystal by herself. However, if everyone worked together, the situation would be different. There were more than 10,000 martial artists present. If everyone gathered their strength, even the dragon crystal would be defeated. After all, the dragon crystal wasn't a real dragon. Its strength was limited. The 2 half-step divine soul realm martial artists beside Huang Taifeng attacked first. They tried to destroy the 2 illusory dragons. The golden beast martial soul that protected the golden god appeared behind them. One was a golden leopard, and the other was a golden lion. The 2 energies bloomed at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. The 2 illusory dragons looked coldly at the 2 people who were charging over. They opened their mouths and spat out dragon extinguishment. They were clearly illusory and not real dragons, but they could use the power of the dragon crystal to release dragon extinguishment. The 2 dragon extinguishments pounced on the 2 half-step divine soul realm martial artists. They were blocked by a golden lion and a golden leopard. "Young master, we have a chance." They roared and called out to Huang Taifeng. Huang Taifeng also knew that this was an opportunity. However, the other martial artists also saw it as an opportunity. They all rushed over, trying to snatch the dragon crystal while the two half-step divine soul realm martial artists blocked the dragon extinguishment. However, they seemed to have underestimated the dragon crystal. In the next moment, more illusory dragons appeared. However, these shadows were much smaller in size. One after another, they pounced on those warriors. Huang Taifeng released his golden divine martial spirit and pierced the small dragon phantom with his spear. However, in the next instant, the illusory figure exploded. At the same time, he released the terrifying dragon extinguish, which wrapped around Huang Taifeng's body. Fortunately, Huang Taifeng was prepared. His body was enveloped in a golden light, allowing him to avoid this suicidal attack. Unfortunately, not everyone was as lucky as him. Although the small colossal dragon's shadow was not strong, it could self-destruct. The dragon's extinction released by the explosion could instantly kill a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert. Dozens of martial artists were killed by this power. Good heavens! Fortunately, I don't have the strength to fight for the dragon crystal. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died even more miserably than them. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Come on, the energy of the dragon crystal is limited, and the giant dragon phantoms are about to be killed. Continue. Huang Taifeng roared, and the rest of the people also charged over. Once he was prepared, he would try his best to attack from a distance. That way, the self-destruction would be ineffective. Victory was in sight. The two dragon crystals released light again. In the next instant, a gust of black wind blew. All the martial artists who approached the colossal dragon statue were bound by the black wind. Upon closer inspection, the black wind looked like black snakes. Not only could it bind the enemy, but it could also release terrifying toxins to corrode the enemy's body. How terrifying! These two dragon crystals have really prepared too many ways to deal with them. At least 1/3 of the martial artists who entered the colossal dragon city would die if they wanted to obtain these two dragon crystals. Ling Xiao shook his head secretly. He had already given up on the fight for the dragon crystals because he noticed that the colossal dragon statue seemed to have a secret through the Tai Chi eye. However, the battle over there was still intense, so he couldn't go over. He was now like a bystander, standing outside the courtyard to observe the battle. There were many martial artists anyway, and an insignificant martial artist like him wouldn't be valued. In fact, even if he wanted to go over and help, he couldn't do much. Because he wasn't strong enough. Damn it, these black winds are so difficult to deal with. Huang Taifeng had already released his golden divine martial spirit, but he still couldn't break free from the black wind's restraint. If this continued, he would most likely die here. After all, his cultivation wasn't considered strong. He was only at the 9th level divine physique realm, which was considered average among the martial artists here. A half-step divine soul realm martial artist could break free from the black wind, but it would take time. It wouldn't be easy for Huang Taifeng's subordinates to save him. At this moment, Yin Li had already broken free from the black wind's restraint and approached the two dragon crystals. The dragon crystals seemed to have exhausted all their means. As long as Yin Li got close, she would be able to seize the treasure. Bastard, these are mine. The golden 1,000-blade spear. Huang Taifeng wasn't willing to use the treasure in his hand at first. The golden 1,000-blade spear, an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns, was extremely powerful. It was also the strongest emperor weapon that Huang Taifeng could use. With the appearance of the golden 1,000-blade spear, the dazzling sword light instantly cleared the black wind around him. Then, he flew toward the dragon crystals with the spear in his hand. This guy actually has an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. As expected of a member of the imperial family, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he saw Huang Taifeng breaking free from the trap. You bullied me for no reason before. Now, it's time for me to take revenge. At this moment, Huang Taifeng and Yin Li each went for a dragon crystal. They didn't stop each other. After all, if they fought each other now, they might not be able to get the dragon crystals. This was what it meant when both sides worked together. Yin Li used the same method. The rainbow lotus appeared again. Although Huang Taifeng was weak, the golden thousand-blade spear in his hand was extremely powerful. Countless spear shadows enveloped the other dragon crystal. He wanted to seize the dragon crystal by force. Rumble. At this moment, something terrifying happened. As the dragon crystal continued to struggle, the Great Rift Valley began to close. Black sand kept emerging from the ground. The giant dragon city seemed to be returning to the desert. Yin Li and Huang Taifeng didn't care about this change. They were focused on seizing the dragon crystals. At this moment, a black lotus platform appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's heavenly demon eye could increase the power of the black lotus radiance. He knew that his black lotus radiance couldn't do anything to Huang Taifeng. However, it could definitely cause Huang Taifeng to be confused. In this way, it wouldn't be easy for Huang Taifeng to get the dragon crystal. He might even be injured by the dragon crystal's backlash. What? The black lotus platform crashed into Huang Taifeng's body. At that moment, Huang Taifeng's eyes became dull. Even if the time was very short. However, the dragon crystal had already obtained the opportunity to turn the tables. It suddenly released a terrifying energy and knocked the golden thousand-blade spear away. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5074. Bastard, who ambushed me? Huang Taifeng never dreamed that there would be someone among these people who dared to ambush him. Moreover, it was such a brilliant soul secret technique. Not only did it cause him to lose his golden thousand-blade spear, but it also put him in danger. A terrifying energy burst out from the dragon crystal and blasted towards him. At that moment, Huang Taifeng almost despaired. With his cultivation, if he didn't have the golden thousand-blade spear to block it, he would be dead for sure. Young master, one of the half-step divine soul realm experts rushed out at the critical moment. He blocked the fatal blow for Huang Taifeng, but he was killed by the energy released by the dragon crystal. After killing the half-step divine soul realm expert, the dragon crystal abandoned Huang Taifeng and rushed towards Yin Li. Yin Li was about to suppress one of the dragon crystals, but she had no choice but to give up. The two dragon crystals broke through the sky and flew out of the Rift Valley. Bastard, if I find out who ambushed me, I'll kill him. Huang Taifeng roared at the crowd and led his men to break through the sky. The Rift Valley began to close. The wisest thing to do now was to chase after the dragon crystals. Although he didn't know who ambushed him, it was impossible to find out in such an environment. Seeing Huang Taifeng leave, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Too bad it's not you who died, you idiot. You have to pay the price for bullying others. No matter who you are. After Huang Taifeng left, the martial artists chased after him. This place was the core of Giant Dragon City. They firmly believed that the two dragon crystals that even divine soul realm experts yearned for were the best treasures. In addition, the Rift Valley was closing. No one knew what would happen next. Of course, they would choose to chase after the dragon crystals. After everyone left, Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed to the vicinity of the giant dragon statue. He had already sensed that there was a secret in that place. Unfortunately, he was too weak to check it in front of everyone. Now that everyone had left, he could check it in peace. Boss, are we not going out? I feel like the Rift Valley is about to close. Xiao Jin asked doubtfully. The Rift Valley closing is just a smokescreen. I'm afraid there really is a giant dragon here. This is to protect Giant Dragon City. Although Ling Xiao was the weakest among those people, he was still the strongest. However, in terms of understanding of formations, he was the best of the best. In the entire eternal divine realm, there was probably no one who was stronger than him except for his master, the Yuan Venerate. The Great Rift Valley was indeed shaking. It was indeed closing, but it would last for at least a day. Some kind of powerful existence had used a formation to create a large-scale camouflage. This caused people to mistakenly think that the Great Rift Valley was closing extremely quickly. Creating a smoke screen on the basis of facts would make it easier for people to believe. However, this kind of trick could not escape his eyes. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already arrived near the dragon statue. The entire body of the sculpture was carved with scales. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that one of the scales was different from the rest. But instead, it was where the mechanism was. Ling Xiao's Taiji eye caught this. Of course, it was also because of his familiarity with array formations that he was the first to break the camouflage. Master, I need your help. I have found the key scale, but I don't have the ability to break the array formation on it. Ling Xiao observed for a moment. Although his array formation ability was already very strong, it was still incomparable to his master, the Yuan Venerate. It's simple. The Yuan Venerate said casually. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was probably the only one in the entire Eternal Divine Realm who dared to say that it was simple. Even if all the array formation masters in the Eternal Divine Realm were here, they probably would not have the ability to break this thing. However, a Yuan Venerate could. While the Yuan Venerate was breaking the array formation, Ling Xiao released the bloodthirsty plague and absorbed all the energy of the dead experts. The weakest of these experts was an 8th-level Divine Body Echelon Cultivator. The strongest was a half-step Divine Soul Echelon Cultivator. After absorbing the energy, Ling Xiao's Divine Essence level soared by 2 levels and reached level 5. He was not far from the level of the Eternal Divine Realm. In addition, he also picked up Huang Taifeng's Golden Thousand-Blade Spear. He gave this spear directly to Long Chen. The combination of the Golden Dragon and the Golden Thousand-Blade Spear was naturally outstanding. However, in order to avoid trouble, he modified the Golden Thousand-Blade Spear. Its appearance changed the most. Its effect also improved to a certain extent. Although Long Chen could not use the Emperor weapon with 3 Divine Dragon patterns for the time being, he would be able to use it sooner or later. In addition, the 6 people, including Lan Chen, were each given an Emperor weapon with 2 Divine Dragon patterns. They had obtained these from the experts who had been killed. Ling Xiao had obtained 3 such treasures. He saved them all. He was going to use them when he upgraded the Void God Sword. It could be said that the few of them had gained a lot. Catcher. At that moment, the sculpture suddenly sank, revealing a stone staircase that led underground. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao knew that the mechanism had been broken. Thus, he quickly rushed down. No one knew if those fellows who had chased after Yang Qi would return. No one knew the whereabouts of that Yang Qi. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to speed up whatever he wanted to do. Otherwise, breaking this mechanism would be a gift to others. Stepping into the space under the stone staircase, Ling Xiao also set up a small illusion. Because it was small, it was easier to control and set up. After he was done, he went down the stairs. There were about 100 steps. When he walked down the last step, a fierce aura instantly enveloped him. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a sea of blood. Universe of Tyrants. Ling Xiao entered the beast god body state and released Universe of Tyrants. Only then did his body feel a little better. The underground space was not too big. Ling Xiao saw a huge container in the underground space at a glance. There was a dragon egg in the container. This was the egg of a giant dragon. Moreover, it was not a fossil, but a real egg. The dragon egg was soaked in a black liquid, which emitted a strange fishy smell. Big brother, that's the dragon blood of the black-winged giant dragon. As a giant dragon, Long Chen recognized what the black liquid was at a glance. It's actually dragon blood. Long Chen, hurry up and absorb it. Ling Xiao said. Giant dragon blood was obviously more suitable for Long Chen. Although Ling Xiao also had dragon blood, it was a higher-grade divine dragon bloodline. The effect of absorbing dragon blood was obviously not as great as Long Chen's. Thank you, big brother. Long Chen did not decline. After coming out of the universe world, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The black-winged giant dragon blood fused into his body. The next moment, he closed his eyes. The process of refining the dragon blood began. Ling Xiao kept Long Chen back into the universe world. Long Chen probably did not have much combat strength left. However, when the refinement of the dragon blood was completed, Long Chen's strength might increase tremendously. What about the dragon egg? Yu Fanghua looked at the dragon egg that was soaked in the dragon blood and felt pity. Women were soft-hearted after all. Chapter 5075. If Fang Hua likes it, you can take it to incubate. Who knows, you might have a powerful partner in the future. Ling Xiao laughed. Men always liked to strengthen their women so that they would not be bullied by others. Especially in this world of martial artists, danger lurked everywhere. No one knew if they would be separated in the next moment. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He only hoped that Yu Fenghua's fighting power would be stronger and her survival ability would be stronger. As he spoke, he kept the dragon egg into the universe of tyrants. In the universe of tyrants, the dragon egg could absorb the power of the universe to incubate. In the future, he could give it to Yu Fenghua. However, just as he was about to put away the dragon egg, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, the basement shook violently. A huge shadow suddenly appeared. Although it was terrifying, Ling Xiao was not afraid. The other party was just a shadow, so its fighting power would not be too strong. Moreover, the appearance of the other party was probably related to the dragon egg. It could be said that he had dragon essence. If the other party really wanted to harm him, he could use the dragon egg to threaten him. Although it was a little despicable, if he still cared about principles in this situation, he would not be far from death. Let the young master go, or I will let you sleep in this underground forever. The huge shadow was an adult black-winged dragon. Not only was its body huge, but the power of the shadow had reached the level of divine soul realm. It was very terrifying. Brother dragon, do you think it's good to threaten me now? Ling Xiao looked at the huge shadow and said coldly, if you are a smart dragon, you should know that you should know. The only one who can protect your young master now is me. Those people outside might not protect the dragon egg well when they see it. They might even refine it directly. After all, the power of the dragon egg is also very strong. The black-winged dragon's huge claws had already reached the top of Ling Xiao's head. But at that moment, it stopped. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Looking at you, you only have a trace of dragon soul left, right? Do you think you can protect him? Wake up. The level of your dragon blood is too low. If you want to incubate your young master, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But I'm different. I possess the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon king. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the aura of a primordial divine dragon king. He didn't use his bloodline power much in battle, mainly because he didn't know how to use it. Perhaps it was because his strength was too weak that he was unable to use the treasures despite having them. However, the primordial divine dragon king's bloodline power was still 1 in 10,000. Just this little bit of bloodline power was enough to give him supreme authority in the dragon clan. Back then, he had relied on the power of the primordial divine dragon king's bloodline to subdue Long Chen's clan. Divine Dragon King, you really are the successor of the divine dragon king. The black-winged colossal dragon's shadow suddenly knelt on the ground. It was an absolute submission to a superior. Ling Xiao's primordial divine dragon king bloodline was simply too powerful. It was enough to crush any dragon bloodline in the world. In addition, the black-winged colossal dragon worshipped the divine dragon king to begin with. That was why it was even more so. How could it be fake? Ling Xiao stood there. A divine dragon's shadow hovered above his body. It let him reveal the domineering majesty that truly belonged to the divine dragon king. The feeling of being the only one in the world. Your Majesty, divine dragon king, can you really protect our black-winged colossal dragon's young master from death? The black-winged colossal dragon wasn't questioning, but looking forward to it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I don't dare to say anything else. At the very least, I can guarantee that he will hatch and become stronger. Before he reaches adulthood, I will always protect him. However, after he reaches adulthood, it will depend on his own ability. I believe in you, Your Majesty. However, although you are the successor of the divine dragon king bloodline, you are still too weak. Let me lend you a hand. The black-winged colossal dragon's idea was very simple. It would give the last of its remaining strength to Ling Xiao. This way, Ling Xiao could also become stronger. Only when Ling Xiao became stronger would the black-winged colossal dragon's young master be safer. Thank you. Ling Xiao did not refuse. The next moment, that huge dragon shadow suddenly scuttled into Ling Xiao's body, helping Ling Xiao transform his divine essence, transform his body, and transform his soul. It made everything about Ling Xiao stronger. It's not good to stay here for long. Better withdraw first. The energy in Ling Xiao's body surged. It made him very uncomfortable. However, he also knew that now was not the time to cultivate. The black-winged colossal dragon had already given all of its remaining strength to him. This colossal dragon city's sinking speed would definitely accelerate. If he didn't get out earlier, he would probably really have to stay underground for 10 years. Ling Xiao forcefully endured the discomfort and flew out. At this time, those powerhouses were still fighting for the 2 dragon crystals. However, this already had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. With his strength, he was not qualified to fight for that thing. However, he already obtained something more outstanding than that dragon crystal, so he did not ask for more. Ling Xiao also noticed that the pursuers were getting closer and closer. He quietly took advantage of the chaos to escape. No one knew that this nobody at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon could come out alive from underground. Including Huang Taifeng, everyone thought that he was dead. This was actually a good thing for him. After finding a safe place, Ling Xiao released the martial soul barrier and then used the formation to protect himself. He let Little Gold, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum out to protect him. Meanwhile, he began to cultivate. The energy in his body had to be refined and digested as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be killed by this energy. Although this black desert was very dangerous, his companion's strength had increased by a lot. Protecting him while he cultivated was not a problem. After Long Chen and I finish cultivating, our counterattack will begin. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He was very unwilling to run away. The reason why he ran was because he was not strong enough. He could not even defeat the powerhouses at the border of the Golden Martial Nation. Not to mention people like Huang Taifeng, Yang Qi, and Yin Li. However, if he completely absorbed the black-winged colossal dragon's energy, then, the level of his divine energy would definitely reach a very high level. At that time, he would truly be able to contend with the powerhouses of the eternal divine realm. That's right. We've been too cowardly recently. We've been chased by people from Jewel Axe City and Blue Sea City. It wasn't easy to find a ruin, but we didn't have the strength to fight for the treasures. Boss, this time we must give those people a good beating. Little Gold gritted her teeth. Xiao, no matter what decision you make, we'll support you. Now, let's quickly refine the energy in your body. If you become stronger, we'll have more opportunities to become stronger. Yu Fanghua said. Master, don't worry and cultivate. Cold Plum's words were short but firm. Ling Xiao nodded and did not waste any more time. He devoted himself to refining the energy. He had to admit that the remaining energy of the black-winged colossal dragon was too great. It was impossible to refine it all at once. Therefore, he had to store a portion of it as potential to prepare for future cultivation. Chapter 5076. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, his entire body wrapped in the black wind. A mysterious and powerful force was constantly transforming his body. Because the black-winged colossal dragon willingly offered its power, Ling Xiao did not encounter any resistance when absorbing it. This energy seemed to belong to him in the first place, being absorbed by his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body began to operate. He used this energy to refine his body, his divine essence, and his soul. He wanted to make himself stronger. While refining this energy, Ling Xiao also consumed supreme-grade spirit stones. This made the energy even purer. After all, he was not the black-winged colossal dragon. He could not duplicate all the energy at once. He still had to convert it into his own power. The supreme-grade spirit stones contained pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which was perfect for this effect. It could also improve the quality of the black-winged colossal dragon's energy. This was why gold-grade spirit stones were so expensive. Ling Xiao continued to guide this energy. While strengthening his body, divine essence, and soul, he also strengthened and upgraded each of his martial souls. This included the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This powerful martial soul had not been upgraded for a long time. Even so, it was Ling Xiao's most powerful trump card. Now, with the help of this energy, it was becoming more complete. The Mountain River world showed the complete outline of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. The Sky Tyrant martial soul also gave Ling Xiao more power. At the same time, the dragon egg placed in the Sky Tyrant universe was also absorbing the powerful energy and gradually hatching. Everything was going smoothly. With the powerful effect of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao would not make any mistakes in refining the energy. Yu Fanghua, Little Gold, and Cold Plum felt Ling Xiao's rising aura and smiled. Back then, no one in the 4 domains and 9 worlds could match them. They were the top existences. Who dared to defy them? But after coming to the eternal divine realm, they hit a wall everywhere. It was difficult to even settle down in a city. Anyone would be disappointed and depressed. The reason for all this was that they were too weak. The key was that the level of his divine energy and his physical body were not high enough. If everyone stood on the same foundation, they wouldn't be so cowardly. Now, Ling Xiao was rushing in that direction. Once they succeeded, they would be able to gain more autonomy. Moreover, once Ling Xiao became stronger, the speed at which they became stronger would also increase. In the future, when they stabilized their god nations, who would dare to talk about killing them? Thinking of this, Xiao Jin was especially excited. Yu Fanghua actually didn't care. As long as she could stay by Ling Xiao's side, she felt very happy. Of course, she also wanted to become stronger. She wanted to contribute to her man. Otherwise, such happy days would be numbered. Cold Plum's thoughts were simpler. She wanted to protect her master. It was that simple. Therefore, everyone wanted to become stronger. In the distant ruins, the battle seemed to have ended. Although no one knew who had obtained the dragon crystal, a large number of experts had already left one after another. On the other side, the sounds of the pursuing troops were getting closer and closer. It was really a race against time for cultivation. After a full 3 hours, Ling Xiao integrated a large amount of the Black Wind Dragon's energy. It was just that the Black Wind Dragon's energy was too strong, so most of it was still integrated into the potential cells and stored. In future battles, he would continuously release it. Now, Ling Xiao's divine energy level had reached level 9. Although it was still a little short of level 10, he could feel that his current combat power could easily crush a 6th-level divine body realm expert. It wouldn't be as uncomfortable as before. If he released Universe of Tyrants, he could even kill an early-stage 7th-level divine body realm martial artist. And it was a one-on-one kill. His divine energy level only needed to increase by 1 level. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Anyway, the Black Wind Dragon's energy hadn't been completely digested. It should be very easy to increase by 1 level in battle. As for Long Chen, his cultivation had also ended. Long Chen's improvement was greater than Ling Xiao's. Perhaps it was because his basic divine energy wasn't as much as Ling Xiao's. Long Chen's divine energy level directly reached level 10, which was already the standard of an ordinary martial artist in the eternal divine territory. This way, Long Chen wouldn't be afraid of an ordinary peak 7th-level divine body realm expert at all. In addition to his powerful golden colossal dragon bloodline, he would be able to put up a fight even if he encountered a martial artist in the early stage of the divine physique 8th level. There was another good thing, which was that the dragon egg had hatched. Of course, it was also a black wind dragon that hatched from the dragon egg. However, it was currently in the form of a baby dragon. However, the special thing was that it belonged to the black wind dragon's royal bloodline. He could clearly feel the enormous potential within it. It was only a baby dragon, but it already had a terrifying strength that was equivalent to an early-stage divine soul realm expert. However, it was a pity that because it was too small, it had less divine energy. Therefore, it could only last for about a minute in battle. Of course, Ling Xiao was satisfied. A minute of combat power for a divine soul realm expert was too important to them now. Moreover, this baby dragon was hatched by Ling Xiao. He trusted Ling Xiao more than anyone else. He would listen to whoever Ling Xiao told him to. "Little Black, she's your mother from now on." Be good and listen to her. Ling Xiao gave the Black Wind Dragon to Yu Fanghua. With such a powerful bodyguard protecting her, the possibility of Yu Fanghua being in danger should be very low. Little Black is so cute. Yu Fanghua stroked the little black dragon gently. The little fellow actually smiled comfortably. If possible, I really don't want to use him in battle. Ling Xiao looked at Little Black and smiled dotingly. After all, the little fellow was still young. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Then, a few martial artists appeared in their field of vision. Without a doubt, they were martial artists from Blue Sea City. Ling Xiao put Yu Fanghua and the others into the universe world. Only by taking them by surprise could they maximize their combat power. He sat there alone and pretended to cultivate. Soon, the martial artists from Blue Sea City discovered Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao's appearance had not changed, so these people recognized him at a glance. They even looked at the bounty list for a long time. They probably couldn't believe that all of this was so easy to obtain. Commander, that seems to be Ling Xiao. Finally, someone said. What? Commander Liu looked at Ling Xiao carefully and confirmed that there was no problem. But he really didn't understand. This guy clearly knew that there were pursuers behind him, but he still dared to cultivate here. Was he stupid or did he have other motives? Sometimes, things were too simple and easy to be at a loss. The current situation was like that. Be careful. Surround him and be careful of ambushes. Commander Liu ordered. The fat meat was in front of them. Even if they were worried, they couldn't do nothing. They had to try. Otherwise, they would regret it. Chapter 5077. In order to chase after Ling Xiao, Commander Liu's team of close to 100 people was now left with only 50 or so people. Many of them were still injured. In the battle with the cactus previously, the losses were really quite heavy. If he couldn't capture Ling Xiao, then even if he went back, he would still be punished. You're Ling Xiao? Commander Liu asked. He didn't dare to get close to Ling Xiao, so he was about 100 meters away from him. However, the encirclement had already been formed. More than 50 people still had an absolute advantage in numbers. These people looked at Ling Xiao with anger in their eyes. Although Ling Xiao didn't offend them, they caused a large number of their brothers to die tragically because of chasing after Ling Xiao. Naturally, they poured all their hatred onto Ling Xiao. Perhaps in their opinion, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have had so many sacrifices. However, they never thought that if they didn't chase after Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have had any sacrifices either. These guys were just so shameless. That's right, I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Commander Liu indifferently. You're here for me. Commander Liu smiled and said, are you still playing dumb? You killed so many people from Blue Sea City. You even killed my good brother, Commander Zhong. Shouldn't we be chasing after you? That's what they asked for. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, if you want my bounty, don't say such nonsense. Come on, I'm right here. If you have the ability, then kill me. However, let me remind you that the moment we make a move, we'll become mortal enemies. When you die in my hands, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Commander Liu's brows furrowed even tighter. For Ling Xiao to be able to kill Commander Zhong, his strength was definitely not weak. However, looking at it now, Ling Xiao was only at the 5th level of the divine body realm. He didn't seem as strong as he imagined. Was there really an ambush? When he thought of the bounty posters, he was almost certain that Ling Xiao had accomplices. However, he didn't know where his accomplices were at this time, nor did he discover them. Should I make a move or not? This was a problem. Where are your accomplices? Commander Liu asked. Oh, them? They're nearby. Didn't you notice? Ling Xiao smiled. Stop trying to be mysterious. Don't try to scare us with this kind of bluff. Old Liu, won't fall for that. Commander Liu roared. These words were still a test. He wanted to see panic in Ling Xiao's eyes. Seeing uneasiness. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao's eyes were as calm as ever. There was no panic or fear in them. This caused his expression to become extremely unsightly. This kid in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Lord Commander, this fellow is just bluffing. Let's attack. Even if his accomplices were here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Their leader's strength is so weak. The rest of them probably aren't that strong either. Someone beside him suggested. His words made Commander Liu make up his mind. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that old Liu, was almost fooled by you. What a pity, Commander Liu laughed. Everyone, prepare to attack. That's why I said that you should have attacked from the start. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It makes you seem very cautious. Ling Xiao mockingly hooked his finger at Commander Liu. Commander Liu's eyes were filled with anger. Although he could only be ranked at the bottom among the 72 commanders of Blue Sea City, he was still a commander of Blue Sea City, a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. He was actually mocked by a 5th level divine physique echelon trash. He felt very unhappy. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Especially Ling Xiao's smiling face. It simply made him extremely unhappy. At this moment, there were already other voices in the distance. Commander Liu became even more anxious. If other forces rushed over, it would be even more troublesome. Along the way, he had encountered Dual Axe City's cavalry and Dark God Palace's assassins, as well as those experts from the Land of Exile. Although they had a tacit understanding not to attack, it was only temporary. If the target appeared, a battle would definitely break out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Attack, kill this kid first. I don't believe that his companions won't show up. Commander Liu clenched his teeth and finally gave the order to attack. He was also riding a tiger and had no way to back down. However, this order was really unwise. If he chose to leave, he might still be able to keep his life. However, this attack was destined to kill him. Ling Xiao and his companion's strength had increased, especially him and Long Chen, who had improved the most. In addition to Blackie's existence, how could these people win? The reason why Commander Liu didn't attack was that he was wary of Ling Xiao's companions. Moreover, he thought that his subordinates were more than enough to kill Ling Xiao. After all, there were close to 26th level divine physique echelon experts among these 50 people. The rest were 5th and 4th level divine physique echelon martial artists. If they couldn't even kill a 5th level divine physique echelon martial artist, they would be too useless. Faced with the sudden encirclement of more than 50 experts, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Just nice, I can test out my new power. The power he had just obtained from the Blackwind Colossal Dragon allowed his divine essence level to reach level 9. However, he was only speculating how terrifying the lethality of level 9 divine essence level would be. He hadn't tested it out yet. Just nice, these guys came knocking on his door. Ling Xiao slowly stood up. He entered the beast god body state. At the same time, he took out the void god sword. However, he didn't use the dominating sky possession. Faced with the attacks around him, he just swung the void god sword in a circle. He didn't use any martial skills. The next moment, there were continuous screams. The encirclement instantly collapsed. More than 10 martial artists died. All of them were 4th and 5th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Those 6th level divine physique echelon martial artists had no choice but to stop and block the attacks. In the end, the encirclement collapsed just like that. A level 9 divine essence level coupled with 2 divine dragon inscriptions emperor weapons. Even a normal attack is so fierce. Looks like my speculation still underestimated my strength. Ling Xiao didn't attack anymore. Instead, he stood there with the void god sword in his hand, silently thinking about something. Seeing this shocking scene, Commander Liu's expression changed drastically. He was originally worried about the ambush of Ling Xiao's accomplices, so he didn't take Ling Xiao's strength to heart at all. However, this scene made him realize that he had underestimated his opponent. "You bastard, what did you do just now?" Commander Liu roared angrily, killing more than 10 people in an instant. Only an expert of his level could do such a thing. "Didn't you see? I just swung my sword." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This is just a warning. Next time, it won't be so simple. Ha ha ha, trying to scare old Liu? I don't believe it. Reorganize the encirclement. I'll deal with him personally. Commander Liu laughed maniacally. This guy looked like a fierce general. He wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao's strength. Peak. Chapter 5078. Ha. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What a reckless fool. He had already shown mercy, yet he still did not know how to retreat. Since that was the case, why should he continue to hold back? At that moment, he chose the tyrannical sky possession. To deal with an expert of Commander Liu's level, he still needed to use the power of the tyrannical sky martial soul. Together with the two emperor weapons with divine dragon patterns, it should be able to make up for the difference in his strength. Of course, if his divine essence level reached level 10, then he wouldn't need to do that. The tyrannical sky martial soul was just to make up for the difference in divine essence quality. Ling Xiao's laughter made Commander Liu even more furious. Although he didn't dare to say how powerful he was in the human race's divine nations, a mere 5th-level divine physique echelon cultivator dared to laugh at him like that. This made him quite unhappy. Behind him, the sea serpent god martial soul appeared. The huge snake shadow flicked its tongue and let out a low and fearful roar. At that moment, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Blood-colored snowflakes floated in the air. This was why Commander Liu's sea serpent god martial soul was more powerful than Commander Zhong's. Not only could it control the water elements, but it could also turn the water elements into ice and snow. In the desert, the temperature plummeted, and the air was filled with a cold aura. In just a moment, the scorching desert became a palace of ice and snow. No one has ever dared to mock me like this. Especially trash like you who doesn't even understand the god martial soul. You actually dare to look down on me, an existence with a mid-grade god martial soul. I really don't know who gave you the guts. Commander Liu's body floated gently in the air, and the huge snake shadow behind him looked down at Ling Xiao as if it was looking at its prey. The sea serpent god roared at Ling Xiao with a murderous aura, causing the blood-colored ice and snow to reveal an incomparably terrifying killing intent. The martial artists that followed Commander Liu were all trembling. This murderous aura made them feel extremely uncomfortable. As expected of Commander Liu, the sea serpent god martial soul is really powerful. That's right, Commander Liu's strength is much stronger than Commander Zhong's. That kid is dead meat. The reason why our Blue Sea City is strong is because of the efforts of the 72 commanders. This time, we definitely won't fail. Commander Liu's expression did not change when he heard the crowd's words. Clearly, this was a rational person. Despite being flattered, he was still able to control his emotions. Ling Xiao, you will pay for your arrogance. Do it, don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao gestured with a smile. Commander Liu's strength was completely within his grasp. It was not beyond his expectations. In fact, it was even worse than what he had imagined. Perhaps this person did not have the courage to press forward. When people lack courage, they will become weak. Perhaps it was because it had fused with the Black Wind Dragon's ability and became stronger. Ling Xiao felt that perhaps defeating Commander Liu would not be a difficult matter. His opponent only had an emperor weapon with 1 divine dragon pattern, while he had the Void God sword with 2 divine dragon patterns. If he still couldn't defeat his opponent with the advantage of weapons, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Arrogant. Commander Liu really did not want to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao anymore. This arrogant guy was completely provoking him continuously. Alright, since that was the case, he would use the most terrifying method to let this brat die in pain. Ice roar. Commander Liu let out a furious roar. Condensing divine essence with both hands, the huge snake shadow behind him opened its bloody mouth and let out a sky-shaking roar. Boom. A storm condensed from blood-red ice and snow pounced toward Ling Xiao in a spiral form. It emitted a destructive sound in the void. This guy's strength has already surpassed all the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, it will also become a stepping stone for me to walk to the peak. Facing this terrifying ice storm, Ling Xiao grasped the Void God sword with both hands. Divine essence kept accumulating, but he did not release a move. He wanted to wait for the best moment to make a move. When the ice storm was only 3 meters away from him, the Void God sword in his hand finally stabbed out. Void God technique, 9-word style. 9 sword lights merged into one, erupting with an even more powerful point-breaking ability. It instantly tore the ice storm apart. However, the opponent's attack was also extremely powerful. The 9 sword lights also collapsed at that moment. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. I can do it. After this attack, Ling Xiao was even more confident. Finally, he did not have to be so cowardly. One had to know that when he faced Commander Zhong, who was about the same strength as him, he could only take a beating. But now, they were already evenly matched in battle. This was the huge improvement that the Black Wind Dragon's energy brought to him. This is impossible. This was Commander Liu's first reaction. Ling Xiao could actually fight him to a draw. This was completely illogical. It should not be like this. I like it when my opponent says something like this. Seeing you guys surprised and at a loss makes me feel good. Ling Xiao's face was brimming with a smile. With the Beast God's body, the Sky Tyrant's possession, and the Void God sword, he already had the ability to fight an expert at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If combined with his Martial Soul Array and various Martial Soul special skills, it should not be much of a problem to defeat Commander Liu. The Martial Soul Array could fuse with Martial Soul special skills, and it could also amplify Martial Soul special skills. They were originally existences that complemented each other. It did not mean that the other could not be used just because one was released. Continue. Ling Xiao sneered and began to take the initiative to attack. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. Using his movement technique, he suddenly pounced on Commander Liu. This speed was much faster than before he absorbed the Black Wind Dragon's energy. Once again, Commander Liu was shocked. This caused Commander Liu to completely lose his composure. Because of a misjudgment, he completely misjudged Ling Xiao's strength. Block it. Commander Liu had already seen how terrifying the Void God sword in Ling Xiao's hand was. Therefore, he definitely could not let his opponent hit him. He raised the battle saber in his hand and faced it. If everything went as planned, his battle saber should be able to block Ling Xiao's attack. After all, he was not a weakling. But how could Ling Xiao's attack be so simple? Dragon God's Frost Array. Both of them used ice, but Ling Xiao's ability was much stronger than Commander Liu's. The moment the array appeared, Commander Liu's speed suddenly dropped. This made his eyes fill with unparalleled terror. Oh no! The Dragon God's Frost Array was not frightening, but what was frightening was that Ling Xiao had used it at the perfect time. At this time, Commander Liu could not do anything else at all. He could only watch as Ling Xiao's Void God sword stabbed at him. Crack! Commander Liu's saber-wielding right hand was chopped off. Haha, it's much more powerful. If it was at the divine origin level before, this attack would not have been able to cut off his hand. Ling Xiao was fighting, and also experimenting. The Eternal Divine Realm was different from the 4 realms and 9 realms. There were advantages to having a sturdy law, but there were also many disadvantages. This was because a person's body would become more resilient, and it would be extremely difficult to replicate and be reborn. Chapter 5079. Because it was so difficult to recover, there was a wide market for pills that could speed up limb regrowth in the Eternal Divine Realm. Commander Liu's severed right arm could be recovered. But it would take at least a month. Otherwise, he'd have to use special pills or potions to recover. Clearly, with Commander Liu's status, he did not possess such a thing. In other words, he couldn't recover his right arm in a short time. That was the arm that he used as the main fighter. How could he fight without it? Damn it, Ice Cage. Commander Liu's first reaction was to protect himself. As long as he didn't die, he'd have a chance to live. In that instant, the Sea Serpent God wrapped around his entire body, forming a thick layer of ice. Even if Ling Xiao attacked with all his might, he couldn't break through the ice. But like all invincible defensive secret arts, this ice cage could only last for 30 seconds. The ice prison could only last for 30 seconds, and it would take an hour to use it again. Commander Liu had to think of a way to deal with it within those 30 seconds. Otherwise, He'd die the moment the ice cage collapsed. What's wrong with this guy? How can he be so strong? He's seriously inconsistent with the information. Is there something wrong with the information on the bounty list? Commander Liu had saved his life, but he was panicking. His opponent was too terrifying. Although they were equal in strength, his combat skills were far superior, especially in a way that was impossible to guard against. He couldn't deal with it at all. One mistake and he'd lost his right arm, greatly reducing his combat strength. Although he could still fight, he couldn't compare to his peak state at all. Damn it, isn't this guy a seed from the 4 realms and 9 worlds? He's just a seed. Although he's talented, he can't be this strong. How can this be? I'm really in a desperate situation. At that moment, he recalled what Ling Xiao had said before. So he wasn't bluffing. It was a warning. Do you think you'll be fine as long as you hide in that ice cage? Don't you care about your subordinates? Ling Xiao didn't try to break out of the ice cage. Although he had a way, it was too strenuous. In any case, his goal was to kill all those who dared to hunt him down. Therefore, no one dared to touch his bounty list. At the very least, most people wouldn't dare to touch it. That way, he could live a more carefree life. What are you doing? Commander Liu asked in horror. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but he had already used his actions to tell him. A demonic shadow flickered, and a 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist fell to the ground. The corpse gradually dried up. The void god sword absorbed all of its energy. Stop! Stop! Commander Liu roared in horror. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to Commander Liu. While attacking the cultivators from Blue Sea City, he coldly said, "Do you remember my warning from the beginning? I really don't want to kill anyone. I hope you can let me go." But you didn't. You guys are clamoring to kill me. If I'm not as strong as you guys, I'm afraid it's useless even if I beg for mercy now. Another sword strike killed 2 people at the same time. Ling Xiao's face was expressionless, as if he was fighting a group of puppets. Run! Blue Sea City's martial artists finally realized their fear. They didn't care about Commander Liu anymore, and all of them madly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao didn't chase after those who fled. He said that he would kill those who wanted to kill him, but he couldn't be bothered to chase after those who had lost their will to fight. The Black Desert was full of danger. No one knew what they would encounter, so it was better to be careful. This was the so-called "don't chase a cornered enemy." But even so, only half of the 50 or so people had managed to escape. The rest were killed by Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the level of his divine essence still didn't increase. It seemed that the last level was quite difficult to increase. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Blue Sea City wasn't the only pursuers, there were others. All he needed to do was to kill all of them. He didn't believe that he wouldn't level up. You're really lucky. There were still 10 seconds before the ice prison. However, Ling Xiao discovered that 3 groups of pursuers had arrived at almost the same time. Dual Axe City's cavalry was awe-inspiring, and their horned tigers roared in the black wind. The leader was Xuehongyi. When this guy saw Ling Xiao, his eyes turned red. He had been brooding over the fact that Ling Xiao stole his storage ring and the things inside. More importantly, he was actually defeated by Ling Xiao and his companions and fled. This was simply a humiliation to him. He had to take revenge. The current Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Xuehongyi at all. The problem was, there was actually an early-stage divine body 8th-level powerhouse beside Xuehongyi. Ling Xiao couldn't resist that terrifying aura at all. Not only that, but the other group of people were also experts. These people were all dressed in black and had their faces covered. They were like ghosts in the black wind. The leader of the group had short silver hair. He looked extremely fierce. Although his cultivation was on par with Commander Liu, an assassin was still an assassin. If Commander Liu fought with this person, he would probably be killed in 3 moves. He was definitely a terrifying guy. The people following him were all assassins, and each of them released a terrifying killing intent. It made one tremble with fear. There was another group of people. There weren't many of them, but they were all divine body 7th-level powerhouses. Ling Xiao smelled a familiar scent from these people. A motley crew from the land of exile? But why do I feel that they are much stronger than before? Oh, right. The power of law in the eternal divine territory is different from the Heaven's Wall City. No wonder, this is their true strength. These guys are called a motley crew, but they are not a motley crew at all. Ling Xiao frowned. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Facing these three groups of people at the same time, plus the team from Blue Sea City that hadn't been completely wiped out. Even if he got help from his companions, they might not be able to win. It seemed that he had to think of another way. The reason why Ling Xiao said that Commander Liu had a good life was because he was preparing to slip away. Commander Liu, I advise you to scram back to Blue Sea City. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life. Goodbye. Ling Xiao weighed the pros and cons. He knew that he couldn't fight head-on now, and he couldn't be surrounded by these four groups of people. So, it was better to retreat first. Now that his divine essence was at level 9, his speed advantage had basically been restored. In addition, there was the natural maze in the Black Desert. He easily shook off his pursuers and disappeared into the black wind. Only the curses and shouts of killing were left behind. A bunch of idiots. How can I stay and let you kill me? After a distance, Ling Xiao stopped. He didn't plan to escape. Retreating was just a strategy. Next, he would become a hunter. The other party's target was more obvious. And he was alone now. His companions were all in the universe world. In addition, he could rely on the Tai Chi Eye and knew how to break the maze. So, he could be more discreet. Chapter 5080. The enemy was out in the open, while they were in the dark. It was obvious that they had the upper hand. As long as he wasn't surrounded, he could kill all of them in the Black Desert. Boss, I want to fight too. Those guys are too despicable. Little Gold was dying. No rush. Let's try our luck first and see if we can find the Black Wind King. Maybe the Black Wind King can raise Cold Plum's divine origin level to the 10th grade. With 2 people at the 10th grade of the divine origin level, our combat power will obviously be stronger. As long as Cold Plum absorbs the Black Wind King, she can control the cactus army in the Black Desert. By then, we can kill the enemy even if we don't do it stealthily. Even though Ling Xiao was retreating strategically, there was a purpose behind it. It was because he had tasted the great benefits of raising the divine origin level. I can already sense the Black Wind King's location. Cold Plum suddenly said, Master, there's an attack on the left. Cold Plum's senses were more sensitive than Ling Xiao's in places with many plants. Hearing Cold Plum's words, Ling Xiao had already used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to dodge. Although using the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique without releasing the Child God's blood formation would consume a lot of energy. However, using it a few times was no problem. Just as he turned into a golden light and dodged, the terrifying attack landed. The target was the place he was standing just now. A large area of the desert was lifted up, forming a huge sand pit. If not for Cold Plum's warning, Ling Xiao would have lost his life from this attack. This attack was extremely swift and violent, and its power was extremely terrifying. Even a martial artist at the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon would be in trouble, let alone him. What the hell is that? After Ling Xiao stood still, he looked at the monster in the distance. He couldn't see the monster's body at all. He could only see cactus spikes falling from the sand pit. Oh no, it's the Black Wind King, Lan Chen exclaimed, and this guy is much stronger than the rumors say. It's rumored that it's a monster at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. But from the looks of it now, he's at least at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. He judged it from the effect of the Black Wind King's attack. As a native of the Eternal Divine Realm, this ability was essential. Any martial artist must have the ability to judge the opponent's cultivation through the opponent's attack and defense. That's right, he's at the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm. Ling Xiao frowned. He was sure, because that was what the Taiji Eye had told him. Soon after, he smiled and said, What I wish for really comes true, although it's a little dangerous. However, as long as he could capture the Black Wind King, Cold Plum's God Yuan would definitely increase by 10 levels. We've already sounded the horn of counterattack. It's impossible for us not to annihilate the enemy. Not again. Ling Xiao, who had locked onto his target, naturally wouldn't be so easily ambushed. In that instant, he felt a surge of power from underground. He retreated and stabbed the void god's sword into the ground. 9 streaks of sword chi pierced the target along the gravel. The feeling was very real. Raw ~~ something let out a painful hiss. Ling Xiao knew that his attack was effective. Although his strength was far from the Black Wind King's, the Black Wind King's body was huge. If he targeted his attack, it would naturally be effective. His attack just now should have left a wound on the Black Wind King's body. However, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact. A monster at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon was stronger than martial artists of the same level. No matter how confident Ling Xiao was, he didn't think that he could seriously injure the opponent with his strength. At most, it would be a light injury. And this was with the power of the Void God sword in his hand. However, even if it was just a scratch, it was enough for Ling Xiao. He had already released the bloodthirsty plague through the wound. He also released a powerful poison. Although he didn't dare to say that it could kill the opponent, it would definitely have some impact on the enemy. Everyone, let's fight together. Beat this guy until he's weak, then hand him over to Cold Plum. Ling Xiao released Little Gold, Yu Fanghua, and Long Chen. Cold Plum didn't need to fight for the time being. She needed to focus her energy on the final attack. She used the ancient war tree to absorb the Black Wind King's ability. She found out from Lan Chen that the Black Wind King had 3 abilities. The first was to control the black wind. The second was to absorb water. As long as it was liquid, it could basically absorb it. The third was to control black sand. The combination of these 3 abilities gave the Black Wind King the ability to challenge those of a higher level. It would be very difficult to kill it. However, Yu Fanghua had Little Black as a helper. If they really couldn't do it, they could ask Little Black for help. However, Ling Xiao felt that with the few of them working together, they should be able to control the Black Wind King. When the battle started, Little Gold, Yu Fanghua, and Long Chen were in charge of restraining the Black Wind King. At this moment, Long Chen's strength could be seen. Little Gold's divine essence was only at the 3rd level. Yu Fanghua's divine essence was at the 2nd level. Long Chen's divine essence was at the 10th level. He could fully unleash the strength of a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Together with the Golden Dragon's body, he became the main defender. He blocked the attacks for Little Gold and Yu Fanghua. Little Gold and Yu Fanghua attacked continuously to weaken the Black Wind King. Ling Xiao activated the Dragon God's Ice Array diagram and the Invincible Ape God Array diagram at the same time. One was used to slow down the Black Wind King's attack speed, while the other was used to strengthen its defense. In a team battle, his array diagram was very helpful. After that, Ling Xiao also joined the battle. This time, he used his undying godly physique. His entire body was wrapped in strange flames. His divine essence was already at the 9th level, and his combat strength was close to perfect. In addition to the undying godly physique and the Sky Tyrant possession ability, the power of the strange flames could be seen. Although the strange flames couldn't leave the body to attack, it could be wrapped around the body and close the distance to attack wasn't a problem. Although the Black Wind King was extremely powerful, its speed was still inferior to Ling Xiao's. Of course, there was no problem with the strategy. However, there were many unforeseen events in a battle. The Black Wind King's strength had truly been shown to these people. This guy could actually condense many cactus clones made of black sand. With the help of the Black Wind, it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. This caused many of their attacks to be ineffective. Not only that, as long as he was close to the Black Wind King, Ling Xiao could feel the blood in his body being sucked out. As long as there was a wound on his body, he would probably be sucked dry by the Black Wind King. Therefore, he had to be extra careful not to get injured. However, this was easier said than done. The cactus thorns released by the Black Wind King were wrapped in the black wind and sand. It was simply impossible to guard against. Even with the protection of the Invincible Ape God Array diagram, the difference in strength was too great. A few people were still injured, including Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't seriously injured, there were many small wounds all over his body. The Black Wind King took advantage of this and began to crazily suck Ling Xiao's blood. Chapter 5081. You dare to suck my blood? You really have guts. Ling Xiao sneered, completely unguarded, allowing the Black Wind King to suck his blood. One had to know that the blood in his body had already merged with the dual wills of the Divine Dragon King and the Human King. In addition, he had the burning ability of the Divine Fire. He didn't take the initiative to attack his opponent with his blood because he was afraid of pain. But if his opponent took the initiative to suck his blood, it was purely courting death. Ling Xiao's skin gradually turned white. The Black Wind King suddenly shrieked in pain. Its whole body shook violently, and it was in extreme pain. Cold Plum, it's your turn. Although Ling Xiao lost a lot of blood, this wasn't a problem. He could use the bloodthirsty plague to recover it later. The key was whether Cold Plum could succeed in the end. The moment Cold Plum was released, she released the ancient war tree, and the ancient tree's vines frantically wrapped around the Black Wind King. She started to absorb the Black Wind King's power. Hurry up and heal. With such a big commotion, someone will probably come over. Cold Plum had already restrained the Black Wind King with everyone's help. Now, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Xiao Jin could all rest. The Black Wind King let out a shrill scream, trying to break free from the ancient war tree's attack. But it was useless. At this moment, Ling Xiao's blood was still causing trouble in its body. It asked for this. If it didn't do this, this battle probably wouldn't have ended so easily. Master, you can take back your blood. I have completely controlled this guy. Next, it's time to fuse. After more than 10 minutes, Cold Plum said. Okay. Ling Xiao took back the Jiu poison and the bloodthirsty plague. The lost blood instantly fused into his body. His skin color returned to normal. More than 10 minutes passed. The Black Wind King had completely disappeared, completely fusing into the ancient war tree. Hurry up and fuse. Ling Xiao said as he pulled Lung Mai back into the Chenkuan world. I didn't expect that the Black Wind King would be so easily killed by you after dominating the Black Desert for so long. Brother Ling, who exactly are you? Lan Chen was also dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao's blood was being sucked out, he was extremely worried. But what happened next was simply beyond his imagination. According to his understanding, only the bloodline of a powerful god's descendant could make the Black Wind King feel so uncomfortable. I'm just a seed chosen by the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Don't overthink it. I just had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a powerful bloodline power. I really don't have any backing. Ling Xiao smiled. No matter what, you've succeeded. That's the hardest part. They're coming. What should we do? Xiao Jin asked. Cold Plum, how much longer do you need? Ling Xiao asked. About 10 minutes should be enough. Cold Plum said, also, as long as I fuse with the Black Wind King, I can control all the cacti in the Black Desert. When the time comes, the scene will definitely satisfy Master. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. Ling Xiao smiled. It was time to put an end to this. Facing the 4 forces, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there and waited. Although he wasn't a match for these people, it wouldn't be a problem to delay them for 10 minutes. As long as Cold Plum finished fusing with the Black Wind King. This Black Desert would be their world. In order to stall for time, he took the opportunity to set up more than 10 formations. They were all set up with formation refining stones. They probably wouldn't be lethal to martial artists above the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. But they could stop them. Delay them. Then, he just stood there as if waiting for a friend. You're all so slow. I've been waiting for a long time. When the 4 forces gathered, they thought Ling Xiao would take the opportunity to escape. But who would have thought that this guy would just stand there and say such arrogant words? These 4 forces were actually quite miserable. Blue Sea City was the most depressed. Commander Liu lost an arm, and there were only about 20 people left. There were almost 100 people left from Jewel Axe City. It should be the expert beside Shui Hongi who showed his power. There were more than 60 assassins from the Dark God Palace when they came, but there were only about 30 left now. None of the martial artists from the land of exile died. There were 12 of them when they came, and there were still 12 of them now. Without waiting for them to speak, Ling Xiao looked at Commander Liu and said, "I told you to go back. Looks like you brought people here to die again. Fine, since that's the case, I'll give you a quick death later." Commander Liu's face turned ugly. He really didn't want to chase after Ling Xiao anymore. But if he went back like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to report back. He could only join forces with the other 3 forces. Maybe he could get a share of the loot. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's calm and smiling face, he immediately lost his confidence. Pretentious bastard, go to hell. Unknowingly, 2 assassins actually snuck up behind Ling Xiao. They suddenly dashed out from the desert and stabbed their sharp daggers toward Ling Xiao. The Dark God Palace assassin revealed a cold smile. Although he didn't know where the illusion butterfly went, it was just right. If he killed Ling Xiao, the merit would be his alone. Just as the daggers were about to pierce Ling Xiao's body, suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The 2 assassins were blasted to the ground. Then, 2 sharp poisonous spikes emerged from the ground and directly pierced through the 2 assassins' bodies. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Destroyer formation and the Earth Spear Poisonous Spike formation weren't very powerful. But killing 2 defenseless 5th-level Divine Physique Echelon assassins wasn't a problem. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. As expected, Ling Xiao wasn't bluffing. This guy had long set up a trap here and was waiting for them to jump into it. "I told you not to be careless. This kid isn't as easy to deal with as we thought," Commander Liu said with a gloomy face. The Blue Sea City martial artists behind him were also trembling with fear as they stared at their surroundings, afraid that an attack would suddenly come. Previously, they were already scared of Ling Xiao. If it weren't for the fact that they were worried that they wouldn't be able to complete the mission, they wouldn't have taken the risk to chase after Ling Xiao. "It's just a weak formation. Look at how scared you are," Xue Hongyi said with disdain. "If you're scared, you can scram. Anyway, with your current strength, you won't be able to help us much. Why don't the rest of you leave too? Our dual-axe city will be able to take down this kid." The reason Xue Hongyi was so scared was because he was powerful. Of course, it was because of the 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon expert beside him. He had humiliated the cultivators of Blue Sea City because of the competitive relationship between Twin Axe City and Blue Sea City. "Shut your stinky mouth. Do you want to be enemies with the Dark God Palace? Believe it or not, even if that 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist protects you, I can still kill you." Xue Hongyi's temper wasn't good either. He stared at Xue Hongyi and sneered. As an assassin, he could always unleash strength that was stronger than his own cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a qualified assassin.